We cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking we used when we created them. Today we're living inside of a problem most people don't even see. We call it retirement, but what it really is a trap. A slow-moving treadmill, a system that takes more of your life than it ever gives back. You trade time for money, hope for freedom, and for what? A carrot on a stick? And all of it built on a system that no longer works. Today's retirement reality is more desperate than ever before. Today, nearly half of the middle class will retire at or near poverty. 81% of Americans nearing retirement have less than $250,000 total saved up. 60% of people fear outliving their money more than they fear death itself. And nearly 50% expect to work past 65, many into their 70s. The reality of it is, the plan that most people are following is dead. And the more people trust it, the more desperate they ultimately become. All while we live in a time of record wealth, income, and innovation. But to win today, you need to understand the rules of money have quite literally changed. You were raised to believe in a proven pathway to financial success, a path passed down from generation to generation. For a time, that path, that strategy, it actually worked. The formula was simple. Get an education, get a good job or start a business, save early and invest often in the markets, buy a house and over time slowly pay it off, live below your means, and then one day you can retire at 65 to enjoy the good life. And when you looked around, the evidence would back that plan up. Your parents followed this path. Wall Street still preaches it. Society rewards those who stay the course and follow the plan. So you cautiously lean in and you begin to trade your time. But this path comes with a non-refundable cost. You have to trade 30 years of your life just to find out if the path is going to work for you. And if it does, maybe that's a fair exchange. But what if? What if after decades of doing everything right, everything you were told to do, you discover it didn't actually work? What if the rules of money have changed and no one told you? What if the playbook that you were handed is no longer built for the game of money that you're actually playing today? You see, it's not your fault. You're not failing. You're just playing by the rules that don't work anymore. But to fix this, we have to go back. Because this retirement plan, it's not just broken, it's actually brand new. All through history, even up until a couple hundred years ago, the concept of retirement didn't even exist. If you didn't work, you didn't eat. There were no pensions, there were no 401ks, no golden years, just labor and then the end. Then suddenly everything changed. The Industrial Revolution moved people from farms to factories. Machines replaced human muscle, productivity soared, and for the first time in modern human history, people made more money than they needed to survive. The concept of disposable income was born, and with it, a new kind of dream. We no longer worked just to survive, we worked to live better, to save, and ultimately to one day retire. To one day have enough money saved to enjoy the good life, with enough money and enough time to finally do whatever we want. This became the American dream. Retirement wasn't just a financial goal, it was a promise, a reward for a life of hard work. And for a brief, shining moment in history, the promise actually worked. After World War II, America boomed. Soldiers returned, families grew, suburbs expanded, and the baby boom generation began, 76 million strong. And with it, a brand new promise, all built on the three-legged stool of retirement that made it possible. You'd get a job, you'd show up, you'd do your work, you'd stay loyal to your company, and in return, your company would take care of you with a pension, a steady paycheck for life once you retired. And if that pension didn't quite cover everything, the government would step in and fill the gap with Social Security, adding another reliable check to your monthly income. This was just enough to keep the dream alive. And on top of that, you'd set aside a little of your own money, some personal savings, just in case. These three pillars made up the three simple legs to stand on, and for a time, it felt unshakable. A pension from your employer, a paycheck for life. Social Security from the government, another reliable check, and third, personal savings, a cushion, a little slice of the American pie. It was simple, automatic, and guaranteed. When Social Security launched in 1935, there were 42 workers paying in for every one retiree collecting benefits. The average life expectancy was just 62, but you couldn't collect your Social Security benefits until 65. The math worked. And for a while, so did the dream. You showed up, you did your job, and you retired with confidence to the good life. The American dream was the dawn of a new day of human prosperity, and it was something anyone who played by the rules could have. No investment strategy, no financial financial advisor, no guesswork, just freedom. But by 1960, the math behind retirement was already starting to crack. The Social Security ratio had plummeted from 42 workers per retiree down to just 5. At the same time, medical advances were helping people live longer than they ever had before. A blessing for life, but a burden on the system. Longer retirements meant bigger pensions and more lifetime checks. Suddenly, pensions weren't just a promise, they were a massive liability. And Social Security, well, it was never designed to carry this kind of weight. What once felt sustainable was quickly becoming impossible. In 1980, benefits consultant Ted Bennett discovered a loophole in the tax code. It was Section 401k, and it allowed people to open up an account that had some special tax benefits. In 1981, the IRS approved payroll deductions for it, allowing people to send money directly into Section 401k with a tax deduction. This began an entirely new revolution. Companies ditched pensions, and just like that, the burden for retirement savings shifted to workers. Main Street, average Americans were now managing their own retirement dreams by regularly sending money in to Wall Street. With the advent of the 401k system, it sent a tidal wave of cash into Wall Street. New mutual funds, new advisors, new products, and from 1980 all the way to 1999, the S&P 500 returned an average return of 14.7% per year. The market boomed. You could barely lose. The dream didn't just feel alive, it was actually thriving. With the market delivering double-digit returns, who needed pensions? Why settle for a fixed paycheck for life when you could grow your wealth faster, retire richer, and do it on your own terms? In 1996, the book The Millionaire Next Door hit the shelves. It codified the system of the American dream, highlighting that anyone could get their slice of the American dream and the good life if they just followed a system. Work hard, save diligently, trust the system, send money into the market and let the market automatically grow your wealth, and retire wealthy. That was the promise. But just 1 year later, the promise was challenged. In 1997, Robert Kiyosaki released Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He didn't just revise the old rules, he flipped them upside down. He warned that inflation is coming, that taxes are going to rise, that 401ks are ultimately a trap, that savers will become losers. Now, he was mocked. There was overwhelming evidence that the system outlined in The Millionaire Next Door that it was working just as planned. But just 3 years later, he was proved right as everything changed. From 2000 to 2002, the market dropped by nearly 50%. Millions of people, hardworking Americans, watched their retirement savings vanish. Imagine retiring in 1999 only to see half of your portfolio wiped out by 2002, even at the same time while you were withdrawing money just to survive during retirement. It was a devastating 1-2 punch, market losses plus forced withdrawals. And in that moment, a new fear for retirees took root. What if I run out of money in retirement? But by 2007, the market had partially recovered. Hope started to return. Maybe it was a one-time blip on the radar, until the next blow came, just as account balances were beginning to recover. In 2008, the long-built housing bubble finally burst. At least that's what Wall Street called it. But let's be honest, this wasn't just a housing problem, it was a system problem. Banks, lenders, and Wall Street engineered the risk, inflated the values, and then gave it a name that placed the blame on the homes, not on the ones who built the bubble in the first place. In 2008, the S&P dropped by 40%. Trillions of dollars vanished. People who had just recovered again lost everything. Retirees postponed dreams. Some even had to go back to work. Those nearing retirement lost yet again another decade of lost gains. But this time, it wasn't just a failure, it was an expose. The truth started to come out. Wall Street didn't just get caught in the crash, they caused it, and then profited from it. Documentaries and movies, carefully crafted narratives, started to pull back the curtain and show what was actually going on behind the scenes in Wall Street. From the movie The Inside Job in 2010, to The Big Short in 2015, to Frontline's documentary series called The Retirement Gamble, all the way to The Wolf of Wall Street. The message was clear. The system is rigged. The game, it's built for them, and you're the one funding it. 2008 changed everything. It didn't just reveal the cracks, it exposed the rot. Wall Street had built a machine on the backs of financially untrained Americans. people who were raised to trust a carefully crafted retirement script. They were never taught how money really works, they were just taught to follow a system, the same system that their parents had used, how to delegate their future to someone else. While everyday Americans lost time, money, and hope, the very institutions that caused the crash, they were rewarded. Wall Street and the big banks were bailed out. They were deemed too big to fail by the same government that was supposed to protect the people. They got hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money. And at the same time, they kept collecting their fees, estimated to be between $150 to $250 billion per year. It was all out in the open now. The government, Wall Street, and the banks were all working together. And it wasn't to serve the American dream, it was to protect their system. Even the creators of the system began to speak out. Ted Benna, the father of the 401k, admitted, "If I were starting over from scratch today, I'd blow up the existing structure." He called the 401k his biggest regret, seeing how it had become a tool to enrich Wall Street instead of empowering Americans. John Bogle, the founder of Vanguard, warned us that the tyranny of compounding costs is what is devastating the miracle of compounding returns. He knew Wall Street's real game. Take their cut whether you win or lose. And just when it seemed like trust had finally broken, the Wall Street marketing machine, selling the American dream, roared back to life. Wall Street repackaged the same game with new branding, fresh regulations to restore confidence, flashy new funds and retirement products to reduce costs, shiny brochures, new jargon, and bold promises to beat the market. They launched the next version of the old game, and just like before, people went back to work. Old habits, they die hard. So they followed the prescribed path, again hoping for a better outcome, maybe this time. And from 2009 to 2021, the market soared, averaging a 16.4% year-over-year return. The dream started to flicker back to life. But while Wall Street revived the euphoria, another player was quietly creating chaos behind the scenes in a way that was almost invisible to the untrained eye: the US government and the Federal Reserve. When Robert Kiyosaki released Rich Dad Poor Dad, it wasn't just to talk about money, it was a warning. Even before the system began to visibly crack, he saw what most had missed. The real threat to the American dream wasn't market volatility, it was the math behind government spending. Since 2000, the US government, hand in hand with the Federal Reserve, has been on a reckless and unsustainable path, hidden behind academic-sounding terms like modern monetary theory or modern monetary policy. In the name of solving problems, they did what governments always do: spend money that they don't have, for causes that they claim are noble, while leaving future generations to pay the price. They printed money to fund everything. Endless wars, wars overseas, wars on drugs, wars on sicknesses like COVID, bailouts for the banks and Wall Street because they were too big to fail, trillions in stimulus checks sold as relief, but designed to keep the working class distracted while inflation robbed them of their future. At the same time, they held interest rates near zero for over a decade, fueling cheap borrowing and driving up asset prices, especially in real estate. The median home price soared from $110,000 in 2000 to nearly $500,000 today, a 250% increase. And when you look behind the curtain of Oz, you see, from 2000 to the end of 2024, the money supply exploded, from $4.6 trillion to over $22 trillion, a 5x increase in new money floating in the economy. The national debt ballooned from $5.6 trillion to over $37 trillion, a 6x surge that effectively mortgaged the future of anyone with money parked in tax-deferred accounts. All that newly printed money chasing the same goods and services has exposed the real thief of savers: inflation, quietly robbing you of your future purchasing power. In 2022, after yet another COVID-era spending spree, inflation peaked out as high as 9.1%, the highest in over 40 years. But it wasn't just a temporary spike. Even as inflation slowed, Americans could feel the reality. Since 2022, the cost of living has risen permanently by more than 20%. And that change doesn't just go away, it compounds into the future, making the traditional retirement dream uncertain at best for anyone still following the carefully curated plan. Today, Americans have to face a sobering reality: the math no longer works. 71% of all retirement assets are in the stock market, representing over $40 trillion, sitting in retirement accounts, most of it tax deferred. But here's the only math that matters. How big does your account balance need to be to replace your paycheck for life without the fear of running out of money? Let's say you want $10,000 a month in future spendable income 30 years from now. Assuming just a 3% inflation rate and a 25% tax rate, you'll need to have saved $9.7 million. Now compare that to the average retirement account balance in America of just over $113,000. This is the math Wall Street never wants you to run. They promote the safe withdrawal rate of 4% as the path to retirement freedom. But when you factor in things like inflation and taxes, the hidden forces quietly destroying your future, it becomes clear. Savers aren't just behind, they're losing by design. It's a mathematical certainty.
Savers are losers.
And it's not just the numbers that are broken, it's the entire playbook. You see, the rules of money, they've changed, but most people are still playing by the old ones. Rules that worked for our great-grandparents and maybe even our grandparents, but can't possibly work for us today. Let's be honest, it is mathematically impossible to go to school, to earn enough, to save enough, to get a high enough return to ever outpace taxes and inflation. The answer isn't to fix a broken system, it's to stop playing that game altogether. Because while Wall Street was selling you dreams that cost your entire life to chase, an underground revolution has been quietly unfolding here on Main Street, the ownership economy. People are waking up. They're taking ownership of their mindset, their money, and their future. They're learning the new rules of money and using their dollars to buy real assets, not paper promises. And here's the twist. The very forces destroying traditional retirement, inflation, taxes, and interest rates, are making the new wealthy even wealthier. While inflation eats away at market accounts, it drives up the value of real assets like income-producing real estate. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility. You didn't break the system, but if you want freedom, real freedom, you can't keep playing by the broken rules, because hope is not a strategy. And Wall Street doesn't care if you win, they make more money when you lose. It's time for a new game. The wealthy have learned to use inflation, taxes, and leverage as tools, not as threats, to turn paper money into real income-producing assets, and to measure their success by cash flow, not by net worth. This is where the passive income machine fits in. It's not about retiring at 65, it's about living free now. It's about building a system that produces predictable, reoccurring cash flow for the rest of your life. A system that turns income into freedom and is designed to win in this economy and in any economy. It's built on real financial principles. It's about building a game that you cannot lose. It's about rising above the broken system and reclaiming the one thing that they can never print more of: your time. All it takes is one decision: to walk away from the system that's been keeping you trapped. Cross the bridge and start building real wealth off of Wall Street and right here on Main Street. My friends, you've now spent your proverbial 55 minutes to understand the problem, and that means the solution is actually simple. Build wealth outside of Wall Street, use the passive income machine, and finally live free. What you are about to see will change the way you look at money, retirement, and freedom forever. Over the next 30 minutes, you're about to discover a truth you've probably felt deep down for years. The retirement system is broken, and it was never built to set you free. Once you see this truth, you can't unsee it. But you can choose what you do with it. If you don't want to know the truth of the financial system that you are tied to, you can simply shut this video off right now. Go back to the quiet desperation of not knowing, and you'll never ever retire. Or at least if you do, you'll never retire with confidence. Or you can stay with me and see for yourself the truth behind the world you've been sold. The Wall Street illusion. From the moment you earned your first paycheck, you've been conditioned to save, to sacrifice, and to delay your life for a promise that was never meant to be kept. And the hard truth about this is savers are losers. Not because saving is bad, but because saving inside of a system designed to fail will never be enough. The dream of retirement is the carrot on a stick keeping millions in line, year after year, decade after decade, chasing something that they'll never actually catch. So my friend, this is your moment. Blue pill, you wake up tomorrow and nothing changes. but the red pill. You see the truth, and I'll show you exactly how deep this rabbit hole goes. I remember the first time I read those words, savers or losers, in the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. At first I thought Robert Kiyosaki was crazy, offensive even. It felt like he was attacking everything I'd been taught about money and success. But then I did something that most people never do. I sat down and I ran the numbers. I faced the hard truth. I wasn't winning the game. I was losing slowly while thinking I was doing everything right. And I wasn't just checking a few boxes, I was following their carefully laid out plan to the letter. I went to school, I got the degree. In fact, when I first read Rich Dad Poor Dad, I was grinding through a master's program on nights and weekends while still holding down my full-time job because I believed more education was the key to retiring early. By day, I had a high-pressure corporate job. I traveled the country, I took on big projects, I managed the stress, and I pushed myself to climb the corporate ladder as fast as possible because the more money I could earn, I thought the more money I could save. I maxed out my 401k to get that perceived free money. Once that was fully funded, I then opened up a brokerage account. I turned to guys like Jim Cramer, hunting for an edge in the market. I was playing their game exactly the way that they told me to play it. And yet, I was still losing. Kiyosaki saw this coming back in 1997, when the retirement game still appeared to be working for some people. But he saw the cracks forming and issued the book as a warning. That warning, nearly 30 years ago, is now full-blown reality. So in this training, you're going to run your own numbers and see the truth for yourself with your money and your retirement goals. But before we get to the math, let's answer a simple question. What does savers or losers actually mean? I mean, what are savers really losing? Most people think if I put my money in the market, it's going to grow over time. And generally, they're right. The market over a long enough period of time does tend to deliver a positive return and increase the value of your portfolio. So how could you possibly be losing? Well, to answer that, we have to get really clear on one thing. What is saving really? Here's the first mental shift. You don't actually want money. I mean, think about it for a minute. Money is just paper or a number on a screen. It's worthless on its own. What you really want is what money can do for you. Peace of mind and security, the confidence you can weather life's storms, maybe a nicer home, a better school system for your kids. Freedom to travel, to create, to enjoy life without asking permission. The energy to be fully present with your kids, not just the exhausted, stressed out weekend warrior version of you that they're used to seeing. The freedom to take guilt-free date nights with your spouse, to keep that spark alive. Maybe it's the ability to pursue your deepest dreams and adventures while you're still young enough to enjoy them. Money's greatest intrinsic value is that it gives you more options in life and more control over your time. So saving then is really just deferred spending. It's your hope that one day you're going to have both the money and the time to live life on your own terms. But here's the danger, my friend. If you follow the traditional path, saving diligently, putting your money in the market, and postponing your dreams until one day, that day may never come. And if it doesn't, you don't just lose financially, you lose the game of life. Because money is nothing more than a receipt for your time traded. And if you store those receipts in a broken system that can't guarantee that you'll ever get your time back, you've traded away the best years for a promise that may never be kept. And the evidence today is overwhelmingly clear. 49% of the middle class will retire at or near poverty. I mean, think about that for just a minute. 49% of the coveted middle class is going to retire not just with a little bit less, but at or near poverty. 80% of people who do retire are going to fall short of their retirement needs. 81% of people nearing retirement, meaning they have less than 10 years until they want to retire, have only $250,000 total saved, and only 14% of workers feel confident that they're ever going to have enough to retire. Many have already given up. They've resigned to the idea that their families or the government will have to take care of them when they no longer can work for money. They've shifted into living fully in the moment, and honestly, I can't blame them. But it's also why so many hardworking Americans can't handle an unexpected expense of $600 because they're spending everything that they have just to get through today. Yet despite all of this, millions keep playing the same old game, hoping for a different outcome. They keep trading away their lives now for the hope of buying them back later. This is the conundrum that Kiyosaki was warning us about when he said savers are losers. And it all boils down to one question. A question that you've probably never been taught to ask. How big does my retirement account need to be to replace my paycheck without the fear of ever running out of money? You're not told to think this way because Wall Street, well, they don't want you to know for two reasons. Reason number one, most advisors don't actually know the answer. They're not true advisors. They're salespeople selling you the idea of retirement in exchange for the right to manage your money and charge you for the privilege of doing so. Reason number two, well, it's the biggest deceit of financial advisors. The ones who do know the answer, well, they usually avoid it because revealing the truth would shatter the carefully crafted illusion that you can save your way to retirement and your dreams with a properly diversified portfolio. It would expose the fact that their model isn't built to get you free. It's built to keep you invested with your money under their management forever. So they keep you distracted with rate of return charts, growth projections, diversification pie graphs, and target date funds. But in the end, it's all just noise. It pulls your attention away from the only question that truly matters. How much do you need to have saved to produce the one thing you actually want? Income you can't outlive. Let's be honest, you're not saving because it's fun. You're saving because you want the freedom to spend in your future on the things that you'd be doing today if work was optional. So watching your net worth or your retirement balances go up, it might feel good, but that's only because you've never been given an objective way to measure real success. Well, my friend, that changes now. Success in the game of money is really simple when we understand that saving is simply deferred spending. So with that understanding in mind, success is maximum spendable income for life with confidence, control, and freedom. So to really answer the retirement question, let's start with an analogy. Imagine you're stranded on a desert island. There's enough food, but no fresh water. You don't know how long you're gonna be there. Days pass and you begin to feel more desperate, like maybe this could be it. Then miraculously, a barrel washes ashore. You crack it open and to your astonishment, it's filled with cool, fresh drinking water. Relief floods your body. You plunge your head down to take a big sip of this life-giving water, but just before you take that first sip, a thought crosses your mind. How long does this water have to last? Can it ever be refilled? And what if rescue never actually comes? Without answers to those questions, you know that that barrel of water represents everything that you need to survive. So as you dip a cup in the water and take one little sip, you realize that the water inside of that barrel is the only thing you have, and a gnawing fear begins to take root. Without clear answers to those questions, how much water are you actually going to drink? Well, the answer is clear, as little as possible, as little as necessary, because you know that as soon as the water runs out, you die. That's kind of what retirement feels like for most people. They've worked, they've saved, they've sacrificed, but when the paychecks stop, all they have is a barrel of money. This is the idea of net worth, and a fragile hope that that barrel of money will last longer than they do, that they won't outlive their money. Now, I want you to picture your retirement journey another way, like a mountain climb. So to start getting into the math of this, I want you to start picturing your retirement journey another way, kind of like a mountain climb. There are two parts to every climb. There's the ascent for sure. It's getting to the top of that mountain, taking a selfie and saying, I did it. But you're not actually done yet. In order for the journey to be successful, there's not only the ascent of the mountain, there's the descent of the mountain safely coming back down. Getting to the top is only halfway. Real success is making it safely back down. Retirement works the same way. There are two phases to this journey. Phase number one is the accumulation years. This is when you're going up the proverbial financial mountain. You're working, you're saving, you're watching your portfolio grow, hoping that it will be enough to retire. During this phase, if and when the market drops, it's frustrating, but it's not life-threatening. Because at this point, your lifestyle isn't funded by your portfolio. It's covered by your paycheck or your business income. So when the market dips, your advisor says, hey, it's okay. The market always comes back. And for the most part, they're right. You wait it out and eventually the losses rebound. But in phase two, when you cross the proverbial tip of the mountain and go into the distribution years, the descent, everything changes. The rules of money change completely. You're no longer earning active income at this point in your life. Your lifestyle depends entirely on your portfolio. Market losses aren't just paper losses anymore. They directly threaten your ability to pay the bills and enjoy retirement and ensure that your money doesn't run dry. Now, Wall Street knows this. They understand that the market is risky, and they do have a solution for you coming back down this proverbial retirement mountain. Their solution is helping you keep your money in the market And in order to solve this mathematically, they turned to an approach called the Monte Carlo effect. And in order to solve this, they brought in a bunch of researchers, statisticians, and mathematicians to run what are called Monte Carlo simulations, which are a way to stress test retirement plans through thousands of possible futures. I want you to think about Monte Carlo simulations kind of like Doctor Strange in Avengers: The Endgame. When the Avengers were facing impossible odds, Doctor Strange used his powers to look into 14 million different possible futures. He saw every variation of how the future could possibly play out, and he found one path where they actually won. That's kind of like a Monte Carlo simulation. It's running all of the variations and seeing the paths that give you the highest probability of winning. And remember, game of retirement, winning is maximum spendable income without the fear of running out of money. So Monte Carlo simulations do the same thing with your money. They take historical market data, returns, volatility, interest rates, and they run thousands of what-if scenarios, shuffling good years and bad years in every imaginable sequence. Then with future projected outcomes of market performance, then they start withdrawing various different percentages from your portfolio as retirement income. And in those withdrawal scenarios, they want to know how many of those futures result in you surviving without running out of money in retirement. The goal was to find a safe withdrawal rate, the amount of money that you could confidently take each year that lets you enjoy the good years, survive the bad ones, and feel confident that you won't run out of money in retirement. But what they discovered, the answer to the retirement dilemma, you'll never see in their glossy marketing brochures. You know, those carefully staged pages with smooth, ever-rising charts and smiling couples on sailboats. Behind the feel-good imagery was a far less glamorous reality, one that could shake the very foundation of Wall Street's retirement promises. Their simulations revealed 3 unavoidable problems every retiree faces when coming down the proverbial retirement mountain and relying on a volatile portfolio for your retirement income. Problem number 1 is you can't spend average returns. Problem number 2, the timing of your losses matter a lot. And problem number 3, losses plus withdrawals are a double negative impact. So let's look at each one of these problems in isolation so you understand the challenges behind the concept that savers are losers. Problem number 1 is you can't spend average returns in retirement. Now, Wall Street loves to hide behind the narrative that over a long enough period of time, the market's average performance is positive. And technically, it's true. But in retirement, it's a dangerous half-truth, one that can quietly destroy your income plan. So let's tackle this misleading idea of average versus actual returns with a slightly extreme example. Imagine you have a financial advisor who guarantees you an average return of 25% if you invest with him or her for 4 years. Now you're thrilled. You hand over $100,000 and start dreaming about how fast your money's gonna grow at a 25% average annual return. So in year 1, he delivers a 100% return. Your $100,000 doubles to $200,000. You're ecstatic. In year 2, things start to slip a little bit. He loses 50%, dropping you back down to $100,000. But by year 3, he's got things figured out again, and true to his promise, he bounces back with another $100,000 gain. You're back to having doubled your money back to $200,000. And in year 4, he takes a well-earned break and loses 50% again. Back to $100,000 your portfolio goes. And at the end of 4 years, you're furious. You started with $100,000 and you ended with $100,000. And when you confront this financial advisor, he smiles and says, "But I did exactly what I promised. Your average return over those 4 years was 25%. And on paper, he's right. Add up the returns. A positive 100 year, a negative 50% year, another positive 100% year, and a negative 50% year. Divide those 4 numbers by 4 and you get 25%. But your actual return is far different. Your actual return is 0. That's the problem with average returns. They look great in marketing, but they can be wildly misleading. This brings us to problem number 2. The timing of losses matters a lot. In retirement, when you experience negative returns can make or break the longevity of your portfolio. And it's something that neither you or the most expensive Wall Street advisor can ever control. A bad year early in retirement can literally devastate the long-term survivability of your portfolio. So we're gonna run another fairly extreme example to really prove the point. Let's say you enter retirement with $1 million portfolio with an average return of 10%, split evenly over 30 years. 15 years with positive 30% gains, and 15 years with negative 10% losses. Regardless of any order of the math, the average return of your 30-year portfolio in this example is 10%. The actual return, no matter how and when you experience your losses, is 8.17. But here's the critical distinction. While the order of returns doesn't affect your average return, it dramatically impacts how much you can actually withdraw to support your lifestyle. So let's start with the unlucky side first. So if you're unlucky and you start your retirement with 15 straight losing years of negative 10%, you could safely withdraw about 1.86% of your portfolio, or $18,067 per year from $1 million portfolio, even though your 30-year average return is still 10%. And you can see over 30 years stacked with 15 negative years up front and 15 positive years on the back end, drawing $18,000 per year leads you to just about zero at the end of 30 years. Now, if you're lucky and you start with 15 straight winning years, you could safely withdraw 24.86% annually. That's $248,000 a year from the exact same portfolio with the exact same 10% average return, just a different order of returns. In the second scenario, you can see drawing almost $250,000 every single year, but because we flipped the order of returns, your positive returns came first and your negative returns came last, you can draw significantly more retirement income. These two examples are the difference between retiring on canned dog food or retiring in luxury. And it's all determined by something completely outside of your control, when those down years hit. This brings us to the third and final problem that Wall Street had to solve to give people confidence that they could still leave their money in retirement and not run out of money before they ran out of time. Problem number 3 is losses plus withdrawals are a double negative hit. When you're retired, a market downturn isn't just an account statement dip, it's a threat to your ability to maintain your lifestyle all through your retirement. When you spend from your retirement savings in the same year that your investments lose money, the damage to your portfolio is magnified, and the recovery required is far greater. And listen, in retirement, this isn't theoretical. This is a very real problem that everyone retiring in Wall Street faces. It's exactly what fueled the retirement crisis in the dot-com bubble of 2000 to 2002, when retirees endured 3 straight years of losses while still needing money to survive. 3 years of double negative impacts, markets going down and money coming out, decimated their retirement portfolio, and it knocked millions of people out of retirement. So let's run another example. Let's say you retire with $1 million. Year 1, the market drops 10%. Your balance falls to $900,000. To get back to the $1 million though, you need to earn an 11% return the following year. But if you're retired in that year, you would still need income. Let's say that you only take a modest 4% withdrawal. That's $40,000. Now your balance drops to $860,000 with market losses and retirement income. Now to get back to the $1 million, you now need to earn a 16% return the next year just to get back to break even. That's the compounding effect of losses plus withdrawals. Let's look at the math to see how devastating this double hit can be. A 10% drop plus a 4% withdrawal equals a requirement for a 16% gain to recover. If it's a 20% drop plus a 4% withdrawal, you would need a 32% gain to get back to break even. If the market drops by 30% plus your spending in retirement, you would need a 52% gain the following year just to get back to break even. And if the market was cut in half, if there was a 50% drop plus you spent money in retirement, it's impossible. You would need a 117% return just to get back to break even. So when you're climbing up the proverbial retirement mountain, market losses, they're devastating on paper, but not in reality, right? You can continue to make money to fund your lifestyle. But when you flip the script and now you're on the descending part of the retirement mountain, you're coming down, now a market loss has a real negative impact because not only does the market lose, you have to take income out of your account in that same year. So with all of these problems to consider, Wall Street came up with one rule, the golden rule called the 4%. After running millions of Monte Carlo simulations, Wall Street had their answer. It was a formula for how much money you could safely withdraw each year and still have a decent shot of your money lasting all through retirement, if you wanted to live for about 30 years. So the technical definition of the 4% rule, as Dr. Wade Pfau describes, is a guideline for sustainable withdrawals from a retirement portfolio based on historical US market data, which suggests that if a retiree withdraws 4% of their portfolio in the first year of retirement and then adjust that amount every year for inflation, they have a high probability of not depleting their assets over a 30-year retirement. that. So in plain English, if you have $1 million saved, you can take $40,000 of first year retirement income and then only increase it for inflation each year after that for your best odds of not running out of money. So under that set of circumstances, this isn't really a plan for living abundantly, it's a plan for surviving. And if you can't imagine scraping by, or let alone living your retirement dreams on just 4% of your net worth, and you decide to spend more, well, you're stepping into very dangerous territory. The risk of now running out of money while you're still alive, it starts to skyrocket. And when you run out of money in retirement, it's not like you're running out with opportunity to go back to work. If you're in retirement and you run out 10 years in, now you're in your 70s, and you're left with a few harsh realities. Relying on your kids, surviving on Social Security, or heading back to work as a Walmart greeter. Now, this isn't a joke. It's the reality that millions of people who followed Wall Street's plan are facing right now. And as you can see on this graph, this shows the probability of running out of money at various distribution rates. Again, at 4%, you have about an 80% chance that you die with a positive portfolio. But if you increase that to just 5%, your probability drops to almost 50-50. At an 8% distribution rate, the odds of you running out of money in retirement are almost certain. So what does all of this mean in the real world? Let's run some math now, understanding what the 4% withdrawal rule confines us to. If you wanted to generate $10,000 a month in retirement income, and you wanted to follow the 4% rule, that would mean you would need to have $3 million saved. At $3 million, withdrawing 4% as annual income, that's how you get your $10,000 of annual income. But the median net worth of people in their 50s, planning for, preparing for, and hoping for retirement today is just $270,000. That's just 10% of the way to a $3 million portfolio. And you're here on this video having picked up the book to retire in 10 years or less because you know something. You might not be able to explain what you know, but you've felt it your entire life. There's something wrong with the story that you've been told about money, about retirement. You don't know exactly what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind. It's the uneasy feeling you get when you look at your 401k statement and wonder if it will really be enough. When you see the cost of everything rising faster than your savings. When you hear about people working well into their 70s, not because they want to, but because they have to. And deep down you know, the game, it's probably rigged. Wall Street knows the math. They created the 4% rule. It's their gold standard for retirement planning. And they do everything that they can to keep it out of your sight. Because if you knew the truth, you'd stop playing their game altogether. So here's the truth. According to the Federal Reserve and multiple independent studies, less than 35% of Americans believe that they're on track for retirement. Most people sense the problem. They ask questions, but clever advisors and Wall Street marketers keep redirecting them back to measuring their success based on their rate of return, their growth rates, back to the glossy charts, back to the illusion that if you just stay the course, everything will be fine. They love to brag about the average returns of 8 to 10%. They dangle the big years like 2013 and 2019 when the market gained about 29%. And they tell you to ride it out when the market drops 20%, like it did in 2022. But now you know the truth. Averages don't pay the bills in retirement. The 4% rule, it's not freedom, it's fear, it's scarcity. It's retiring with a smaller life than you once dreamed of, just so you can afford to safely go broke in retirement. Now you've seen the truth of the illusion. You now know the rules they operate by, the ones designed to keep you obedient, dependent, and behind the truth. Robert Kiyosaki, he warned us of this back in 1997 when he said, savers who play the Wall Street game, they're inevitably going to lose. Not just their money, but their freedom. They'll trade their entire life for a retirement built on fear and scarcity, never realizing that the game was never meant to set them free. My friend, this is your red pill. It's now time to run your numbers and watch how their rules play out in your life. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. Okay, my friend, now we're going to run your numbers using the calculator to help you see how far or maybe how close you are to retirement. Now, again, once we understand what the problem is, once we can see it with our numbers, with your numbers, it becomes so much easier to fix it. So let's go to the calculator that's associated with this training material. Okay, so here's the calculator. We're gonna go through this step by step. Now, this calculator is meant to help you see the problem that you're facing inside of your retirement path. If you're playing any version of the Wall Street game, you're going to calculate on this calculator how much income your assets are going to produce for you and what's required for you to even have the possibility to retire in 10 years or less. Remember, that's the mission of this book. That's the mission that you're now on, is it's not retiring one day with your fingers crossed, it's retiring in 10 years or less. So let's dive in one step at a time. Now, at the top of this calculator, there are just 4 inputs that you need to put in to be able to get the outputs that the calculator is going to provide you. At the bottom of the calculator, on the left-hand side, it's going to give you the results, the current and the future pathway that you're on based on what you put in up above. On the right side of this calculator, it's going to give you what would be required for you using Wall Street, using market-based systems to have a shot at retiring in 10 years. Okay, so let's go through it step by step. Now, I'm going to use my numbers, but this is obviously when you're going to put in your numbers. The very first time I ran this math in my own life, I was about 30 years old. I had just lost all of my money in the 401k, in the brokerage account, in the markets, and this is what opened me up to start looking at alternative pathways. This is when I found Rich Dad Poor Dad, and when he said savers are losers, and I thought there's no way he could be right. And so after spot checking and verifying and doing some deeper dives, I found out the math behind that statement of what savers or losers are. You now have the math from chapter 2 of the book. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put in your age. At the time, I was 30 years old. So at age 30, now I have a trajectory to go on. I want to be able to retire at age 40. Now, one little caveat, one little side note, if your money's in a 401k or an IRA or something that has to do with a qualified retirement plan, it's almost impossible for you to retire early if that's where your money's at. You can't actually take money out of those accounts until you're 59 and a half under today's rules without a 10% penalty. Meaning, even if I had enough money, even if I had accumulated enough money in my 40s, I still couldn't retire without a 10% penalty by taking money out of those accounts early. So, side note on that, okay? But I'm 30. Now, the next thing you're going to do in here is you're going to enter your current annual income, or at least the income that you want in retirement. Now, for me, I was making about $150,000 a year. At the very least, I wanted to have the same lifestyle that I was living during my working years. So I put $150,000 in here. Now I'm giving the retirement calculator something that it shoots for. How big does my net worth, how big do my savings need to be to give me a shot at producing $150,000 of income? The next step is you're going to put in how much you're saving for retirement every single year. For me, I was saving at the low end about $20,000. But when I was really pushing it, I was trying to save $30,000, $35,000, sometimes $40,000 a year. So for me, let's go right in the middle. Let's say I'm saving $30,000 a year. Now, this is my input into the system. I want to replace $150,000 of income. I'm willing to give the system $30,000 a year to feed it. And the last one is, what is my starting point? Take all of the assets that you have, whether it's in a 401k, if it's in a brokerage account, don't include equity in your primary residence, but anything that you could start considering as a source for future retirement income, add all of those balances up and put a number in this fourth box. For me, I just crossed $100,000 in all of my accounts. Then they all dropped down to $28,000, but I'm going to put in the $100,000, okay? I'm going to put in the $100,000 to give myself a little bit of cushion because I knew I was capable of having 100 before the market took its hit on me. So now the retirement calculator has everything it needs. I have my age, I have my income that I want to replace, I have my input into my retirement plan, and I have my starting point of $100,000. Now remember, I'm calculating this based on 10 years. So we're going to come down here to the bottom, and on the left-hand side, you're going to look at your numbers, my numbers in this example. This is what now the first number that I want you to consider. After 10 years, following the retirement plan, if I started with $100,000 and I put in $30,000 a year and I got the average return that the market delivers, then after 10 years, I would have a big enough portfolio to generate for me at that time $1,833 per month in income. Now, that sounds all right, but I wanted to retire in 10 years. Now my account balance is only big enough to deliver $1,800 every single month, not $150,000 a year. So now the next thing is, how close from a percentage standpoint am I after 10 years to the retirement income that I wanted to replace $150,000? Now I'm 14.6%. So after 10 years of work, after diligence, after savings, after discipline, I've only made it 14% of my goal. Now in this example, after 10 years, I'm now 40. right? I'm now 40, and now I'd have to go another 10 years and hope that I could start bridging the gap faster in 10 more years after that. If I only gain another 14%, now I'm 28% of the way to my goal, and now I'm in my 50s. Do you see how problematic this is? Okay, now based on the path that I'm on right now, I'm going to have enough to retire, a big enough portfolio, big enough account balance, which in this example, using the 4% rule, I would need $3.7 million to justify a 4% distribution, netting me $150,000 of gross income per year. So now, at age 66, given the inputs that I've put in, if I'm capable and willing to save $30,000 per year for the next 33 years, from age 30 all the way to, or 36 years, from age 30 all the way to age 66, I'll have a $3.7 million portfolio. Now, in the next training, we're going to add inflation on top of this, but for this one, we're going to keep it right here at 3.7 million. Now, I want you to take a moment really quick and look at your numbers. How do those numbers make you feel? Are you further away? Does it confirm a suspicion that you already had? Are you closer than you previously thought? I mean, good, bad, or ugly, the truth will set you free. Once you understand the system that you're using, how that delivers income, it helps you see what's possible and ultimately what's not possible. On the right-hand side now, we can look at what would be required if I continue to focus on the market as my source of retirement planning, what I would have to do or earn in the next 10 years to have enough to be able to retire. Meaning, how could I turn $100,000 net worth, saving $30,000 a year in income, to $3.7 million so I could take a 4% distribution in 10 years from now? In order to do that, I would have to earn a 33% annualized rate of return. 33%. Or if I can't earn that much in the market, which I don't know any mutual fund that does that, I'd have to find a way to save $22,000 additionally per month, or an additional $266,000 per year. I'd have to save more than I'm making just to have a shot at doing this. And the reason there's two sides of this equation is, again, I want you to come back to the statement that Robert Kiyosaki said. When he said savers are losers, he's not saying you're a loser. He's not saying savers or saving is a bad thing. What he's saying is when you're saving your money in a broken system, you're going to lose the game of money. And losing the game of money isn't just losing money, it's losing life, it's losing time, it's losing the opportunity cost of what could have been. So my friends, now that you have your calculator, here's going to be my admonition, my request, and my challenge to you. Take a screenshot of your savers or losers number. Take a screenshot of this right here exactly and post it in our social community. Declare to the world that you realize and understand a truth that will now set you free. That saving in a broken system will inevitably lead you to losing the financial game and likely lead you to losing the life game as well. You'll trade the majority of your life for something that was never intended for it to work out. Post in your results into the social community and let us support you on the path from crossing the bridge from using Wall Street to prepare for retirement to getting your money off of Wall Street. That's the biggest step. Off of Wall Street, which is what section 2 of the book is all about, is where the possibility of retiring in 10 years or less opens up to you. No matter where you're starting from, stopping to play a losing game allows you to start playing a winning game. Post your results now in the social community and let us give you a high five and let you know that we've all been there as well. Now you're starting on a solid foundation with the truth backing you up. As I hinted at in the close of the last video, what you're about to see will take you beyond understanding inflation and straight into the truth behind it. This isn't just history, it's the origin of a plan whispered into existence in secrecy and darkness over 100 years ago. It was designed to outlive generations and to bleed nations dry. A plan that today dominates the entire global financial system. Its aim was clear from the very beginning: to quietly siphon wealth from the many to the few who control the system. Some of what you'll see will change your perspective forever. And if you choose to keep watching, understand this: you are ignoring a very real warning. You don't need to see this. You already have enough knowledge to win with the wealth forces instead of being crushed by them. What I'm about to show you might come as a shock, especially if you've never questioned how our financial system really works. And for those of you who think you already know most of how the system works, this video will fill in the missing pieces and complete the picture. Because inflation, it's not an accident, it's manufactured. And the uncomfortable notion that America's system is for the people by the people will give way to a new uncomfortable truth. that the American financial system was built to extract from the people in service of an out-of-control government and the banking cartel who stands behind it. Deep down, you've probably always known something was off, but maybe you never looked at it head on. Like a monster under the bed, you've learned to live with it. Today, we're going to drag that monster into the light. This monster has a name. It's known as the creature from Jekyll Island. And if you're ready to look at it square in the eyes and see the most powerful and devious plan ever created to steal from the American people under the banner of safety, security, and manufactured inflation, then join me for this 5-act docuseries. Act number 1, the birth of a secret monster. 6 men representing a quarter of the world's wealth boarded a train with no records, no last names. To the world, they were duck hunters. That was their cover story at least. But in reality, they were hunters of something much, much deeper. The wealth of nations. Behind closed doors, they were building a bank, a private one, with the power to create money out of thin air, lend it to the government for a fee, and collect interest on every single dollar in circulation. This was the origin of the modern banking system, the birth of global finance as we know it today, and the moment inflation was baked into the economy by design. It's not speculation, my friends, this isn't theory. It's a documented conspiracy, a factual account of how your savings are siphoned and how every boom and bust for the last century has been engineered to move wealth from the poor and the middle class to the richest few in America. So let's start with November 1910. The train heads south to Jekyll Island, Georgia, a private resort owned by none other than J.P. Morgan himself, the most powerful banker at the time. For 9 days, behind locked doors in Morgan's mansion, the most powerful bankers, politicians, and world leaders designed the Federal Reserve, a central bank that the American people would never knowingly vote for. The mission of the central bank was clear. Number 1, form a banking cartel to control credit and currency. Number 2, disguise it as government institution for the people. And number 3, use fear from the panic of 1907. When the collapsing copper prices triggered bank runs and a national liquidity crisis as emotional leverage to sell the public on the need for stability. The trip and the need for secrecy was coordinated by J.P. Morgan, using the crisis as the cover to push through a plan that would forever change America's money. The result was the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The Federal Reserve Act wasn't passed, it was smuggled into law under the cover of Christmas. It was rushed through Congress just 2 days before Christmas Eve, when most of the lawmakers had already gone home to their families. It slipped into existence while the nation was distracted. It was wrapped in the language of progress and safety. It promised the stability that Americans craved. But beneath the gift wrap was a weapon sold as protection, but designed for complete servitude. And stability, well, that was only the marketing pitch, because beneath the reassuring words lay the very scheme that J.P. Morgan and his co-conspirators had crafted in secrecy on Jekyll Island on that day. A plan designed not to protect the public, but to secure the power and profits for the creators and inside operators of this brand newly formed banking system. It was the deceitful beginning of a system that has robbed literally millions of dollars, probably billions and even trillions of dollars through carefully engineered wealth transfers from the bottom all the way up. A system never designed to free the people, but to bind them. This bill socialized losses through the government while privatizing gains through the banking systems for the very institutions causing the instability. That bill and the creation of the Federal Reserve set the stage for 2008, the meltdown that wiped out millions of people, while the same banks that created the bubble, they were bailed out by taxpayers, then paid themselves billions of dollars in bonuses. Before 1913, the Constitution was really clear. Only Congress could coin money. But the Federal Reserve Act, well, it changed everything. It handed the power to create money to private banks, literally from nothing, and charging the American people interest for the privilege of just using the money. It was the perfect system of voluntary servitude. The deeper people went into debt, the richer the banks became. And behind it all, working hand in hand, was the U.S. government with the Federal Reserve. Now, don't be fooled by its name. The Federal Reserve is not federal. It's privately owned and privately operated. It has no reserves, only the legal authority to print money on demand, backed by nothing but the government's promise to collect future taxes. Now listen, I know this sounds complex, even conspiratorial. That's by design. The secrecy, the complexity, it's intentional. It keeps Americans in the dark about what's really happening behind the scenes. Inflation isn't an accident, it's the plan. And if you think I'm exaggerating, watch this. Here's Jared Bernstein, the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, the man advising former President Joe Biden on the economy and the use of the very monetary system. Here, he is struggling to explain how the system works. He himself doesn't understand the levers that he's pulling.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, cause it's like, the government clearly prints money, it does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing there.
As you can see, even many at the top, they're pawns in this game. They know how to pull the levers to solve their own short-term problems with printed money, but often they have no grasp of the deeper design. A design which every new dollar created quietly transfers wealth from the unknowing to the knowing, siphoning not just money, but futures and freedom at the same time. This brings us to Act 2, the magic trick, how money really works. What they built on Jekyll Island, it wasn't really a bank. It was a machine for theft. Listen, it prints money from thin air and it binds Americans to that machine, to the monetary system forever, or at least as long as we're using the dollars backed by the US government. The more money they create, the more was stolen through the concept of inflation. With the full backing of the US government, this machine appeared legitimate. But in truth, it was backed only by your labor. Taxpayers tricked into believing that they live in a free system. Here's how it works. The Federal Reserve, they create new dollars and lend them to the government at an interest rate. From the moment each dollar is born, it is already in debt. Today, our money is literally debt because it's created from debt from the very beginning. Today, our currency is literally government-backed IOUs. And when we say government-backed, that means you're backing them. Your labor, your taxes are backing debt instruments. No gold, no production, just a keystroke and an endless stream of money to fuel Washington spending while draining your future. Author G. Edward Griffin exposed the truth behind the creation of the Federal Reserve and the role that they play in deceiving the American people, in charging them and stealing from their future by creating money out of nothing. He called this system the Mandrake mechanism, named after a comic strip magician who could make people see whatever he wanted. And that's exactly what this system does. It makes you believe that money is real, while quietly siphoning away your wealth, your future, and your freedom. The illusion that they've sold us is they tell you that new money is free and it's good for the economy. They give it noble names like stimulus, aid, and quantitative easing. But every new dollar steals from the ones you already have, quietly draining your savings through inflation. And that's why inflation isn't just an economic problem, it's immoral. It robs you of the value of your labor. If you can't store your labor in the form of money, you will work until the day that you die. And here's the real sleight of hand. The official definition of inflation is simply the rise in prices. That's the effect, not the cause. It's like describing a fever without mentioning the infection. It's not an accident. When people are confused, they blame the wrong things. The rich, the corporations, politicians, pandemics, anything but the real source of real inflation, the creation of new money. And that mechanism, that deceit, that's the point. Deceit is the most dangerous theft of all because it robs you of your ability to choose. Economist Milton Friedman said it plainly. He said inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. In other words, if you don't understand the cause of inflation, you can never fight it. And this is why presidents and Congress never talk about the cause. They only talk about the symptoms. Prices are up? Well, we better tax the rich. Economic slowdown? We'll print more money. Each solution treats the effect while making the cause that much worse, ensuring that the next crisis will be even that much bigger and that much harder to deal with. And it gets worse from here. Before 2020, banks could lend out at a 10-to-1 ratio, meaning for every dollar that you deposited, they could lend out 9 more that they didn't actually have. That's the essence of fractional reserve banking, made possible by the Federal Reserve. They lend far more money than they hold in reserves. Before 2020, they were required to keep 10% on hand. But since that time, the reserve requirement has dropped to effectively zero. That means if too many people walked into a bank today and demanded their money back at the same time, it wouldn't actually be there. The bank would collapse within a few hours. And you might ask yourself, well, why would a bank want to keep so little in reserves? Well, banks aren't in business to serve you, they're in business to serve themselves. The more money they can take and lend out, the more money they make, and it doesn't really matter if you lose money along the way. Because when that happens, if a bank defaults, the Federal Reserve, they swoop in, the same entity that created the money in the first place, and they bail them out. And how do they do that? Well, you guessed it, by creating more money, which only accelerates inflation. We all sort of know this on some level, but we play along because we were born into a system that we were taught to never question. We're told this is just how it works. But underneath all of this is a scheme designed to quietly siphon money, quietly siphon wealth away from the unaware to the aware. And just to rub it in, every time you make a deposit, they hand you a little sucker. Usually it's called a dum-dum. What looks like a symbol of customer service is really just mockery hiding in plain sight. Because in their game, you and I and anyone who's using the banking system as a consumer, well, my friends, you're the sucker. And in 2023, the trick, it was in full display. When Silicon Valley Bank collapsed, depositors panicked and they rushed to pull their money out. But it wasn't there. The bank didn't have it because under the rules of the system, they never really do. The Federal Reserve and the US government swooped in, not by pulling cash from a vault, but by creating it digitally and instantly to protect depositors. And just like that, billions of new dollars flooded into the system, quietly diluting the value of the money in your pocket. The banks were saved, the players at the top were profited, everyone else lost money, but those who were operating the system, well, they were protected. And the cost of all of this, well, it's quietly handed to you and I through new money created in the name of bailouts. Always to preserve the system, always to protect the confidence. But the price is the same. Inflation that eats your savings for years to come. The one inescapable truth behind this insidious creature is this. Inflation, it's not an accident, it's the plan. Today, inflation in the modern times is presented as a healthy part of a thriving, abundant economy. It's conditioning you to believe that inflation is natural. Yet every round of money printing makes life harder. It forces you to work longer for less while falling further and further behind. Frustration builds, and when it does, politicians, they swoop in, they make promises to fix it, they raise taxes on the rich, there's more regulation, there's bigger stimulus checks, it feels like relief. But every solution only accelerates the problem. Now that you've seen the trick, the sleight of hand that pulls wealth from your pocket without you ever feeling the hand slip inside, it's important that you understand this. This isn't bad policy or incompetence on the government side. It's a system engineered from the start to funnel wealth and your money upward, from the many who work to earn money to the few who control it. And this brings us to the part that they never want you to understand, because if you knew the full truth, how the money supply, interest rates, and credit cycles are deliberately manipulated, you'd see the next crisis before it ever happens. This brings us to Act 3, engineering economic crashes. The deeper you dig into our economy, the harder it is to shake the truth. Booms and busts, they're not random, they're engineered. The blueprint is actually pretty simple. Loosen credit and flood the market with cheap money. Fuel a speculative boom, drive prices far beyond reality, then tighten the screws. Restrict credit and trigger a collapse. Then once you do that, buy it all back for pennies on the dollar. Almost immediately after the Federal Reserve was created, the crash of 1929 happened. This was the first major test of the Federal Reserve. To the public, the outsiders looking in, it looked like a catastrophic failure. But now that you're beginning to understand why the Fed was really created, you can see it from their perspective. The crash of 1929, in fact, was a resounding success for those who were pulling the levers. Here's how it all went down. In the roaring 20s, the Fed kept interest rates artificially low, and credit started flowing freely. Ordinary Americans, your grandparents, were encouraged to borrow and speculate in the stock market. Leverage was insane. People could buy $10,000 of stock with only $1,000 down. Prices soared and wealth looked endless. But then in 1928, the Federal Reserve, they reversed course. They hiked interest rates sharply, choking off credit. The market began to crack. Insiders who had been warned quietly got their money out, and by October 1929, the bottom fell out. Stocks crashed nearly 90% over the next 3 years. Millions lost everything. Banks failed by the thousands. Families lost homes, farms, and businesses. But for the elite, the very people who had helped engineer the boom and the bust, it was a massive buying opportunity. In fact, an opportunity of a lifetime. They scooped up land, companies, and assets at fire sale prices. Here's a couple of examples. Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., father of JFK, shorted the market before the crash. Then he used the wreckage to buy up distressed assets for pennies. While ordinary Americans lined up at soup kitchens, Kennedy walked away massively wealthy. And the irony of all of this? A few years later, FDR appointed him as the first chairman of the SEC, the very agency meant to police this kind of speculation that he had personally profited from. The Morgans and the Rockefellers also capitalized on this crisis. J.P. Morgan's bank and its successors consolidated massive amounts of failed banks and companies, tightening up their grip on American finance. The Rockefeller interests, they expanded their empire by scooping up oil, utility, and banking assets at rock-bottom prices. Ordinary Americans lined up for bread, while insiders feasted on bargains. Out of the ashes, the empire grew larger than ever, because every crisis strengthens the creature, and each wreckage point brings more control, new agencies, deeper ties between banks and Washington, and a public more willing to surrender freedom in exchange for the illusion of security. This brings us to the crash of 2008. This cycle has repeated itself over and over since 1929. Each boom and bust crashes the markets, but not the insiders' balance sheets. In fact, they profit. Meanwhile, everyone else loses ground. It replayed in 2008. Reckless lending, exotic securities, Wall Street greed, and when the collapse hit, taxpayers, they were forced to bail out the same executives who caused it, reinforcing the power of the system, the structure, making those who are running it even more wealthy. This subtly reinforced the truth to Americans that the money system, it's meant for them, not you. And when they break it, it's our responsibility to bail them out, to reward them, and hope somehow after the reward we just gave them that they don't do it again. The bottom line is this: bailouts reward bad actors. Goldman Sachs, while selling toxic mortgage-backed securities to their clients, they were secretly betting against those very same securities. When the housing market collapsed, Goldman walked away with billions of dollars in profit, while their clients were wiped out. The bailouts, they weren't there to save Main Street. Those bailouts were meant to protect Wall Street. Citigroup, Bank of America, AIG, and several others, they took hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer relief and turned around and then paid out their executives billions of dollars of bonuses. In 2009 alone, the 9 biggest banks, they paid their executives $32.6 billion in bonuses, just months after being rescued with taxpayer money. These messages were clear. Recklessness in the pursuit of profits are rewarded. And if something breaks at the top, the Fed and the government, they're going to swoop in and they're going to bail out those institutions that are deemed too big to fail at the expense of the American taxpayer. For ordinary Americans, the crash meant foreclosures, lost jobs, and shattered retirement accounts. For the elites, it was business as usual. But to fully understand why these crises keep happening, we have to rewind back to 1971. Before that year, the US dollar, it was backed by gold. On paper, the money supply was anchored to something real. You could trade a $20 paper bill for $20 worth of precious metals. That limit kept the system somewhat in check. But here's the twist with that reality. For decades before Nixon's move, it had already been illegal for Americans to own most forms of gold. In 1933, the government forced citizens to turn in their gold and conduct business only in the US dollar. That meant by the time the dollar was backed by gold, the average American couldn't actually touch that gold. It was locked away in government vaults. In 1933, Americans were forced to surrender. They had to surrender their gold, their sovereignty, their ownership of a real asset, and live only on dollars, trust in a system. By 1971, when Nixon severed the dollar from gold, the stage was set. Overnight, money stopped being money. It became currency instead, backed by nothing but debt and the government's promise to tax in the future. From that day forward, there was no limit to how much could be created, and create they did. This brings us to Act 4, the scoreboard manipulation. In 1971, well, everything changed. When President Nixon closed the gold window, America, they were introduced to something new. Now, it was packaged as if it were a natural, even a healthy part of a modern economy, and it was called inflation. For decades before, the dollar was relatively steady. A gallon of milk, a loaf of bread, a gallon of gas, they didn't change much year to year. Savers, they were actually winners. You could set money aside, confident that it would hold its value and secure the same standard of living at some point in the future. But in 1971, all of those rules, they were wiped out and thrown away. The rules literally changed. Under the gold standard, the dollar's value was anchored. It was anchored, and new money could only be created as fast as gold reserves grew. That restraint, well, it kept inflation in check and prices relatively stable. But once the tether was cut and the Fed and the government were freed from those limitations, they could print at will, financing endless spending, endless desires, without directly raising taxes on Americans. Inflation, well, it became a hidden tax now, one you never have a vote on, but always end up paying. From 1971 all the way to 1999, inflation became a permanent feature of American life. Every year, things just got more expensive. You can see on the Consumer Price Index chart, the CPI, the government's official scoreboard for reporting inflation, it shows a steady climb upward. During this 30-year period, the average annual inflation rate was 5.2%. At that pace, the cost of living, it doubled roughly every 14 years. What had once been stable, the dollar, suddenly turned into a slow but relentless erosion of purchasing power. As Americans saw their futures being taxed indirectly because of rapid rises in prices, the government began to step in and try to control the narrative by manipulating what was used to calculate inflation. CPI has been a moving goalpost. Now, this is the government's standard. This is what they report the inflation to be, and they've changed this standard over and over and over again. Because here's the problem. If inflation is now baked into the system, the people footing the bill, the American worker and saver, couldn't be allowed to see the full extent of it. So the scoreboard itself has been rewritten. The government doesn't just report inflation, it defines it. And over time, that definition has been quietly reshaped, not to reflect reality, but to control the story, the narrative. This is the ultimate form of control. When those in power can get you to distrust your very own experience, they are winning. Because you watch groceries climb higher. Gas, it eats more out of your paycheck. Rent consumes more of your income. Yet you're told inflation is low. It's stable and it's under control. How do they pull all of this off? Well, they do it by changing the rules of the game. The first one is called the substitution effect. If steak gets too expensive, well, the CPI assumes you just naturally switch to chicken, even though you still want steak. This allows the CPI to report not a rise in price, but just a change in preference. The next one is hedonic adjustments. If your laptop costs the same, but has more processing power, CPI says it actually got cheaper, even though you spent the same dollars on that laptop. The third one is basket changes. Items that rise too fast in price, well, they can just be swapped out. And this diminishes and mutes the appearance of inflation. What began as a simple measure of your cost of living, it became a weapon of perception management, a scoreboard rewritten to control the story. CPI doesn't reflect your reality. It reflects the reality that they need you to believe. And the cruelest trick of all is you don't just lose your money, you lose your grip on reality itself, doubting your own eyes as the prices of everything rises around you and they tell you you must be crazy. That's not really happening. Now this is where the story takes yet again another twist. From 2000 onward, the official story is that inflation has been tame, about 2.5% a year. But ask any family struggling with housing, healthcare, tuition, groceries, or gas if inflation feels like it's just 2%, and they'll laugh through their pain. Housing has quite literally doubled. Healthcare has nearly tripled, and college tuition, it's quadrupled. So if the scoreboard is fake, how do you measure the real damage? Well, first off, you don't look at the points that they print. You look at the money supply itself. Milton Friedman, maybe the last honest economist, nailed it decades ago when he said inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. The more money they print, the more value your dollars lose. Which brings us to the last 25 years. And the presidents who proved inflation isn't a glitch in the system, it is the system itself. This brings us to Act 5, Modern Wars, Presidents, and the Bill That's Coming Due. By the year 2000s, Americans, they had just accepted that inflation was just a now normal part of the healthy economy. This is what we're going to have to deal with. That's when the real game began, because once people stop resisting inflation, those in power, they can print as much money as they want, so long as they wrap it in a noble cause. And unfortunately, nothing sells like war. Since the Fed's creation in 1913, the US has been involved in some form of a declared or even an undeclared conflict, whether military wars or policy-driven wars on poverty, drugs, terrorism, and most recently COVID, for nearly 90% of the time. Each of these wars provide the perfect excuse for unlimited borrowing and money creation. The government gets to spend money unchecked and reckless because we're at war. The banking system, they get to collect the interest, and the American people, well, they pay the price. So we're gonna look at the last 25 years of money printing. We're gonna look at Republicans and Democrats alike, beginning with George W. Bush. George W. Bush, Republican from 2001 to 2009. In the Oval Office, he was fighting wars on terror, the Iraq War, plus massive bailouts during the 2008 financial crisis. Under President Bush, the money supply grew 69%, from $4.9 trillion to $8.3 trillion now in circulation. That was a 7.8% increase in the money supply every single year during his presidency. Barack Obama came in, a Democrat, from 2009 to 2016. Barack Obama funded wars on terror, the drone warfare, Libya and domestic wars, and the war on poverty and healthcare. Under President Obama, the money supply grew by 46%. He increased it from 8.3 trillion all the way to 13.3 trillion. On average, he printed 6% more money every single year he was in office. Then, miraculously, and who knows how, Donald Trump beat out Hillary Clinton. He came in promising to restore fiscal sanity. He was a Republican from 2017 to 2020, but at the tail end of his presidency, he fought the war on COVID, and he unleashed the most aggressive bailout to fight the war on COVID that has ever been introduced to the American economy. Under Donald Trump, the money supply grew by 46%. Now that's a little bit misleading because it's already so big. He grew it from 13.3 trillion to 19.5, but on average, he printed 10% more money during his 4-year stint in the Oval Office. Then Joe Biden came in, a Democrat, from 2021 to 2024. He continued to fight the war on COVID. He was also fighting the war on climate change. He had equity programs, and he started funding the war in Ukraine. Under him, the monetary supply grew by 6.2%, from 19.5 trillion to 20.7. Now, under President Biden, this was only 1.6 per year. The Federal Reserve had actually raised interest rates to slow down the printing of money because of the massive impacts of Donald Trump, the previous president, fighting the war on COVID. Now, in 2025, at the time of this video recording, Trump is now back in office. He just passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it's packed with spending wrapped in appealing slogans. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that it's going to add anywhere from $3 trillion to the debt and slash revenues by $4.5 trillion over the next decade. Now, what's going to actually come to fruition, I don't know, but it's more spending in the name of fancy slogans and fighting all kinds of wars, from wars on drugs to war on immigration, and who knows what war is next. The bottom line is, they're different parties, Republicans and Democrats, but they're running the exact same playbook. They print money, they spend money, and they kick the day of reckoning down the road, robbing America's future for consumption today. Since 2000, the money supply has exploded by 375%, from 4.6 trillion to $22 trillion. That's an average of about 6% per year. And my friends, this is what I want you to understand. That's the real rate of inflation. It's not the 2% that they're trying to convince you to believe. The Fed wants you to believe it's 2%, but we all know what's going on. They're printing on average 6% more money every single year. That's the real rate of inflation. So now the monster is fully revealed. From 1971 onward, Americans have lived in a system where real inflation has hovered between 5 to 6% annually, enough to cut your purchasing power in half every 12 to 14 years. If you've been alive since 1971, your cost of living has doubled 3 to 4 times. What used to cost $1 back then, it now costs $12 to $22 today. A 1971 dollar has just 12 to 15 cents of purchasing power left. The result is a $37 trillion national debt. That's $323,000 for every taxpayer just to break even. But this isn't just a number on a screen, it's a ransom. The monster doesn't just eat your dollars, it devours your future. And the bill will be collected one way or another, through higher taxes, more inflation, endless money printing, or whatever scheme that's cooked up between Washington, the Fed, and their friends at the big banks. This system is reckless and it's out of control. I saw endless wars not as noble causes, but as excuses to print more money. Wars we couldn't win, or in some cases weren't even real wars to begin with. I saw inflation not as an accident, but as theft. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. For a time, I'll be honest, I was angry. I felt betrayed. I felt helpless, disenfranchised, like the game was rigged and I was just another pawn in their game. But then came a turning point. I realized I had a choice. I still had my freedom to choose how I was going to react to the truth I had now confronted. I could remain a victim of the system, or I could become a victor within that system. Once I understood the rules of money, the path actually became very, very clear. Use their system against them, turn fake money into real assets, play their game, but win it for myself, my family, and those I can impact. And that realization I'm grateful for because it became my personal battle cry, to rise up and to live free. Knowledge is only potential power. It becomes wisdom when it's actually applied. And now I invite you to join me, to rise up, to break free, and to live free. All change ever experienced in the world, it actually comes from the bottom up. It's never enforced from the top down. America doesn't need another politician. We need a cultural revolution. And that revolution, it starts with you. You being empowered with money, knowledge, and the will to demand change. So here's the reality. The boom and bust cycle, it's here to stay. It's part of their business model. The monster won't be reformed because those pulling the levers, they can't stop. The system literally has to inflate just to survive. And the most dangerous thing isn't the lie, it's the truth that you choose to ignore. You've now seen the monster. You know its name, you know its history, and you know its playbook. And you can't unsee it. This creature doesn't sleep. It feeds every day you play its game. You can't kill it, but you can starve it. You can siphon back what it stole, and you can win. Now the mask is off, you see the monster clearly, and the only question left is this. Will that monster keep feeding on you, or will you rise up, take control, and turn its own rules against the monster that is chasing you down? Rise up, live free, and join me in chapter number 4. In this video, I'm going to reveal to you the 4 economic forces that have been quietly shaping your financial reality for your entire life. Your awareness of these forces is the key to financial freedom. Once you see them, you can finally position yourself to use them to your advantage. And in the next section, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that with the passive income machine. Now listen, for most people, simply understanding these forces, it's enough to win. But if you're the kind of person that wants to go deeper, that wants to understand where these forces really come from and why they actually exist, I'm gonna give you that option before we wrap up. Now listen, that option to go on a deep dive with me, it's not for everyone. But if you choose to follow me there, you'll see the full picture, as dark and as ugly as it actually is. You and I were both born into a world where gravity, it's always been there. You can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't smell it, but it's there, pulling on you every second of every day. Because we were born into a world where gravity just is, we kind of take it for granted. We don't really question it, and if we didn't have a word for it, we just assume that's the way the world works. Now, if someone tried to force us to believe in gravity because we can't see it, we can't touch it, and we can't feel it, we might argue its existence. We might deny that a concept like gravity exists. And if we decided to debate gravity, we would learn the truth the hard way if we stepped onto a ledge and decided to test it out as we fell to the floor. But here's the thing, once you know about gravity, you can study it, you can understand it, you can learn to work with it. This is how we went from being stuck on the ground to flying through the air, to going into space where the rules of gravity change completely. Now, why am I bringing up a concept of gravity in the topic of conversation with money? Because money kind of works the same way. There are 4 economic forces that you've lived under your entire life, just as real, just as constant as gravity. And if you don't understand them, they'll quietly keep you grounded. But once you see them, you can start to use them to get lift and even escape the financial pull that's been holding you down for your entire life. Now, I wasn't always aware of these forces either. In my early 20s, when I decided to get my life together, I did exactly what I was told to do, the responsible thing. I didn't even question it. A responsible person goes to school so they can get a good job, so they can make good money, so they can save and invest in the market and eventually retire. So I followed the carefully crafted path, the yellow brick road, thinking anything, it would lead me to my version of Oz. I went to school, I graduated college, I committed to working hard and climbing the corporate ladder. My plan was relatively simple: make as much money as possible, save aggressively, invest the right way, and retire in my 50s. That's what I wanted, to retire early. Now, why retire early? Well, because I realized pretty quickly that I didn't like the corporate world. For me, it was just a means to an end. Get in, get what I needed, and then get out. I wanted to figure out what life with money, time, and options was really all about. I still remember my first paycheck after graduation. I carried it around with me all day like it was some kind of trophy, proof that I had made it. A college graduate, a professional job, an official paycheck in my hand. I waited until the end of the day to open it, wanting to savor the moment, but when I finally tore open the envelope and I saw the numbers, my stomach sank. I turned the check over a few times thinking maybe I'd missed something, but there it was, clear as day, nowhere near what I imagined I'd be making. After taxes, deductions, and everything else, it wasn't even close. Now, a little voice started to whisper in my head saying maybe you should just quit now. But quitting, it wasn't really an option. I was married, I had a baby on the way, I was a husband and a soon-to-be father, and I took that role seriously. So I shoved the doubt aside, I cashed the check, and I made a new promise to myself. I'm just gonna work harder. I'm gonna climb the corporate ladder. I'll make as much money as I can so again, I can retire early and buy my life back. And for a while, it looked like I was on track. I watched my 401k, my brokerage accounts, even my option trading account climb. From 2004 all the way to 2007, it felt like I kinda couldn't lose. I still remember the day that my total net worth crossed $100,000. Honestly, I didn't even know exactly what that meant at the time, but it felt like validation, proof that I was doing something right. The plan, it felt like it was working until 2008.
7% here, a loss of 37.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate.
That year, I watched my accounts lose 60, 70, even 80% of their value. It felt like years of hard work were being erased in real time. And the worst part about it was I had no idea why it was happening and no control to stop it. And whenever I asked for advice, I got the same empty assurance. Just wait, the market always comes back. But here's the thing that gave me such an unsettling feeling. As I looked around, I saw people that were 20, 30 years older than me, people who had played the game their entire lives. They'd done everything right, and they were watching their retirement dreams vanish. And I realized that's me in 30 years if I don't change. They were a window into my future, the exact path that I was on. My friends, I had a gravity problem. I was trapped in a system I had never questioned before, a system I had no control over, and without control, how could I ever even predict or have the ability to retire early? Those coworkers in their 50s weren't just colleagues, they were a preview into my future. So I did what you're not supposed to do. I questioned the system. I started reading books like Rich Dad Poor Dad, Creating Wealth, Becoming Your Own Banker. I learned that the wealthy, they weren't just picking better stocks than me. They didn't have better mutual funds than me. They were playing an entirely different game. So I did the unthinkable. I stopped playing Wall Street's game and I started playing the Main Street money game instead, using high cash value life insurance and single family real estate. And the crazy part, it worked. Yeah, there were a few bumps, sure, but I was producing real results and something that I had control over. But still, even as it was working, something gnawed at me. I was winning, sure, but I didn't fully understand why. And that scared me. Because if you don't understand why you're winning, you can't really protect it, and you cannot scale it. So I went all in. I became a student of money, not the quick tips and sound bites that you get on TV, but the real principles of how wealth is created, multiplied, and ultimately kept generationally. And what I discovered, honestly, it shocked me. The retirement game that most people are playing is absolutely fundamentally rigged. That's not hyperbole, and it's not by accident. It's actually rigged by design to benefit Wall Street, big banks, and the government first, and give you the scraps of anything that's left over. And the reality of it is, most people in the system, the financial advisors, the people who are propagating that system, they don't know that it's rigged. In fact, they're playing the same game that most people are playing, thinking that this is just the way it is. But the ones who built it, they knew exactly what they were doing. Once I saw the full picture, for me, it finally clicked. I finally understood why I'd started winning when I pulled my money off of Wall Street. I had unknowingly positioned myself so that the wealth forces, the same forces that had been quietly holding me back, were now pushing me forward. It was like seeing gravity for the first time. Once you understand it, you can see how it shapes everything around you, and more importantly, how to work with it instead of against it. For the first time, I could see the game of money clearly. And once I understood those forces, everything changed. I stopped fighting them and I started aligning my strategy so that they worked for me instead of against me. That's the key that I want to give you in this training. So first off, there are 4 main wealth forces. I want you to think about them like the laws of physics for your money. Number 1, taxes, the visible wealth drain. Number 2, inflation, the invisible wealth destroyer. Number 3, interest rates, the lever banks use to keep you in debt. Number 4, opportunity cost, the price you pay financially and in life when you don't take action. Now, in our modern economy, these forces, they're not natural like gravity. They are absolutely man-made, highly manufactured, and intentionally manipulated. They are omnipresent. Everyone in our economy has to deal with these 4 wealth forces. And like gravity, they don't care if you acknowledge them, recognize them, or agree with them. They're there shaping your financial reality every second of every day. And depending on how your money is positioned, they'll either quietly work against you or relentlessly propel you forward. So the first economic force that we're going to evaluate inside of this video is interest rates. Now listen, I want you to understand, to start this off, that banks and Wall Street, they work hand in hand. In fact, most big banks have investment divisions right inside of the same building. That means they're running a 2-pronged strategy with your money. Wall Street sells you the dream of tomorrow. Save consistently in our system and one day you'll have the good life. Banks sell you the good life today. Why wait for tomorrow? Why not finance it today? And together they keep you trapped in the same game, trading your time for money as long as they can. Because if Wall Street can convince you to sacrifice today for tomorrow, and banks can convince you to sacrifice tomorrow for today, you'll never actually escape. Banks, they are brilliant marketers. They know that they don't have to sell you on the total cost of something. They just have to sell you on the payment. Only $499 a month. Now that feels a lot easier than this is going to cost you $60,000 over the next 10 years. So they encourage you to finance your lifestyle, to say yes to unlimited wants because they know that they can keep you in a cycle of consumer debt forever. It reminds me of the movie In Time with Justin Timberlake. In that world, there's no money. Time is the currency. People literally pay for goods and services in minutes and hours of their life. And when your clock runs out, well, you die. In our world, it's not quite as obvious, but it's not that different. Every time you make a financial decision based on the payment instead of the true cost, the real price you're paying is future time, your life. When you finance a consumer purchase based only on can I afford the payment, you're mortgaging the most valuable resource that you have, your future freedom. You're committing the hours, the days, the weeks, and the years that you'll have to work to service that debt in the future for something that will probably lose its value the second that you buy it. When you trade tomorrow's time for today's lifestyle, you've just moved further away from financial freedom. That's the trap. So the next 2 wealth forces that we're going to evaluate are taxes and inflation. Taxes, well, they're the obvious one. You see them come right out of your paycheck. But that's just the surface. Beneath that, there are layers of hidden taxes that you pay every single day. Income tax before you even get your money. Sales tax when you spend it, using dollars that have already been taxed once. Property tax just to keep what you own. Fuel tax, phone tax, hotel tax, and the list goes on and on and on. When you add it all up, you're spending nearly half of your working life just to pay taxes. In a country that fought a revolution over a 3% tax bill, that should make you pause. There's even a metric called Tax Freedom Day, the day the average American has earned enough money to cover their comprehensive annual tax bill, when all taxes are accounted for. And that day usually falls in late April or early May. And it gets worse. David Walker, the former Comptroller General of the United States from 1998 to the year 2008, essentially the federal government's chief auditor, once said that our tax problem is kind of like a 4-letter word. Now I'm going to pause here for just a minute, and why don't you guess what that 4-letter word could be? Come on, you dirty birds. I know what you guessed. Actually, the 4-letter word is math, M-A-T-H. Walker served under both Democratic and Republican administrators, Bill Clinton and George Bush, and it gave him a rare nonpartisan vantage point on America's fiscal health. For a decade, he led the Government Accountability Office, auditing the nation's books and reporting directly to Congress. But here's the part that should make you sit up. In 2008, Walker resigned his position nearly 6 years before his term was up. Now, why did he do this? Because in his official position, he couldn't fully sound the alarm. He knew that the truth was urgent, and so he walked away to sound the alarm to the American public. Today, Walker travels the country telling Americans point blank that they're on a collision course with fiscal disaster. His message then, just as it is today, is simple. It's a math problem and the math doesn't work. Walker pointed out that at the time, roughly 76% of every tax dollar already goes to one of four places. It goes to things like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and interest on the national debt. That leaves less than a quarter to run the rest of the government. And what he said is if nothing changes, we face two choices. Either taxes have to significantly go up or government has to significantly cut the entitlement programs. So why does this matter to you? Well, listen, I want you to think about what you're told the responsible path for investing and saving for the future is. Well, if you're like most people, you're putting as much money as you possibly can into things like 401ks and IRAs. You're shifting one of your biggest liabilities, taxes, into an unknown future where the math says rates will almost certainly be higher. That tax deduction that you're taking today is sold to you as a tax deduction, but it's not really that. It's a tax deferral, meaning you'll have to settle up with the IRS later at whatever the rates are in the future, and you'll have literally no say in the matter. And my friends, that's just one side of the coin. The other side of the tax problem coin is inflation, the silent thief that erodes your money every single day. We've been born into a world with inflation, and just like gravity, we're used to it being constant. We've been told that it's part of a healthy economy, but that's not really the full story. Most people are taught that inflation is simply a rise in prices across the economy. I mean, check out just some of these definitions. All of this stuff, it sounds harmless, like a temporary supply and demand glitch. But as Nobel Prize winning economist Milton Friedman pointed out, that's not actually the cause of inflation. That's the result. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, meaning it happens when the supply of money grows faster than the goods and services in the economy that we're in. The more dollars that get created, well, the less each one is worth. Even so-called modest inflation takes a massive toll. The Federal Reserve, tasked with managing interest rates and inflation, they target 2% a year. And even if they hit that target of 2% every single year perfectly, which they never do by the way, after 30 years, your money would buy only 55% of what it does today. That means if you're 30 now, by the time you're 60, your retirement account would need to be twice as big as you thought, just to maintain the same standard lifestyle. If you plan to live into your 70s, 80s, and maybe even your 90s, then your retirement account needs to be 3 times bigger. Now you see why David Walker says we have such a math problem. And in reality, the Fed rarely hits its target. Real inflation is often much higher, accelerating the erosion of your wealth even faster. We can see the effects of inflation all around us, and yet we're told just to hang in there, and it'll all work out when we retire. Since the year 2000, the cost of housing, healthcare, and education, they have skyrocketed compared to wages. Home prices, they're up 65 to 160% depending on where you live. This is far outpacing incomes and inflation. College tuition has climbed over 140% in 2 decades. These are all hidden forms of inflation, eroding your purchasing power that happens quietly every single day. So here's the bottom line. Taxes take a chunk out of your income today. Inflation takes a chunk out of everything you've already earned and saved. And combined, they're a relentless headwind working against you, pushing against your financial freedom every single day. Now, the fourth wealth force that we need to talk about is opportunity cost. And in my opinion, it's the greatest expense of all. If it wasn't bad enough that you have to fight interest rates, taxes, and inflation, now you're told that you can't even touch your own money without being punished for it. This is what happens when you put your money in a 401k or an IRA. Your money is literally locked up until the age of 59 and a half. You're told directly or indirectly that you're not smart enough, you're not capable enough, you're not disciplined enough to manage your own future. So you hand over your money to strangers and institutions, trusting that they're going to care more about the success of your money and your future than you do, and that somehow they're better equipped to earn your financial freedom than you are. And in the process, you give up the most valuable thing that you have, your time. You have to trade the next 20, 30, 40 years hoping that they're gonna do their job, and by the time of age 59 and a half, when you're not penalized to access your money anymore, you can gain access to it to start using for yourself. And what happens if you get to age 59 and a half and you don't have enough money to be able to retire to the life you want? Well, my friends, at that point, you're just stuck. You are now dependent fully on the system. You're hoping that Social Security, that friends and family, that Wall Street outrageous returns will maybe bail you out. My friends, this is the trap. And all the while you were giving your money to that system with your fingers crossed, following all the rules, they won at your expense. The cost isn't just the dollars that you could have earned, it's the years of freedom that you'll never get back, the choices, the experiences, and the opportunities that you traded away for the future that was never guaranteed. The biggest regret I hear from people is simple: I wish I would have started sooner. And when you stack opportunity cost on top of taxes and inflation, every year you wait doesn't just cost you more, it costs you exponentially more. So my friends, here's the reality. You can't escape these forces any more than you can escape gravity, but you can position yourself so they work for you instead of against you. If you keep following the traditional script, you're gonna spend your life fighting headwinds that you can't see, but that are absolutely real and you can absolutely feel. Beginning in the next chapter of the book, we're gonna introduce you to the passive income machine, beginning with your strike number. This strategy is designed to align your money so you can profit from things like interest rates, taxes, and yes, inflation, and use opportunity cost to your advantage instead of being trapped by it. This allows you to turn all of these economic forces into tailwinds rather than headwinds, helping you build your freedom automatically. So my friend, at the conclusion of this video, your first step is simple. We're going to revisit the savers or losers calculator from the previous chapter, but this time we're going to add in inflation so you can see for yourself how inflation compounds the math problem and can completely change your retirement plan. I'm going to walk you through every step of this calculator in just a moment, and before I do that, I want you to know that you now have enough information to win financially. Now my friends, you already have enough to win. You could stop right here after doing the calculator and already be ahead of 99% of people. But for those of you who want to go deeper, there is a bonus video waiting for you at the close of this video. Now, this is a choose your own adventure video. You don't need to watch that bonus video. And I want to give you a genuine warning before you click on it. Because what I'm going to share with you in that video, it will challenge everything you think you know about money, about our government, and about the system that we live in every single day. So again, if you stop here and just do the calculator, you already have all the tools that you need to win with money. You don't have to go deeper. But if you're the kind of person who needs the full picture, who wants to understand the root cause of inflation and why it's baked into the system the way it is, then follow me down the rabbit hole and let's open the door to the monster, also known as the creature from Jekyll Island. Okay, so this calculator looks a lot like the one we just completed. At the main section, there are 4 entry points. These are the same 4 entry points that we used in the previous calculator. You're gonna put in your age, your target retirement income, and we're gonna do this on a monthly basis, how much you're currently saving for retirement on an annual basis, and then the value of your current retirement assets. Now, the difference with this calculator and the one we did previously is the next section down below. I'm going to give you an opportunity to see what inflation does to the math behind the retirement problem. Now, I'm going to use 3% to start off. Now, in the deeper dive video, you're going to learn that inflation is typically closer to 5%. But again, for this one, we're going to use, in fact, we could even use 2%, which is the Federal Reserve's target inflation rate, but we're going to start off with 3%. What this is then going to tell us is it's going to tell us if we follow the 4% rule, the rule that we discussed in the previous video, we would need to have $3 million saved up if we wanted to have $10,000 of monthly income. So 4% of $3 million is $10,000 a month of monthly income. But now that we factor in a 3% inflation rate, just 10 years from now we'll need a $4 million nest egg to cover the fact that the cost of living, $10,000, isn't going to buy us $10,000 worth of stuff 10 years from now. Okay, so the next section down below, we're going to be able to see what the effects actually are. it's going to share with us, based on current values today, if we inflate these values at 3% over the next 10 years, the median home purchase price across the United States is going to be about $585,000. A gallon of gas today is around $3, but 10 years from now, it's going to cost about $4.21. Again, you might live in places like Hawaii and California that had already cost that, but the median purchase price of a gallon of gas 10 years from now at 3% inflation would be $4.21. A gallon of milk will cost about $5.59, and 1 ounce of gold in the future will cost not $3,000, but about $4,500. So this helps you see the effects that prices are going up. Remember, this is the result, not the cause of inflation. Money printing is the cause of inflation, but these are the results that we have to deal with. Then as we go down one step further, it's going to compound those results over time. Again, so if these are our inputs, if we want $10,000 a month of income and we're saving $20,000 a year and we're trying to generate $150,000 of retirement income, then down below, this is going to tell us that our current path tells us we need $3 million. We're on pace to do it by the age of 76. Now in this example, I put that I'm 41 years old. So it's going to take me a little over 30 years to generate enough capital in my 401k, my IRA, my brokerage accounts to have $3 million. But now that I factor 3% inflation in, I need $4 million, which means I'm not actually on pace until the age of 82. It adds 5 more years to my, pursuit of retirement, and it's a 34% increase. I have to go from $3 million to $4 million to account for a 3% inflation rate. So this then tells me that my current path, if I want to do this in 10 years, I got to find a way to earn a 29% return. If I can't earn a 29% return on my mutual funds, then I've got to find a way to save $17,000 a month extra, or $204,000 a year extra. Now again, if I'm going to add inflation on, now I have to earn 33% rather than 29%, and I have to save $23,000 instead of $17,000, or $281,000 instead of $200,000. Hopefully you're seeing inflation is a massive math problem, and it compounds the problem across the board. So what I want you to do with this calculator, I want you to put your numbers in. You can even play with the inflation as well. If you think it's 2%, then put in 2%. It'll recalculate all of the numbers down below. It'll show you that you're not as far away as you might think, or you could be a little bit closer to probably reality. Let's put in 5% inflation. Again, it's going to recalculate all of the costs down below. The median purchase price of a home is now $700,000. 1 ounce of gold costs $5,000 10 years in the future. And now we're going to need to go from $3 million to $4.8 million. So my friends, you can now see that inflation is a math problem. It is an economic force that is working massively every single day against you when your money is positioned in things like Wall Street accounts. But again, remember, in the very next chapter, we're going to flip the script on its head, and we're going to start looking at what it looks like when you take your money off of Wall Street, what it looks like when you position your money with inflation, and what if inflation actually is the thing that makes you wealthy. Join me on the next video, and I'll show you how to start winning with money in this economy. Hey there, my friend. I want to welcome you back, because up until now, we've been exposing the illusions, the broken retirement game, the net worth hamster wheel, and the rigged Wall Street system that keeps you trapped. But today, the focus shifts. From here forward, it's all about empowerment. You now have the knowledge to step outside of Wall Street's game and to move toward the real possibility of financial freedom in 10 years or less by building your wealth outside of Wall Street. I know the last few sessions may have felt a little bit heavy, but now the clouds are going to start to part, because in this training, I'm going to show you something that changes the entire game, your strike number. This is where financial freedom stops being a 30-year distant dream, and it starts becoming a real trackable target. Something that you can actually hit within the next few years. And the good news is, with your money positioned off of Wall Street, you're already a lot closer to financial freedom than you actually think. So back in chapter 2, we uncovered the real purpose of all long-term savings. It's simple, it's income. But Wall Street, they don't want you focused on that. Instead, they keep you distracted with rates of return and net worth. When you don't have a clear metric of success, you end up chasing more for the sake of more, bigger returns, bigger balances, bigger net worth, without ever asking the only question that matters. How does all of this translate into income that I can actually spend? That's really all financial freedom is. That's why so many people stay stuck on the hamster wheel, running faster and faster, but never really getting closer to the very thing they desire. The truth is simple. The purpose of all long-term savings is cash flow, steady, predictable income that shows up every month whether you work or not. So let's reframe the entire game, because freedom doesn't happen when you've piled up millions that you can't touch, chasing a net worth number that's relatively meaningless. Freedom begins the moment your passive income covers your monthly expenses, and with that right focus, you can choose assets designed to get you there in years, not decades. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to define your strike number. This is where the strike number comes in. When some people hear the tagline financial freedom, they picture private jets, beachfront homes, and month-long European vacations. Now, I'll be honest, that's fun to imagine. It's even fun to do, but it also makes freedom feel so far out of reach. Your strike number, well, that's different. It's not really about luxury or excess. It's the minimum monthly cash flow that you need to cover your basic lifestyle, your ability to go on strike, not the dream life, the essentials only budget, the point where your essentials are covered whether you work or not. Because when you hit that number, you buy back the most valuable thing that money can give you, choice. And that choice, your strike number, is the first doorway to real freedom. I'll never forget the day I said I quit in my own life. On the outside, everything looked good. I was climbing the corporate ladder. My income went from $32,000 a year right out of college to almost $150,000 with bonuses combined. Promotion after promotion. But each raise came with more stress. It had more strings attached. You know how that works. More travel, more time away, more stress, bigger teams, bigger budgets, bigger responsibility. And with every single trade-off, I was actually trading the things that I wanted the most. Time with my family, connection, less stress, and really the ability to live a purpose-driven life. But I told myself it was temporary, just until I had enough. But the truth is, later never comes, and enough never arrives. And after losing everything in 2008, then I got the call that woke me up to the real trade-off I was making. I'll never forget that day when Bethany called me on the phone. Her voice was shaking, and she told me that our oldest son, Doug, needed an emergency open heart surgery. In that moment, everything stopped. I wanted to melt into the corner because I realized that my trade-offs, the price of those trade-offs, might actually be coming due far sooner than I had ever anticipated. I realized I've been trading my time, my presence, and my family for a paycheck, for the idea of maybe building up enough money and retiring early. But in the real grand scheme of things, in that moment, I was losing massively. I got on a plane, I flew back home, and I spent the next couple of weeks in the hospital. But my friends, more importantly, I felt like I had been given a second choice. As I was with Doug in the hospital as he recovered, I evaluated everything in my life. I evaluated where my money was going, the priorities that I was living by. I evaluated my desire to retire early, and most importantly, I evaluated my role as a father, as a husband, and as a provider. I felt like my son had been given a second chance. And just as importantly as his second chance, I felt like I had been given a second chance to be his father. And I wasn't going to trade my present moments away for a future that might not ever come ever again. In that moment, I made a vow I would never sacrifice what mattered most for what mattered least. That's when everything started to shift for me. I stopped measuring my success by net worth. I started asking, how much income do I need every month so that I can actually be free? I'm so grateful for that moment because it woke me up as a father, as a husband, and as an investor. I started to look at the game of money completely different. That's what allowed me to look at and read books like Rich Dad Poor Dad, like Creating Wealth, like Becoming Your Own Banker. Those books helped me understand the game of cash flow, the game of control, not the game of net worth with my fingers crossed. And so for me, I started doing everything differently. Immediately after my son got out of the hospital, and for the next 4 years, I started building my passive income machine. Every month my cash flow was stacking up, and I realized something powerful. My system was working. Now, I had never stopped or slowed down to really run my actual numbers until another pivotal moment in my life. And after my son had had his heart surgery, I stopped trading my attention, I stopped trading my time, I stopped seeking the next promotion, and I just started doubling down, doing my job the best I could. I took all of my money and I put it in my passive income machine. But there, 4 years later, after my son's heart surgery, there was Rob in my office. I knew immediately something was wrong. I ran the type of territory that my boss didn't have to be involved in, and when he showed up, there was usually a problem. So when Rob invited me into my office, he sat in my chair and he told me about a promotion that he was willing to give me. Now you have to remember, in 2012, when this happened, companies were still kind of tightening their belts after 2008. And in reality, what had happened, Rob had just let go a bunch of other people, and I got the opportunity framed as a promotion to take on their responsibilities. I knew exactly what was going on. Rob wanted me to go back on the road. And I'll never forget as Rob sat there in my chair telling me about my lucky opportunity to have a job and have a promotion and the $10,000 extra I was going to make by going back on the road. In the background, I knew he was talking, but in my head, I was adding up my cash flow numbers. Every single house, I realized one house would pay for a car payment. I took the next 3 houses that I had accumulated and I realized those would pay for my mortgage at the time. I took the next 5 or 6 houses and those covered my basic living expenses. And I was doing the math over and over and over again in my head until the words came out of my mouth. Rob said, "Ryan, are you ready to take the promotion?" And I replied, without even thinking about it, I quit. Now, my friends, as soon as I said I quit, I wanted to take those words and shove them back in my mouth. I did not intend to quit that day. But because I had enough passive income coming in at that point in my life to cover my basic living expenses, a doorway of opportunity that was always there, I just didn't allow myself to see, it opened up for me and I could see through it. No longer was I going to let my life be controlled by a boss. I told my boss I quit. Now, I'll never forget what happened after this, because after I walked out of the office, leaving Rob there stunned that I had just quit a job when so many people were worried about a job, I had to call my wife. I had to tell Bethany that I had just quit my job. You see, I didn't go into the office that day with the intention of quitting. And I called up my wife, Bethany, and I said, "Beth, I just quit." And this is how you know you're married to an amazing woman, because the next words out of her mouth was, "Ryan, it's about damn time." And my friends, this is what a strike number does for you. It's a doorway of opportunity, and it's so much closer than you ever thought possible. For me, I was already financially free. I had already hit my strike number when Rob walked into my office. I just didn't realize it yet until I ran my numbers. So we're gonna bring this home and calculate your own strike number. The good news is, with the passive income machine, it's almost always a lot closer than you think. We're gonna go through a few steps before we hit the calculator. Step number 1 is we need to look at your income, your actual spendable money through the tax filter. Let's say you're making $150,000 a year. Now that sounds great, right? That's what I was making when I walked away from my corporate job. But that's not the amount of money that you actually keep. Here's why. First, you have payroll taxes, FICA. This covers things like Social Security and Medicare programs. You're forced to pay into them, even though you'll probably never benefit from them. For employees, it's about 7.65%, and if you're self-employed, it goes up as high as 15%. So on $150,000 income, that's roughly $11,500 gone before you even see your paycheck. Number 2, you have federal income tax. For the privilege of working in America with a $150,000 salary, I'm gonna be roughly in the 22% marginal tax bracket. That's about $18,600 gone off the top. Now, depending on what state you live in, you're also going to pay state income taxes. They can range all the way from 0 up to as high as 11% at the current time. So we're just going to use 5% because that was the state tax I was paying at the time. That would mean another $7,500 coming right off the top. So if you add it up, $150,000 salary shrinks to about $112,000 of take-home money. That's roughly 25% of a haircut right off the top. This brings us to step number 2. Now let's pull savings into the mix. If you're serious about your future, you're also putting 10 to 20% of your income away every single month or year to fund your investments to buy your time back. That's another $11,000 to $22,000 a year. So what that means is after taxes and savings, your $150,000 annual income now feels a lot closer to about $92,000. You see how quickly that big number starts shrinking. And here's the key I want you to start realizing. If you had a financial system that generated around $7,600 a month of net spendable income, you could replace your entire $150,000 salary. It would give you the exact same lifestyle that you have today after taking money out for taxes and taking money out for savings. This brings us to the final step, step number 3, job-related expenses. I want you to think about all of the hidden costs of just having a job. Commuting, childcare, eating out, work clothes, even the gas to get to the office. For me, I remember filling up my tank once, sometimes twice a week, driving all over DFW. Plus, I would grab lunch and sometimes dinner almost every single day because I lived a life on the go. Those costs virtually vanish when your time is your own. No more sitting in rush hour, no more commuting, and oftentimes eating way more healthy because I'm fixing my meals at home. Studies say that couples spend upwards of $30,000 a year in job-related expenses when they have kids, and you have to factor in childcare into that equation. But to stay conservative, let's call it $12,000 a year going to job-related expenses. That's $1,000 a month. So let's update the math. $150,000 salary minus $38,000 in taxes minus $20,000 in savings minus $12,000 in job-related expenses. That equals $80,000 of real spendable income. After making $150,000 a year, it's really only $80,000 that's actually hitting your account. And here's the magic. If you built a system that generated just $6,700 a month in spendable, tax-free income, it's the exact same thing as earning $150,000 gross. That, my friends, that's your strike number. At that point, you can literally go on strike. You can say no to the commute. You can say no to the boss. You can say no to the cubicle. You can say no to Rob. And you can start saying yes to the adventure of life. So now let's get to the calculator and run your own strike number. Okay, just like the other calculators of before, you're going to plug in a few simple numbers, and these numbers are going to update the math for you. Now, this calculator is meant to show you how close you are to financial freedom, and then at the bottom of this calculator, it's going to give you a window into what needs to be built with your passive income machine to make it all possible. So let's dive in and let's look at the first couple of sections. In the very first section of this calculator, you're going to input your age, your tax filing status, whether you're married, single, or head of household. You're then going to put your state in there. This roughly calculates what your state taxes are. You're going to put if you're self-employed or if your spouse is self-employed. This will help you calculate what amount of FICA taxes that you're paying. Are you paying just the 7.65 or are you paying the full 15%? This is going to help you calculate an estimate, not an accurate one, but a very close estimate to roughly how much taxes you're actually paying. Then what you're going to do is you're going to put in your annual income. It's going to subtract out your taxes. You're going to put in your spouse's annual income. It's going to, again, subtract out his or her taxes. And then you're going to put in your annual savings. This is going to bring you to a number of exactly how close your number actually is once we get focused on the net spendable income coming into your life. Let's start with my numbers, okay? So when I first started doing this, I was age 30, I was married, and I was living in Texas. I was driving all over the DFW area. I wasn't self-employed, so I'm going to put no there, and my wife wasn't actually working at the time. Now, if my wife was working, as she is today, my wife is 1099. She's self-employed. She's a contractor. So I would put her income in as a 1099 person. So again, you're going to put in what's relevant to your employment status, both you and the spouse that you're married to. Okay, my income at the time was $150,000. Okay, so that's in there. Now we can see what the calculation is. The calculation is telling me, hey, based on current tax laws, I'm going to be paying about $11,000 in FICA, in employment taxes. I'm going to be paying about $24,000 in federal taxes, and I'm going to be paying about, well, in this example, because I'm in Texas, 0 taxes in state income. Now, when I moved shortly after this, I moved to Utah. And so this was actually where my strike number came in. Let's put that down there. So now we're going to update it to Utah, and now we're going to see that my state taxes are $7,500. So in this example, really what I'm paying is about $43,000 in taxes. Now again, this isn't taking out any credits that I might have for kids or anything like that, or mortgage on an interest, or tax deductions with interest on a mortgage or anything like that. This is going to give you a round estimate, a rough estimate of what your tax liability is. But in this example, what this ultimately means is just because I'm earning $150,000 and I walk around with my chest all puffed up feeling like I'm making a bunch of money, the government's actually taking 25% right off the top, $43,000 in this example going right to tax. Now, in addition to this, I'm going to put in my annual savings. At this time, I was saving about $25,000 a year. So what that means is in this example, if I'm saving $25,000 and I'm paying $43,000 in taxes, my strike number is about $81,000. Or if I just had a system, that would deliver about $6,800 a month in monthly passive income, it would roughly replace the exact same lifestyle that I have today. Do you see how powerful, how important, and how critical it is that we have the right target? And more importantly, not only do we have the right target, we have the right assets that can deliver the right income. If my income is tax-free, I'm 55% closer to my target than I previously thought possible. You see how powerful it is to align those wealth forces, so rather than working against you and deferring your taxes, you can build a system to where your income is coming out and it's tax-free. Now taxes are working for you rather than against you. This is the game, my friends. 55% closer to my target than I previously thought possible. Now down here, it's going to tell me roughly how big my passive income machine needs to be. We're going to give you a lot more detail on this in the next section, but roughly how many single family homes I have to have combined with a vault to give me the income that I want. So roughly in this example, it's telling me I need about 9 single family homes. Okay, now let's roll down and let's see the outcome of all of this. So in this scenario, I need a passive income machine with about 9 to 10 single family homes. Now, in the next section, we're going to outline exactly what the passive income machine is for you so you can see how the vault and how turnkey real estate works together to deliver tax-free income. But for now, this is now a pathway of possibility, a doorway of opportunity. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put how much money I'm saving each year from retirement. Now, generally this calculator will bring it down for you, but again, I'm saving $25,000 a year. So if I'm saving $25,000 a year, and based on the parameters inside of this calculator, this is going to tell me that it's going to take me about 7.8 years, about 8 years, to acquire 9 single-family homes that over the course of time can generate about $7,500 a month in passive tax-free income. Now again, there's detail behind that. We're going to get into all of the detail in section 2. But I want you to consider this. How close are you to financial freedom? With the right target, cash flow versus net worth, with the right system, I could go from not being able to retire in years, in decades, to 7.8 years. Now, this is where the game gets really exciting. Let's say that I have some additional money that I could roll over into my passive income machine. Maybe I've got money sitting in a bank account. Maybe no longer do I want to have my money in a brokerage account. Maybe there's equity that I didn't know about elsewhere. All of these different things could bring to the table and further fund my passive income machine. So what if I had $100,000 to start off with and the discipline and the desire to save $25,000 a year from my earned income? Now I still need the same number of assets, but now I can do it in 4 years versus 7 years. My friends, this is what this calculator is meant to do. It's meant to help you see what actually matters, income versus net worth, and how when you buy the right assets in the right system, your money can work so much harder and so much faster than in a system where you're crossing your fingers and hoping that one day it's going to work out. In the savers or losers calculator, that's where we gave you the punch in the gut. In the strike number calculator, this is where we're opening the doorway of possibility. One world is governed by Wall Street. One world is governed by speculation and dependency. The other world is governed by assets and control. You now have an opportunity, my friend, to take control over your mindset, to take control over your money, and to take control over your results, and to convert your money into real cash flow generating assets. You're going to learn all about that in section 2. Now, run your numbers, and I want you to post your numbers in the community. You're going to go from sharing what the problem was with savers or losers to what the possibility is with the passive income machine. And with that being said, let's get back to closing out this training. Okay, so now that you see how close your target is, I get so many people asking me, how do I go faster? They're itching to get out of their situation, and I get it. That's where I was. I remember that suffocating feeling of dreading Mondays. I had to slap myself in the face just to be who I had to be to start another week. So here's how you can pull your strike number even closer. And I call this the bare minimum spend target, the ramen noodle budget. What this is, it's your absolute essential burn rate. Things like mortgage or rent, groceries, utilities, insurance, maybe minimum debt payments, but it's the bare minimum. I want you to add those numbers up because that's your first strike number. You might not need to go out to eat. You might not need a gym membership. You could cancel Netflix. You could do all of these things to pull your monthly expenses down for a period of time so you could hit your strike number faster. This is actually how I hit mine. I walked away from my corporate job of $150,000 of total compensation, and I couldn't live my dream life. But I could keep the lights on. I could keep the food on the table, and this was what allowed me to say I quit that day when Rob offered me the promotion to go back out on the road and spend 90% of my time away from my family. That doorway of options is what allowed me to tell Rob I quit and leave him stunned sitting in my chair in my office. And when I did that, I realized something powerful. Financial freedom, it's not actually a destination, it's a lifestyle, it's a game. I've kind of shared that with you in previous chapters of the book, but here's why. Once you know how to turn your dollars into assets and your assets into income, and you know your real expenses, you can level up your lifestyle by first leveling up your cash flow. If you want to travel more, buy a few more assets. If you want to upgrade your home, again, build cash flow first. As your kids are growing up and they go from toddlers to teenagers, and I promise you teenagers are more expensive, you buy the assets to stay ahead of the game. You can always live free because you're now playing a game where there is no finish line. Cash flow greater than expenses, it is a lifestyle, and you can choose to upgrade or downgrade your lifestyle with intention. This allows you to always be free. So beyond lifestyle freedom, I want you to remember, since financial freedom is a lifestyle, not a destination, I want you to have a few other targets in the back of your mind. The first target that we want to hit with your passive income machine is your strike number. This is going to give you breathing room. The second target that we want to hit with your passive income machine, this is true lifestyle freedom. This allows you to start spending money from passive income on things that light you up, things that make life worth living. For my wife and I, we love adventure. We love travel. We went from traveling almost never to traveling about 6 to 8 weeks out of the year. Our budget for doing that has gone constantly up. But rather than going back into financial servitude, every single time we want to raise our monthly expenses, we buy the sufficient amount of assets first to always ensure that we're living in integrity with financial freedom. Then the last target is a full financial freedom. This is when you start taking things like your legacy, like your bucket list, and you add on some of the lifelong dreams that you actually have and figure out what would it take to finance those things from your passive income machine. My friends, once you understand how to convert income into assets and assets into income, your entire world changes. So here's a restatement of your assignment. Run your strike number. Don't just think about it, calculate it, write it down, post it where you can see it every single day, because this is your new success target. Every dollar of passive cash flow is one step closer to the freedom that you desire. Because when you know your number, you finally have a target worth aiming at. And once you have a target, that's when the passive income machine comes in. That's how you hit it. So my friends, hopefully this training gave you the visibility and the confidence to know that you are closer to financial freedom than you've ever been told. You don't need millions. You don't need decades. You just need clarity on your strike number and a system to hit it. So calculate your strike number now, plant your flag, and let's start building the freedom that you were meant for in section 2 of the book. All right, Bob, the readers just finished section number 1. Passive income machine. They now know the problem, right? And I think that's that's one of the main solutions is clearly understanding the problem. I think it was Einstein that said that, if he were presented with saving the world, he would spend 55 minutes on just understanding the problem. And I think that's why so many people are stuck, is they don't understand the problem.
They don't even know there is a problem.
That's it.
They think that the solution they've chosen to put most of their money, like 3/4 of Americans put their money in the market, so that they bought into it. They don't even see that the challenges around the decision they made.
You've been such a mentor to me and to so many people throughout the world, but you discovered the problem very early on in life. How did you find out, and I don't know if you identified it as the problem, but you walked away from everything that you were told to do by society and basically did the exact opposite. How did you realize there was a problem, and how did you find the courage to do the opposite?
Well, it's intuition. I graduated from BYU, Brigham Young University, was going to work as a corporate person, kind of like you.
Yep.
You went further into it than I did, but nobody would hire me.
And nobody would hire Bob.
That was the problem. And I had these 30 letters from all the major corporations, General Foods, General Mills, General Electric, General Motors, and generally every letter I sent to any company, they sent me back a letter and said, "We don't want you." And I was discouraging. I wanted to be like my dad, work in a corporation. He worked all the way till 65, got his gold watch, but they wouldn't hire me. And I was going to say a swear word, but I was very angry. We
can edit it. We can amplify it.
I was upset.
Yeah.
And the entrepreneur in me came out. I didn't know there was an entrepreneur in there. And as I looked at those letters laid out on my bed with no future, because nobody would hire me, I said, one day I will earn more money than all 30 of these people who signed these letters combined. I did what an entrepreneur does. When somebody tells you you can't do it, you look right back and you say, "Watch me."
I love that.
That's the challenge. And of course, that's my name is Alan, so right in the middle of the word Alan. So when you give me a challenge, I really like it. So anyway, these letters forced me to do what I would have gone the corporate route, frankly, and then I would have been retired by now. I'm 77 now. I would have been retired. I would have been
trying to hang on to my money until I died, which is the way most people do.
Yeah.
And you try to give a pile of cash, and then you kind of dwindle it all down to the day there's no money left. What a stupid concept. And most people buy into that without even questioning it. It just makes me mad.
It makes you mad. I can tell. I can tell.
I was going to use that word again. But anyway, so I failed out of the corporate route. And therefore, it's not as if I chose it. I chose, well, I'm going to go do real estate then. And I'd read a book on real estate. I thought that'll be it. But then I didn't have a job. So how am I going to get started when I had about $1,000 left from my graduation gift my dad gave me, and I said, well, I'm just going to go buy real estate with it, not knowing that it's not possible to buy real estate with no job, no cash, no credit, no cash flow. The 4 C's that the banker wants, those 4 C's. And I decided, well, I'll just go try to do it. And there was a member in my church organization who was a multimillionaire in real estate. And he had apartment buildings and just really very rich. And I went up to him and I said, I need a mentor. I just quit my job. I didn't tell him nobody would hire me,
Stories. Don't let the details get in the way.
The reason they wouldn't hire me because, you have all these tests. And the test showed that I was going to be a terrible employee. I was entrepreneur to the core, and I didn't know it. And so when I failed into entrepreneurship and started buying real estate, bought my first property with that $1,000 down payment, and then that grew into a 12-unit apartment building, 30, 40 units, single-family homes all over Provo, Utah is where I started. And then within 3.5, 4 years, I was a millionaire. And then I wrote this crazy book that's made me famous. Send me to any city, take away my wallet, give me a $100 bill, and in 72 hours I'll buy an excellent piece of real estate using none of my own money, based upon the book Nothing Down.
Yeah.
And then the second book was the book you stumbled into, was Creating Wealth.
Yeah.
And both of them #1 New York Times bestsellers. But it's crazy that the massive success that I experienced was after a very devastating, life-altering failure, and not a lot of people go through that. I just want them to know that we're going to show in this book, you read this book, this is the most organized book on how to achieve financial freedom that I've ever seen. I'm so happy to be able to put my name to it, be able to attach my name to yours, because you're probably my most successful student in 45 years, when you think about it.
I'll tell you what, Bob. I mean, your story is phenomenal. I love the courage that you found. What was the newspaper that put you? It was in San Francisco. Is that where you went?
Yeah, we were doing little seminars, and I had a seminar in L.A. And I bought a full-page ad. It's send me to any city, take away my wallet, give me a $100 bill, and the LA Times read that because I'd spent money on the ad.
They took you up on the challenge.
The editor must have read that and he says, "There is no way.
Yeah,
we need," and they don't like entrepreneurs anyway. So we need to take this guy down. We're gonna show the world he is a liar, and
put it on the front page.
So they flew me to San Francisco from LA. They picked the worst city they could have picked.
Yeah.
And they dropped me in San Francisco. They took away my wallet, gave me 5 $20 bills, had a LA Times reporter by my side. Now I have to live and have transportation, food, hotel on $100.
Yeah.
And buy a piece of real estate.
Yeah.
So the first property took 24 hours to buy. $1 down payment, so I had $99 left. And we rented a hotel that night. It was a $35 in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco, and you should not go there unless there's only no other place to go. And the hotel was $35. I didn't have a wallet. I didn't have a credit card. I had money. I said, "There's me and this gentleman." 2 single men not single. We show up to rent a room. We have to have a room together, but with separate beds.
Yep.
So we got our separate beds, and now I'm going to do my system, which is how to find the deals. Now, and I bought one property in 24 hours, and then I said to the reporter, what's a better story? Is because you've already lost. Is it a better story if you lose small or if you lose big? And he goes, well, if I've already lost, losing big is better.
Yeah.
So we spent the next 2 days and bought 6 more.
6 more properties.
7 properties in 57 hours, and I gave the reporter $20 back.
No, I love that story. I love that. You know, for me, that's just defying conventional wisdom.
Yeah, yeah.
And you said it earlier, you can't do that. You can't buy properties with only $1,000. You prove that you can.
Yes.
You know, in this first section of the book, I think we're really kind of throwing some pretty big rocks at conventional financial wisdom. We're attacking Wall Street.
Yes.
Pretty hard. That's the conventional financial wisdom. What, you know, in your 77 years now of training, teaching, educating, and helping people with money, what have you noticed is the predominant thing that's holding people back when it comes to financial advice?
Well, they are inundated with lies, and especially when we are talking about Wall Street, it's a lot of lies. But also when it comes to any kind of financial goal, there are just a lot of misconceptions and myths out there. And the first one is that you need to be financially successful or have financial strength. You need to have cash flow, credit, and collateral, or the bank won't lend you money. That you got to prove that you're worthy to let them lend you money. And it's obviously what I proved but nothing down, my book, is that anybody can start with zero and they can create wealth. Now, the way I taught that, there wasn't the way you teach real estate now. There wasn't turnkey providers. There was just, you had to make it happen yourself. You had to find the deal, you had to fix up the deal, you had to rent out the property, you had to put together the financial circumstances. I call it finding, funding, farming. And if you do those 3 things that comes to real estate, you can succeed. But the hard part is most people are never trained on personal finance. They are not good at personal finance, so they mess up their credit. They're in credit card debt up to their eyeballs. They may have jobs, that's just fine, but even people who are making 100, 200 grand a year are spending it all. They're most of them, really, when you really look at them, they're about 6 months away from bankruptcy, even though they make big money. And so I try to teach people from the very beginning, where there is no money, how they get in the game, right? But our book is really for people who are in the game. They're making good money. They might have a good professional career. They want to continue in their career. They like it. They enjoy it. And yet, the way they're investing their money will never take them to financial freedom. Will never become 65 years, or when they're 65, they get their maybe their retirement. Most people, half of the people when they get to 65, have to continue to work. How stupid is that? So I'm so excited about this book, Passive Income Machine, because it's clear. It's so simple. Now, my book, Creating Wealth, laid out the concept, which is buy 2 properties a year for 10 years. And people, when they look at that, they go, I have a hard time buying one, my only single family home. So my other books get them in the game. But yeah, you gotta buy 2 properties a year. You have to buy them right. You have to buy them in the right location. You have to buy them with the right team. You have to buy with the right kind of strategy. And most people don't. Most people are really pretty cheap. Even wealthy people are really cheap. And they try to do it by themselves. And they go, well, why do I spend money to have somebody else coach me and guide me on this kind of stuff? And they end up making mistakes. And one mistake in your financial plan can wipe out 10 years of work. And so when my basic books teach basic real estate, but the way we teach it now in the Passive Income Machine, if I could rewind back to 1980, 1982 actually is when Creating Wealth came out, I would teach them exactly what's in this book. And there would be 1,000 times more millionaires, because so many people got into the game because they could buy real estate with creative financing, but they couldn't manage it. They got 30 properties, and then 2008 came along and wiped them out because they thought it was equity, that the equity went down to zero, but they forgot there was cash flow from these properties.
Yeah.
They were making cash flow.
Yeah.
And they just hung on to them for 3 years. The equity would have ballooned back up again today. It would be 3 or 4 times higher than it was back then. And they got out of the game because they bought into the lie that you got to be a millionaire, you got to have equity. And when their equity went to zero in 2008, they still owned the property. They still were renting it out. People still needed to own it. They needed to rent it. The rents were still good. And it was the lie about equity. And that's a lie I helped produce, because my books talk about becoming a millionaire. Let's be a millionaire. 'Cause I wanted to be a millionaire.
Yeah.
That was my first, frankly, I saw the book Think and Grow Rich, and I thought, that's my book.
Yeah, that is.
There's not a single technique in that book on how to make money. It's all mindset.
Yep.
13 principles. But I got the title. Okay, I want to think and I want to grow rich. That'd be good. But how do I really pull it off? How do I really, what's the system of how to organize the money and how to find the deals? And so my first goal, I want to be a millionaire. I wrote it down. I tracked it every month. I bought a new property, a little equity in it. I would increase the equity, and now I got 6 properties. My equity is $100,000, and then I tracked it all the way until I cracked that million. I was doing what all people do in the stock market. They're tracking their equity, which is stupid. I didn't know that until I really met you. I still was stuck in the lie that equity was where there was a secret about wealth. Equity is not wealth. Cash flow is wealth. And if I could go back and repair all the damage that I did in my books. Now, a lot of people made millionaires, and a lot of people bought their houses, and yet a lot of people still believe the lie about equity, and it's not equity.
I'll tell you what, Bob, I mean, I think life is a series of lessons, right? And it teaches us those lessons. And I think one of the things that is most disheartening for me as I look at the financial system is I have to believe that Wall Street in general knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
They know that they're misleading people. They know that they're ensnaring people, that they're trapping people in a system of dependency. And the first section of this book, we try to expose that lie. We try to really help them understand that it is about cash flow. But in addition to this, in chapter 3 in the book, we talk about these wealth forces that when their money is in the market, for example, things like taxes, things like inflation, things like interest rates, opportunity, everything is working against them. What have you seen in the marketplace over 77 years with inflation? I mean, you talked about renting a hotel for $35.
Yeah, really.
That same hotel today, you probably have to rent it for, $500.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are these economic forces working against most people in the traditional financial system?
Well, I love the metaphor that we use in this chapter about flying an airplane.
Yeah.
And when an airplane is flying 1,000 miles away and they're flying at 500 miles an hour, they're going to get there. But if there's a headwind, it slows them down. It looks like they're making great progress, and there's an invisible wind that is calculated, and it slows them down. It makes their trip longer. It makes it more difficult. They burn more gas. What happens with the market is they don't take into consideration these headwinds. Inflation is a headwind. People have just gotten used to it, but frankly, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's a terrible, terrible headwind. Interest rates, when people would say, "Oh, I'm making 10% of the market," and then you ask them, "Tell me about your credit card debt," and they got 12 credit cards at 28% interest, and how do you get ahead? Talk about a headwind.
Yeah,
it just, and they think, well, I'm doing really well in the market. These headwinds are invisible. They're insidious. And they are a headwind that the Wall Street doesn't really clearly identify for the people. They say, just make it easy. We'll take the little money right out of your check. We'll just put it right into a 401k, or you'll put it in a 401k, and we'll invest it for you. It's easy. It's simple, and it's also doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It can't work.
Yeah.
And when I met you and you really spoke to me, I was actually angry with you for a while because you were doing real estate just the opposite of the way I taught it. And you were telling people that the stock market was a lot. And I was putting some of my money into a 401k. Well, I didn't have 401k, but into an S&P 500 fund, where even Warren Buffett says, if you're not going to do it my way, then just don't have a manager. Just put it all in the S&P 500, and it'll be fine. It'll be 7, 8, 10%. But when you really look at the real numbers, it's not that. And inflation is about as bad as that. And so you're treading water at the least. You're treading water, but really you're being moved backwards. And it looks like the numbers of the equity that's increasing. It looks like it's good equity, but it doesn't. It's a lie. And I'm happy to join with you in the exposing this lie and having people wake up to it, because it doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, it really is an insidious trap when you think about it. I mean, whether Wall Street knows the truth, I'm sure they do, or they don't, it's stealing and robbing most people's lives. I mean, most people defer their hope, their dreams, their desires to this distant idea of one day I'll have enough money and I can retire. That day never comes, and when it does come, they have a fraction of the money that they would ever need to accomplish those dreams. And
so, but they can always be a Wall Street or a Walmart greeter.
And they can always be a Walmart greeter.
Make a little extra money on the side.
I tell you what, the more I've learned about the financial industry in general, the more sympathy I feel towards people. We've been born into a system that, it's just like air. It's like gravity. Gravity just exists, and so I never question it. And if I never question it, how can I ever fight against it? How can I ever work with it rather than against it? So we get them to this point through chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3, and it's really meant to be a mathematical impossibility. You'll never be able to retire. And we try to lead them down this deep, dark pit. But then in chapter 4, we pull them out of the pit and we give them a strike number. When we talk about a strike number, what does that actually mean to you? When you think about this idea of cash flow?
If I could rewind my career, I would tell people not to become a millionaire, but to have cash flow, and not to look rich, but to be rich.
Yes.
So most people, the first thing they do when they make a little extra money is they go buy a bigger car, they go buy a bigger house. They buy fancier clothes, because everything in the world has layers of increasing expense, from a watch that I'm wearing, it's a couple $100, to watches in my closet now that are $10,000 and $20,000. So as soon as we start becoming more prosperous, we start spending more prosperously. And I tell people now, I say, don't look rich. For the first 5 years, don't get a better car. Increase your cash flow, increase your net worth if you want to, but live an ordinary basic life. Live frugally, really frugally, in the first 5 years, so that you can become financially free in a modest way. And I've never really focused strong on that, because I looked what I did in my life, and what did we do? Well, the first time I got a big royalty check from Simon & Schuster, $500,000 check. What am I going to do with it? Am I going to put away 10 or 20 or 50% of it? No, we're going to buy a big house. We're going to travel to Europe. We're going to buy the fanciest cars. I'm a poster boy for making mistakes like that, frankly. But so I would tell the audience here today, be modest. Actually, I met a couple in Chicago. They both had jobs, and I said, you want to be wealthy? You buy 2 houses a year for 10 years. You, sir, you live on your salary. Ma'am, you put your entire salary into real estate. That's what they were doing. And that was great, had I only followed what I told them to do.
Oh man, I tell you what, that is the hardest thing. It really is to follow that level of discipline. But you have built wealth, and honestly, as we look at all of the things you've learned the hard way, you've built a tremendous amount of wealth through your skills, your expertise, and your talent. And I think at the end of section 1 of this book, our objective was to really kind of punch him in the gut. Give him a wake-up call.
What is the number?
Yep.
What is that strike number? In other words, if you look at realistically and very carefully, how much money do you really need to live?
Yeah.
and then if I could deduct some expenses, it's like, what if I didn't have to pay taxes? What if I didn't have to save 20%?
I mean, that's monumental right there. What if I didn't have to pay taxes? Yeah.
And the way we teach it is totally legal, totally ethical, totally honest, nothing shady. The government actually wants you to do these things, and yet Wall Street is not going to tell you anything about that. No, they're going to tell you to do the wrong thing with your taxes. They're going to tell you to push your taxes off until you're 65.
Yeah.
And they're going to tell you, which is catastrophically stupid. And it seems so smart, like, I don't pay the taxes on it now. I get to have a little more money in my cash flow, right? But down the road, the piper asks for the money. When it's grown to a massively large amount of money, I got to pay even more taxes on it. Well, anyway, the strike number. The strike number is, how much can I live on? Can I actually survive? Maybe a little better than survival. Can I be okay? Because once you're free, when there is no mortgages, when there's no credit card debt, when you're living simply and easily, and when cash flow is coming in from your few properties that you have, and you're living financially free, something happens. You become peaceful. Like, wow, what do I want to do with the rest of my life?
Yeah.
Now, in the second 5 years, oh yeah, let's go bigger.
Yeah.
You know, maybe in the second 5 years you live a little bit better, you travel a little bit more, you start to enjoy your wealth. In the third 5 years, hey, you're rich, you're wealthy.
And that's really how we close this section, right? We give them the levels of freedom. And I do believe that, because you've experienced it, I've experienced it. You know, that first level of freedom, that strike number, that financial security, it's not the trips around the world. But financial freedom isn't the end, it's the beginning. It's a game, right? And as we understand how to produce cash flow rather than measuring net worth, if I want to increase, because I want to buy the watch, I want to drive the car, I want to travel more, it's just a system of going to increase my cash flow first, and I can constantly level up.
Most people won't do that.
They won't do that.
They buy the watch first.
Yeah.
And they won't get the cash flow to afford the watch. And that takes discipline. And in our society, when every single day we are enticed to spend everything we have on a million different opportunities to spend our money, to be able to not spend it, to be able to be disciplined, because sooner or later the cash flow will be larger enough for you to spend on whatever you want, wherever you want, as much as you want.
Yeah.
But most people want it right now, and therefore they end up broke.
For their entire life.
For their entire life.
And being broke for your entire life means you're trading your life, you're trading your time, you're trading your dreams in servitude, right? You don't ever actually live the life that you want. And I think that, honestly, more than anything, is what inspires me about this first section. We're exposing the problem. We spend a painstaking amount of time exposing the problem so we can now cross them over this bridge.
That's right.
And in section 2, we're going to now talk about the passive income machine. But as you give your final words of wisdom and encouragement to people stuck in section 1, to people stuck in the Wall Street trap, even high income earners, they feel trapped today. What would you tell people is on the other side of this bridge of taking their money off of Wall Street?
Well, just imagine what it would be like when you follow the very simple plans we're going to share with you, you implement them, and as soon as you start generating some of this passive income, passive means you are not creating the income, you're not managing it for the income, it's all turnkey, passive. That's the secret. When you start having a little bit of passive income that shows up in your bank account, and your vault is where we'll show you how to do it actually, and you start seeing these little dribbles of income start flowing in, and you find, I've never had that happen before. This is really kind of exciting. This is cool. Like, for instance, while I get passive income from my royalties from my books, a book I wrote 45 years ago, yesterday. It wasn't much. It was, a couple $1,000. It was nothing really, but I wrote it 45 years ago. So, boop, $2,000 shows up in my bank account. What shall we do with it, sweetheart? Why don't you have it? When those little things, when you have like 30 of those, and you start feeling like, wow, I am on my way. The first section of this book is about to get you on your way.
Well, let's close it right there. I think that is it. Let's get you on your way. We've exposed the problem. Now join us in section number 2. Section number 2, we're going to now open up the solution. And the solution, it's not doing the problem better. It's crossing a bridge and doing the exact opposite.
Doing the exact opposite. Whoo!
Let's go. If you've made it this far, you've now seen the world of Wall Street for what it is. You understand that there is a problem that you are now facing. Most people will give 40 years of their life to a system that was never designed to set them free. They'll trade time for money. They'll chase the illusion of retirement, and they'll hope that one day, maybe, if everything works perfectly, it will all work out. But what if that one day never actually comes? This is the world that most people live in, a system built on delay, on distraction, on dependence, where your money is locked away, your freedom, it's postponed, and your future is increasingly uncertain. You're told you're doing everything right, save a little, trust the system, and wait your turn. But what they don't tell you is this: you're trading the best days, the best months, and the best years of your life. You're giving up now for someday that never quite arrives. People wake up in their 50s, exhausted, anxious, doing the math and realizing they don't have enough to retire. But they can't afford to stop either. They're living a decent life today. It's comfortable, but it comes with the cost of all of their time. And that's when it starts to set in. They're not free. They're a prisoner of comfort, stuck in Wall Street's reality. They keep grinding, trading 5 days of stress for 2 days of escape, hoping that the weekend makes it all worth it. But deep down they know this isn't actually freedom. It's not what they were meant to do. It's not their destiny. But it's not quite poverty either. They're just stuck, dependent, trapped in limbo. And the cruelest part about all of this, they were promised peace of mind. They were promised a happy retirement. They were promised everything that they ultimately wanted would be at the end of this yellow brick road. But instead, they were handed a treadmill. This is Wall Street's game. They set the rules and they expect you to play along forever. But right here, right now, people are waking up. You, my friend, are waking up. You're starting to ask better questions. And when you ask better questions, you receive better answers. You see opportunities that have always been there that you were distracted to before when you were trapped in Wall Street. You'll start to see a way out. You're about to cross a bridge that will give you the exact pathway to buy back your life, to own and control your time, to be financially free. This is a new path. It's a different economy. If you're watching this right now, you're likely still having one foot in the old world, one foot in the Wall Street game, but you're ready to take a step forward. I want you to consider this. That system, the Wall Street system, wasn't made for people like you. It was made for people who will close their eyes, not ask questions, and follow the average advice. You, my friends, were destined for more than average. In order to receive something more than average, we can't play an average game better. We have to play the exact opposite game. This means walking away from the cult of average. So you arrive right here, right now. You're about to cross a bridge. Now this is a proverbial bridge, but symbolically, it means you are about to seize your freedom. You're about to take control over your money, your results, and ultimately your life. The real decision that you're about to make is stepping away from one world governed by average and stepping into another world governed by extraordinary. On one side of the bridge, the wealth outside of Wall Street side of the bridge, you have control, you have ownership, and you have clarity. On the other side of the bridge, the Wall Street side of the bridge, you have confusion, you have risk, and you have delay. One world builds freedom, the other builds dependence. To cross the bridge means leaving behind the noise of Wall Street, the volatility, the guesswork, the waiting, and choosing a system that puts you back in control. You take back ownership of your money, of your results, and ultimately your life. Because results, whether they're good or bad, they're not something to fear. They're feedback, they're learning opportunities. They are the data that helps you learn, adjust, and ultimately grow. And when you own your outcomes, you become empowered to create new ones. You're no longer a victim. You're no longer waiting for permission or hoping for a market miracle. To become financially independent, you must seize control over your mind, your money, and your actions. Become capable of making clear, confident decisions about your future. The truth is, money is only a tool. It will take you wherever you wish, but it will never replace you as the driver. And that's what this bridge is really all about, stepping fully into the driver's seat of your life and using your money as a tool to not only buy your future back, but to build and live a life that matters right now. Now, on the other side of the bridge, the wealth outside of Wall Street side of the bridge, this is where you're at right now. Now, on this side of the bridge, you're about to learn every detail of the passive income machine. You're going to learn how to become an empire builder, you're going to learn what the vault is, and you're going to learn the system of turnkey real estate. When you put this machine and system together, you unlock a different set of possibilities. You're going to be playing by different rules on this side of the bridge. This is where the passive income machine lives. This system, the passive income machine, is designed to help you create predictable streams of cash flow so you can start to buy back not just your time, but ultimately your life and finally live free. Now, the promise on this side of the bridge is not retire one day. It's not hope that everything works out with your fingers crossed. We set a new benchmark for success: financial freedom in 10 years or less. Not 40 years, not someday, 10. This is the new target. This is the new benchmark. This is what's possible when your money is off of Wall Street. And when your money is off Wall Street, the very economic forces that normally work against most people's financial plans now start working for you. Inflation, taxes, interest rates, and opportunity costs, most people are crushed by these forces. But the wealthy, the people who are playing the game of money outside of Wall Street, they harness these forces. These forces build wealth for them automatically. The wealthy build systems that make inflation an asset. They use tax strategy, not just tax compliance. They use interest rates and leverage to amplify their results, because the bridge that makes all of this possible is using smart leverage. You see, on Wall Street, you are being leveraged. When you cross the bridge and start building your wealth off of Wall Street, leverage now becomes your ally. It becomes your tool to amplify your gains. This is the single greatest difference between the wealthy and everyone else. They understand how to use leverage to scale outcomes without taking reckless risk. They don't gamble, they don't chase hype, they build systems that protect their principal first and foremost. Then they position their principal for asymmetric upside wins. That means when things go wrong, they lose very little if anything. And when things go right, they gain massively. It's not luck, my friends, it's not magic, it is quite simply strategy. This is what becoming a real investor is all about. This is why we call ourselves on this side of the bridge empire builders. We understand the principles of economics, we understand real principles of becoming an investor, not a gambler, not a speculator, and we use those principles to strategically engineer upside potential and financial freedom in 10 years or less. The wealthy are using this strategy and playing a completely different game. One rooted in cash flow, in ownership, and long-term wealth creation. And that game is now available to you. But before you cross the bridge, here's what most people get wrong. You can't have one foot in both worlds. You can't keep playing Wall Street's rules and expect Main Street results. To seize the possibility of the passive income machine, it requires your focus, your resources, and your conviction. This isn't about dipping your toe in. It's about stepping fully into a new financial system, one where money works for you, not the other way around. Now that you're ready to cross the bridge, now that you're ready to cross into a new opportunity and a new potential for you, I want to welcome you to the other side. I want to welcome you to wealth outside of Wall Street. Because here, everything changes. On this side of the bridge, you're going to find ownership of your time, control over your money, and the freedom to live life by design. Let's build your passive income machine, let's move your money off of Wall Street, and let's walk the narrow bridge together. Let's rise up and live free. I'll see you in the next chapter. Why do most financial plans fail? Well, listen, most people obsess over the things that they can't actually control. Things like markets, rates of return, the economy. Once your money leaves your hands, the outcome is somewhat uncertain. I mean, yes, smart investments can give you predictability and upside, as you'll see in gears 2 and 3 of the passive income machine, but if we're not careful, they overlook the one factor that's 100% in your control. And here's the secret. That one choice matters more than any investment itself. Get it right, and you'll accelerate your path to financial freedom faster than any return ever could. You don't need a lottery ticket, you don't need an inheritance, you don't need to be a financial genius. The math of freedom, it works for anyone willing to control their savings rate. In this training, I'm going to show you how to engage the very first gear of the passive income machine and why no matter where you're starting from today, you already have everything you need to take control and begin. So let's get real. Financial freedom doesn't start with a spreadsheet. It starts with clarity. Napoleon Hill called it definiteness of purpose, a major definite aim. The problem is most people never stop long enough to answer the question that give them the clarity that they need. And that's why they stay stuck in average results. But when you answer these questions, everything in your life and everything in your world begins to change. This is the ignition point for financial freedom. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna take a moment and we're gonna answer the 3 power questions. Question number 1 is the vision for the future. What do I want? Now consider this, you don't actually want more money. Get clear, get a vivid vision. Give yourself permission to dream again. Most people, they stop dreaming somewhere between childhood and their first set of bills. But I invite you to remember, you don't actually want money. You want what money makes possible. So ask yourself, what do you truly want? Is it security, maybe peace of mind, freedom from debts, a better home to raise your family in, travel, adventure, your bucket list? Be specific here and see it in your mind's eye. Imagine it's happening right now. You're on a trip with your family. You're fully present. You're able to say yes instead of no. You're accomplishing some of your major bucket lists as a family. You're with your kids. You're with your spouse. Everything is perfect. And when you come home, there's absolutely zero stress because you spent money from a system out of integrity. The income that you spent on the trip will be replenished by your passive income machine the next month. Napoleon said that definiteness of purpose is the starting point for all achievement. And the achievement, the mission of this book and this system is simple: to empower you to become financially free, independent, and in control over your money and time in 10 years or less. So again, pause for a moment. Try to picture the future version of you. What does that man or woman look like? Where do they live? What do they spend their time on? What do they believe about life, the present, and ultimately the future? Just be that person for a minute in your mind's eye. Personally, I keep an altered photo of myself, aged to look older, in my phone. Sometimes I look at that man and I ask him questions, because when I do, today's problems, they start to feel small. From the perspective of my future self, who's already solved them, I find clarity and direction. I find that the more connection I have to that future version of myself, the more meaningful my present actions have. So here's the truth. The future you is waiting, and every decision you make today either funds their life or it robs them of it. This brings us to question number 2. Why does what you want actually matter? The purpose of question 2 is also simple. It's to fill what you see, to connect your mind with your heart. Knowing what you want is the fuel, connecting to it is the fire. It's not enough just to picture the life that you want. You have to anchor it with meaning, in emotion, in a reason that's so powerful that you can't ignore it. Because without a strong why, the first setback, it's gonna knock you off course. So let's get clear for a moment. Why does it matter for you to be financially free? Is it your kids? To be there for every game, every recital, every milestone. Maybe it's your marriage, to have more time, more presence, not just exhausted leftovers at the end of the day. Is it your health, to buy back your mornings, to invest in yourself so that you can be strong and energetic long into the future? Maybe it's your legacy, to know that your life mattered, that you didn't just survive, you created something enduring for your family, your community, and your God-given purpose. Take a moment and feel it. Imagine your future self living those reasons, and then imagine losing them because you never took control. Which emotion hits harder? That, my friends, that is your why. Without a why, discipline is just misery. With a why, discipline becomes devotion. It becomes the drive that leads you to the inevitable outcome. Again, Napoleon Hill taught that a major definite aim must be fueled by a burning desire. That desire, that's the emotion. It's the difference between interest and commitment. Interest says, I'd like to have that. Commitment says, I will die on this hill if I must. And science, it actually backs this up as well. Psychologists call it future self continuity. The more emotionally connected you are to your future self, the better choices you make today. People who feel that connection, they save more, they live healthier, and they act with greater integrity. Why? Because every decision feels like a gift or a betrayal to the person that you need to become. That's why this question and getting the emotion right matters so much. When your vision is emotionally charged, it becomes magnetic. You don't just push yourself toward it, it pulls you forward. So take a moment and close your eyes. Picture your future self again, and now feel them. Feel the relief of being debt-free. Feel the joy of saying yes to your family. Feel the pride of having built freedom with your own hands. Feel the gratitude of waking up every day knowing that you own your time. Don't just see it, don't just say it, but feel it. Because when you feel it deeply enough, that's when you stop wishing and it starts becoming your reality. So the purpose of question number 2 is this: to feel what you see until it becomes the fire that drives you. This brings us to question number 3. Who must I become? The only difference between the person that you are today and the person who has already achieved that vision is who you must become. This isn't just motivational fluff, it's grounded in human psychology. As Benjamin Hardy puts it, your imagined future directs your behavior. Research shows that the more vividly you connect with your future self, the more your present choices shift. People who feel that connection, they save more, they live healthier, and they make better decisions with greater integrity. Because when your future feels real, your present actions suddenly carry weight. It's no longer someday I'll change, it becomes I'm already becoming that person today. That's the bridge, your identity. Every choice you make right now is either casting a vote for the person that you are today or the person that you're going to become. This is the science of transformation. When you repeatedly act as if you're already that person, your behavior begins to align and your future, it starts to become inevitable. So here's the bridge. The first step in you becoming financially free is becoming the CEO of your money. It's taking control over your money and using that money as a vote for the future that you most want right now. It's allocating your resources toward the vision of what you want and why it matters. It's becoming empowered with money by acting towards your future self every single day. And the one factor that you have 100% control over is the lever that determines how fast you reach that financial freedom. It's your savings rate. I believe that one of the reasons that financial institutions thrive is because they capitalize on a hard truth. Most people lack discipline with their savings rate. Today, the average American preparing for retirement saves less than 5% of their income. Think about that for a moment. If you're making $100,000 a year, that's only $5,000 saved. If you recall the math from chapter 2, replacing that $100,000 lifestyle in retirement would require you to have $2.5 million saved up. And saving just $5,000 a year, you need to earn a 10.45% return every single year for the next 40 years straight. And that's exactly what the financial industry sells you. Don't worry about saving enough, just trust the markets will make up the difference. But here's the problem. When all you focus on is returns, you eliminate personal accountability. You hand over your freedom to forces that you can't control. The not-so-secret truth of those who actually achieve financial freedom is this. They start with what they can control, and that is their savings rate. Boosting your savings rate from 5% to 10% to 15% and even 20% doesn't just increase the odds of success, it accelerates your timeline. And the best part, this is 100% within your control. So let me stop for a moment and let me show you some math to help you see how this math plays out in your future. Okay, so let me give you an example. This calculator is going to help you see the maximum potential of all of the dollars that are flowing in and ultimately out of your life. Once you see this, you'll realize that everything you need to be financially free is right in front of you right now if you can just capture more of your money. So let's make this example a little bit extreme to start off with, and then we'll build a little bit more reality into it step by step. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do in this scenario is we're going to run a hypothetical situation, and then we're going to inject a little bit more reality in with every step that we take. So let's say we've got a 30-year-old willing to work, earn, save, and invest for the next 35 years. What does this actually look like? How much money is going to flow in and out of this person's economy? What we'll notice here is, let's say that this individual today is making $100,000 in annual income. That means over the next 30 years, this individual is going to make $3.5 million. That's $3.5 million that's going to come into this individual's economy. And the question that remains is, how much will this individual keep? And based on how much he keeps, how hard does his money need to work? Now, let's also say that this individual is an empire builder. He's a value creator. And every single day, every single year, he goes out and creates more value in his business or in his career and earns more money as a result. So let's say his income on average rises by 5% every single year. Now this individual, over the course of a 35-year career, is going to actually make $9 million. The average income that this person will make over 35 years is $250,000 a year. And in the very last year, before this individual stops working, he's going to make $500,000. Now, obviously, there's inflation adjusted into that, but just for the sake of this discussion, that's a lot of money coming into this individual's economy. Now, this individual certainly cannot keep every single penny that comes in. So where are the normal places that money goes? We're going to start off with the first and usually most obvious one, and it's actually the most painful one. Let's say this individual does nothing with tax strategy. And even though he could pay less in taxes, he never increases his financial IQ, and he ends up paying about 35% of his total income over the course of this 30-year period of time in taxes. That actually has a real cost of $3 million. It takes what would have been $9 million of income, and now it adjusts it down to 5.8. Even though this individual is going to earn $9 million, he only keeps $5.8 million after having paid all the taxes. But this is only step number one. Let's now equate for the debt. Most people carry between 30 to 40% of their total income goes to debt payments. Now, that's really mortgaging the future. That's student loan debt, that's credit card debt, that's housing debt, that's all different forms of debt. And what debt does is it traps your future working years to pay for things that you've already consumed. So let's say that this individual also has 35% of his total income going to debt. Now again, it's the same math, but what you'll notice is our compound interest curve, our compound income curve is getting eroded away by taxes and debt. Now, even though this individual is going to earn $9 million, he only keeps $2.7 million. But now all we've paid for is taxes and debt, so where's all of the rest of the money going? Well, for like most Americans, the rest of that money is going to be going to lifestyle. So let's say 30% of this income is going towards, let's not say 30%, let's say 25% is going towards lifestyle. This would be the things that make life worth living, right? Putting food on the table, going on vacations, paying for cars, whatever it is, going to shows, all that kind of stuff. But this means now that at the end of a 35-year career, this individual who makes $9 million only has $451,000 to show for it. All of the money that came in subsequently went out of this individual's life. This is how most Americans live. And at the end of the day, this isn't too far away from the average retirement account balance. The average person leading up to retirement has about $250,000 saved for retirement at the age of 50 or in between 50 and 55. Now, $451,000, it's not enough to retire. So now let's go back to Wall Street or go back to the conventional method of thinking. We just need to earn a higher rate of return. I'm having all of this money go out the door, so I need to make my money work harder for me. So let's say that this individual shoots for, maybe they think they can earn an 8% return in the stock market. Now what that means, if every single year that they're saving 5% of their income, they earn an 8% return, now they end up having $1.6 million in total assets in the future. But here's the crazy part, my friends. If every dollar that came into this individual's life could earn an 8% return, the opportunity cost is this individual would have earned $9 million of active income, but if he could have earned an 8% return on every dollar that came into his economy would have turned into $33 million. My friends, let that sink in for just a moment. Opportunity cost of what could have been is likely the greatest cost that most people are suffering from. Now, if we come back to this, how likely is it that this individual is going to be able to retire? Remember, the last year of income that this individual has is $525,000. All they really have in savings is $1.6 million. And if we take $1.6 million and multiply that by 4%, using the 4% rule that we talked about in chapter 2, that's only $64,000 of income. That's not going to replace this individual's lifestyle. So now this individual is forced into a scenario where he has to figure out how to take more risk. Maybe Wall Street lures him and he thinks he can earn a 10% return. You can see that would compound his rate of return now to $2.4 million. Now, I want to back up here for just a moment. How likely is it that this individual over a 35-year career is going to earn 10% every single year? Very, very unlikely. The average rate of return in the stock market, again, as we've discussed in previous videos, is much lower than that. But here's the reality. I do know for a fact that the passive income machine can easily generate 10% returns every single year, with money safely compounding in the vault and with money compounding in real estate at the same time. But here's where the equation turns on its head. Let's say that rather than focusing on accelerating our rate of return and maybe taking more risk, what if we just keep the 10% rate of return as is and we focus on what's in our control? What if the first place we start looking for opportunity is in our taxes? Rather than having 35% of our money going out the door to taxes, what if we implemented a tax strategy allowing us to keep more of the money that we actually make, and we reduce our overall tax liability to 25%? What this now does is this allows us to save more money. We just went from a 5% savings rate to a 15% savings rate with one move, with taking money back that was going outside of our economy. Now look at this. Now what happens is we don't have to take any more risk. We're still earning the 10% return, but we just tripled the money that we're going to have. We went from 2 million, not quite triple, but went to $7.4 million. What if then we come back to the debt equation, and rather than giving all of our money to banks, in gear number 2, we learn how to use the vault, and we start treating our own vault like our own bank, and we start doing things more mathematically profitable for us. And we lower our debt payments. Let's just say we lower it down to 30. Actually, let's say we do this. Let's say we lower our debt payments down to 25% and we increase our lifestyle to 30%. This allows us to now spend money on a life that we actually want because we're controlling the things that we don't want our money to go to, taxes and debt. This also allows us to increase our savings rate all the way up to 20% and still live a quality life. Now look at this. Now we end up with $9.9 million of compounded value over a 10-year period of time. And again, this is with just a 10% rate of return. As you get into gears number 2 and 3, you're going to see how the passive income machine is going to multiply your rate of return at an exponential rate. But my friends, hopefully this is clear. The opportunity cost for you is starting with the money that's already flowing in and likely out of your economy. So this brings me to the last part of this video. Now what you need is you need a 3-part system to make everything work for you. This is the first gear of becoming an empire builder. The first thing you need to become an empire builder is a clearly defined goal. I want you to think of a goal as a direction. For us, the goal, it's crystal clear. Financial freedom in 10 years or less, that's the destination you've defined by answering the 3 power questions. But here's the reality. Having a goal alone gives you only about a 10% chance of success. Think about all of those New Year's resolutions abandoned by the 3rd week of January. Goals inspire you, but they don't sustain you. So to improve your odds, you need more than a goal, you need a system. Consider this. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. If your system is weak, your results, well, they're going to be weak too, no matter how inspiring your goals are. The system is how you make freedom real. The system is how you start to create real habits that make your future inevitable. And the system that we use inside of this world is the passive income machine. The first step of the system is non-negotiable. A minimum of 10% of all of your active income, it goes into your vault. That's the engine that you're going to fuel again and again until it powers your freedom. Now, with a compelling goal and a proven system like the passive income machine, you'd think that your chances of success would be nearly guaranteed, right? But psychology unfortunately says otherwise. Even with both in place, the odds rise to only about 20%. Why is that? Well, because most people don't consistently work the system. That's why the first gear of the passive income machine isn't about external investment. It's about investment in the most important asset that you have, yourself, your mindset. Because here's the real key to success. You must believe it's possible for you to begin acting like the person who deserves it. This is the answer to question number 3. Who must I become? As you begin to act like the future version of yourself, an empire builder in control of your money and time, you take on a brand new identity. A goal alone gives you about a 10% chance of success. A goal paired with a system raises that chance to about 20%. That's better, but still not enough. The true game changer isn't out there, it's in here. It's an identity. This is the game changer. It's your identity. It's understanding that you have to believe something about yourself that you might not have believed up to this point. This is the first gear of the passive income machine, stepping into the identity of becoming the CEO of your money. When you embrace this identity, your savings rate is no longer negotiable. It's simply just who you are. And that's it, my friends. Gear number 1 is now engaged. The moment you step into the identity of an empire builder, the CEO of your money, everything changes. Your savings rate, it's no longer a choice anymore. It's just who you are. It's a manifestation. It's an extension of you. From this day forward, every dollar that you direct is a vote for your freedom, and your future self is already thanking you. Now what I want you to do as an empire builder is complete the worksheet associated with this training. Understand what you want, why you want it, and who you must become, and get clear on what your actual savings rate is, and give yourself a target, an incremental, not monumental target. Take incremental steps to increasing your savings from where it is today to a minimum of 10%, preferably 20% or beyond. The faster you increase your savings rate, the faster you give yourself fuel to become financially free. That is the key. That is in your control. Wealth, it's not luck. It's a process. And because it's a process, it can really be broken down into steps, repeated and ultimately duplicated. Every wealthy person, whether they're a business mogul or a self-made empire builder just like you, they share 2 things in common: uninterrupted compounding and smart leverage. Time is what turns small seeds into towering fortunes through compounding. Leverage is what multiplies your efforts and accelerates your results far beyond what your time could ever produce on its own. But together, Together, they are two unstoppable forces of wealth, and here's the key. They're not reserved for the ultra-rich. You, my friends, have access to them too. So this is exactly what Gear 2 of the passive income machine, the Vault, is built to do. Inside of the Vault is a comprehensive financial strategy where your money compounds without interruption, while giving you the ability to leverage it all at the same time. It's what transforms the passive income machine from simply a holding tank for cash into a compounding powerhouse of leverage. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to harness time plus leverage inside of the Vault and the financial strategy that comes with it. The Vault is going to help you build completely untouchable wealth that grows, multiplies, and works for you for the rest of your life. I want you to imagine that for just a moment. What's it going to look like 5 years out, 10 years out, 20 years out, for the rest of your life if you have a place to store, grow, and multiply your money uninterrupted ever? There are no down years. And all during that time, you have the ability to access and leverage your Vault to build wealth right now. So let's dive in to see how the Vault financial strategy works. The first thing that I want to talk about is one of the most misunderstood points of wealth building, the power of compounding. Now listen, I'm going to give you an example because everyone knows Warren Buffett as the Oracle of Omaha, one of the greatest investors of all time. In fact, there are more than 3,000 books on Amazon right now trying to decode his success. But here's the irony that almost no one talks about. Not a single one of those books will ever reveal his true wealth building secret. Why? Because it's the one thing that most people overlook or simply don't want to acknowledge because it's non-negotiable. And the truth is, Buffett's success has far less to do with his stock picking, which is phenomenal, and far more to do with the principle of wealth that you also have access to. So let me show you what I mean. Now, Buffett started investing when he was just 11 years old. By the time he was 30, his net worth was about $1 million. Now, we could go back and adjust that for inflation, but that's an impressive standard by any measure. But here's where things get kind of crazy. Today, Warren Buffett's net worth is about $160 billion, and more than 99% of that wealth came after his 60th birthday. Now imagine if Buffett had followed a more typical path. What if he didn't really start investing until the age of 30? He developed his investing skills, and he earned those same strong double-digit returns, and then, like most people, he just retired at 60, and then stopped investing altogether. Instead of building $160 billion, his net worth would have been closer to $11 million by the age of 60. Now, I want you to imagine this. That's not a typo. The difference between $11 million and $160 billion is the difference between stopping compounding and letting it run for another 25 years. Because most of Warren Buffett's wealth came as the hockey stick approach after the age of his late 60s. That's when things got unstoppable. So here's where this secret comes in. Buffett's real secret, it's not investment genius. Of course, don't get me wrong, he's a brilliant investor. But his real secret is the one that none of the books will talk about. His real secret is time. It's the decades of uninterrupted compounding. Without cashing out, without stopping the curve, these are the things that created his real fortune. This is what people call the hockey stick curve of wealth. For years, it feels like nothing is happening, and then suddenly the curve bends upward and the growth becomes explosive. So here's the key lesson with Buffett. Time and uninterrupted compounding beat rate of return every single time. But here's the challenge with time. It has to pass. You can't rush it. You can't skip ahead. And while it's working in the background, most people feel stuck just waiting. So this brings me to secret number 2. When we can combine time with leverage, now the game starts to change. And this is one of the main reasons why the wealthy use leverage as part of their fundamental wealth building strategy. Leverage is the force multiplier that accelerates the process. Time creates the curve, but leverage lets you tap into the value of that curve without ever breaking it. And when you combine time and leverage, you're no longer stuck choosing between long-term compounding or short-term results. You get both. You can lock in unstoppable wealth for the future and accelerate your growth today, all with the same dollar. Think about it. Every wealthy person, no matter how they built their fortune, business, real estate, or investing, they all have one thing in common. And it always comes down to leverage. And most people, they misunderstand this. They get scared of the word leverage. They confuse it with consumer debt, using other people's money to buy things that lose value, then paying it back with their future time and their future labor. That's not leverage, that's bondage. Real leverage is completely different. It's not about consumer debt, it's about using other people's money to acquire assets that pay off the leverage and generate profits on top of that. That's what takes $1 and makes it do the work of 5. And here's the bottom line. Without leverage, hitting financial freedom in 10 years or less it's almost impossible. In fact, I'm going to say it is impossible. The only way to get wealthy, the only way to become free in 10 years or less is with leverage. Because with leverage, anything is possible. You can take the 10 years or less and make that your reality. So now let me show you how this strategy works inside of the vault, the most unique financial tool on the planet. It's the engine at the center of your passive income machine. It gives you both uninterrupted compounding for the long term, as well as smart leverage to accelerate your results today. And as you'll see in the next section of education, it is the source of your tax-free income. But for now, I'm gonna cut to a screen share so you can visualize what's going on behind the scenes with the vault. Let's go. Okay, so by now you know that the vault is an overfunded, high cash value focused whole life insurance policy. But why is this the secret to your wealth? Well, let's dive in. When most people buy insurance, they do it the exact opposite way. I want you to think about going out and buying an insurance policy right now. You would go to the insurance company and you would try to buy the most amount of life insurance. Whatever you need, that's what you would want to buy. But in order to win with that life insurance policy effectively, you have to die, right? I mean, that's the only way a life insurance policy pays out. So you want to pay the least amount of premium for that. And what the insurance company is going to give you is they're going to give you a term insurance policy or something like that, right? This is how most people, in fact, over 95% of people buy policies this way. And I'm not going to go into all the reasons why, but less than 3% of insurance policies ever pay a death benefit. It's because the insurance companies are really good at what they do. Now, on the flip side of this, I want you to imagine walking into your local, life insurance agent, and you go to that life insurance agent and say, hey, insurance agent, I want to pay you the very most amount of money that I can, the biggest premium that I can afford, but in exchange for this, I want you to give me the least amount of insurance for that. Most insurance agents are going to stare at you blankly. They're not going to know what to do with that statement. But this is how an overfunded whole life insurance policy works. And when most people think about this, they're like, why would I do that? What's the point of doing this? Well, here's the reality. All of that overfunding, all of that extra money that we're sending in, it builds up inside of these insurance policies, and the insurance companies call it cash value. Now this, my friends, is where the game changes. Your cash value has a tremendous set of benefits that rival any other account. In fact, there's no other account that does exactly what the vault can do. So number one, your vault, all of the cash inside of your vault is a liquid line of credit. It's a private line of credit between you, a private individual, and a private insurance company. All the while, you're getting a guaranteed return, backed by a contract, backed by companies that have, enforced these contracts for literally hundreds of years. In addition to this, the insurance companies that issue the type of vaults that we recommend for the passive income machine, they're private insurance companies. They're not publicly owned. They're not publicly traded. When you have a vault, you become a private owner of the insurance company, and they pay you their profits in the form of a dividend. So you're getting a guaranteed return and a dividend every single year. Because we're following the rules that I talk about a little bit more in the book, and you'll learn a little bit more about when you set up your own vault, we ensure that we get right up to the line, but we keep these policies qualified as life insurance for the tax benefits. While your money is in the account, your money is 100% safe, private, and protected. There are no down years. It's safe from litigation. It's safe from market volatility. Every form of risk is eliminated from your cash. And as you'll learn about in section 3 of the book, it's going to give you a future stream of income. And all the while, it is still life insurance. It's still going to give you a death benefit. When something happens unexpectedly, it will pay out the death benefit. Now, this is where the game starts to change. Your cash is doing all of these things simultaneously in this single account. Now, what this allows you to do is I want you to think about this. Now you go from storing short-term money in a bank to storing it in a way more productive vehicle, the vault. The vault is going to far outpace a rate of return that you could ever earn on a bank. And now we're going to take the vault and we're going to make it do two things. We're going to give $1 the opportunity to do 2 jobs simultaneously. This is where the game starts to take off. As your vault is growing and compounding your wealth, just like we talked about with Warren Buffett, the game is time. You will never have a down year. Your money will continuously compound for the rest of your life. But all the while this compounding is building up, the insurance company gives you access to the value of that compounding growth by borrowing their money, not yours. They use your policy as collateral for that loan, but they allow you to borrow their money to go accomplish your short-term goals. Now your money is compounding, and you can go invest the value of your money in another asset. This is how your money starts to do two things. So now this is step number one. Our money is safely compounding in the vault, and we can leverage the value of the vault to go buy an asset. And as I talked about in the book, we're going to then go use a bank, and a bank is going to bring an additional $4 to this equation. Our $1 that we originally put into the vault is now compounding and growing. We're able to leverage that $1 through the vault line of credit to be a $1 down payment on the house, and then the bank is going to bring 4 more to the table. This is how $1 is doing the job of 5. Your money's working in 2 assets at the same time. Leverage is multiplying the effect of every dollar that you have. Now, again, the tool behind this is a maximum funded, cash value focused whole life insurance policy. If any one of these things are off, you don't have a vault. It's not going to work as part of the passive income machine. But here's how it works. When you put money into the vault in year 1, you're going to take, your 10 to 20% savings goal plus any cash that you front loaded in the, that you're going to front load in the vault. That's going to give you 70 to 90% of the money that you put in immediately available to you as a line of credit. In year 2, you're going to take your 10 to 20% savings goal, if that's $15,000 a year or $100,000 a year, whatever you can save, you're going to try to save 10 to 20% of your income. That in year 2 is going to give you another 85 to 90% of what you put in as an available line of credit. By year 3, when the vault is designed right, you're going to put your savings goal in, your annual savings goal, and you'll have 100% of what you put in. So in year 1 and 2, you don't have full access to all of your cash. By year 3, dollar for dollar, every dollar that you put in is available as a line of credit. And by year 4 and beyond, every dollar you put in is going to be available as a line of credit plus some. Now, beginning in year 4, the vault starts building cash value on top of the dollars that you're building to build your line of credit even bigger. So let's look at this from just a numerical standpoint. Let's say in year 1, we have an empire builder who's going to transfer $100,000 from cash into the vault. They're just going to put it in as a one-time dump in. Then let's say that their annual savings goal is $25,000 a year. Well, in year 1, they should have roughly $108,000 to $114,000 of cash value immediately available as a line of credit. Now, of course, these numbers have a little bit of variance in them based on your insurability, based on your age, those type of things. But most of what you're putting in this example, about 90% of what you're putting in is available in cash value. In year 2, when the person puts in $25,000, their annual savings goal, that should equate to another $20,000 to $22,000 in cash value available that year to go leverage. So now we're at $136,000 of a total line of credit. By year 3, $25,000 in, $25,000 out. $161,000 in total line of credit. And then by year 4 on, like I said, $25,000 in, $26,000 out. And every year that delta, that additional compounding just gets bigger and bigger. So those are rough numbers just to help give you a visual. Now I'm going to walk you through the math of how the vault strategy actually works. Because without the vault, I want you to consider this. You already finance everything you buy. Everything in your life is financed already. Let me walk you through what I mean by this. I'm going to give you a very stereotypical example because we've all done this. We know exactly how this process works. But if I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy a car, right, I've got 2 options essentially without the vault. I can use cash, right? And this is what, the gurus out there like Dave Ramsey will tell me to do. And if I'm going to use cash, let's say that this car is going to cost me $100,000, okay? I'm just going to take a little bit of money every month, every quarter, however I'm saving, and I'm going to save up until I get my $100,000 in cash. Once I've got that $100,000 in cash, I'm going to spend it, right? I'm going to go buy my car, and I'm going to be back down to $0. I'm back where I started. Now, I know that I'm going to buy a car every 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So essentially what this means is even though I don't have a car payment, I've got to start saving for my next car. Now, obviously, I'll get a little bit of a trade-in value, but I know I'm going to have to bring more cash to the table down the road when I buy my next car. So I'm going to start saving up again to buy my next car. And when I do, I'll spend my cash and go back to ground zero. Now, in this scenario, the benefit would be, okay, there's no interest cost. I'm not paying interest to a bank, but really, if we really consider this, there's opportunity cost, right? What could that $100,000 have done had I not saved it up in cash in a bank and then spent it on a car? What could the future value of that $100,000 have been if I had a better mechanism? Okay, you can kind of see where this is going. So if I don't use cash, I have to use debt, right? And debt is just I'm going to spend money today and then I'm going to pay off the debt back to the bank over a period of time. And by the time that debt is paid off, my loan hits zero, I'm back to having nothing to show for it, and I paid interest to the bank to do it. But I know I need to buy another car, so I'm just going to kind of go through the same cycle of, borrowing money from the bank and then paying it off over time. But in both cases, you can see we end up back at the exact same spots. Now, I want to take a step back for just a moment. Consider how many of your purchases, how many of your dollars that are flowing into your economy that we talked about in the last video are going out of your economy in this exact same fashion. Whether it's a car, whether it's vacations, whether it's Christmas, whether it's, schooling, tuition for your kids, whatever it is, this happens all the time for most people, and money comes in and it goes right out of their economy. Now, let me give you the other way to do this. We're going to talk about the vault. The vault now gives you a third option. This is only available when you have a vault, but it now gives you a third option, which is almost always a more effective option to finance anything. Now, I'm going to use a car up front for this example. Then we're going to exchange this, and I'm going to give you a real estate example just so you can see the process, okay? So now let's take that same $100,000 to buy this car. I would have had to have put $100,000 in my vault to have access to this, but now this $100,000 of cash value is in my vault. It's cash. This now gives me the ability to access $100,000 of the insurance company's money via this line of credit, and the insurance company, they're going to use my death benefit as collateral. They know that they owe me money, so if I die with the loan outstanding, they'll pay out the death benefit minus the outstanding $100,000. They're now going to give me the ability to take this $100,000 and go buy this car. Now, these insurance companies that we use, they are called mutual companies. They are private. They are not publicly owned. I own a portion, a very small portion of several of these insurance companies because I have policies with each one of them. I want these insurance companies to be profitable. If they loan me money and they don't charge me any money for doing it, how profitable are they going to be? Well, they're not very profitable, right? And so insurance companies make money in a lot of different ways, but insurance companies, unlike banks, have to keep cash liquid for everyone's cash value. It's there, which means if we all went and asked for our cash at the same time, the insurance companies have to have it. It's mandated by law. So now they're lending me money that would have sat in an otherwise fairly liquid, low-yielding interest rate-bearing account, and they're just shifting what they would have earned to me or what they would have earned elsewhere to me as a form of interest. So I'm going to use 5%. Some insurance companies are a little bit lower than this, some are a little bit higher, it just totally depends. But once you see the math behind this, you'll see it doesn't really matter. So they're going to charge me 5% to take a loan from them. Now, when I take this loan, they don't ask me what the loan is for. They don't ask me, I don't have to apply for it or get approved for it. They don't ask me how I'm going to pay it back, when I'm going to pay it back. They don't report it to my, credit rate. It doesn't affect my debt to income ratio. It's a private loan between me, a private individual, and a private insurance company. But here's where the math gets crazy. The math is a simple interest rate loan. So as an empire builder, I want to have the value to use my capital today, but I want to be able to recycle my capital and use it multiple times. So I'm going to pay this loan off just as if I were saving for my next car. The exact same process that we just talked about, I'm just going to pay it off. So I'm going to pull up a calculator and let's just do a rough example of how this would work. Let's say I decide that I want to pay this thing off over 5 years and the loan balance is $100,000. And let's say that they're charging me 5%. And I've got, I'm going to pay this off over 5 years. Now, if I wanted to make a payment every single month to pay this off, I would need to make a payment of $1,887 to the insurance company. And if I make payments of $1,887 for 5 years straight, at the end of 5 years, you can see my loan balance is completely paid off. But here's the fun part. It works just like any mortgage or any other simple interest rate loan that you've seen. When I make this first payment of $1,887, my loan balance drops from $100,000 down to $98,000. But on that first payment, $1,400 went to principal, paying down my loan. $416 went to interest. But the next time I make a payment, $1,887, a little bit more goes to principal. You can see it went from $1,400 to $1,476. And my interest went from $416 down to $410. Why? Well, because my principal balance is smaller. I'm being charged an interest rate on a smaller principal balance. So every time I make a payment, less money goes to interest, more money goes to principal. Now, I can choose to make these payments however I want. I can make a couple payments today, skip for 3 months, make another payment. I can make an $1,800 payment today, a $200 payment tomorrow, a $5,000 payment 3 months from now. However I pay it off is completely up to me. I control the entire process. But as I pay it off, less and less of my cost, or less and less of my payment is going to interest. But if I follow this path all the way throughout, down at the very bottom, we're going to see I would have paid the insurance company down here $13.27 or $13,227. Okay, so $13,227. This was my actual cost in this example. I was being charged 5%, and the reason I'm drawing a triangle like this is just to help you visualize how the interest was flowing. Every time I'm making a payment, less of my payment is going to interest and more is going to principal. But at the end of the year, or at the end of 5-year example here, I literally had a $13,000 cost. So when I look at this, what's the benefit? Why am I borrowing the insurance company's money? Well, remember, my $100,000 never came out of my policy. It's compounding at 5%. And this is when the math gets crazy, because on the surface, it looks like it would be a wash. If I'm making 5 and I'm earning 5, there really shouldn't be a net difference. But it's the difference between the types of interest that are happening. On the loan side, I'm being charged simple interest. On my side, I'm being rewarded with compounding interest. Now, compounding interest works the exact opposite, so let's pull up another calculator. Okay, so let's look at this same calculator. We'll have $100,000, because this is where our loan starts, and it's earning a 5% return. Now, in the first year, I earn $5,000 of interest. My 5% return on $100,000 nets me $5,000 in profit. Now, that's not going to change my life, but let's take this out over the full 5 years. Over 5 years, the next year, when I earn 5%, I'm now earning 5% on $105,000. My original principal plus the interest that got added to my account. Now I'm earning 5% on $105,000, so I earn $5,200 the next year. That gets added to my principal balance, and now I'm earning 5% on $110,000. And every single year, this is what's happening. So over the end of 5 years, I would have earned $27,000 in interest. Okay, 27,628 to be exact. So let's now bring this back to the equation. 27,628, this is my profit. Compounding is building on itself. That's why I draw the triangle right side up. But here's the net benefit. I had my dollar doing exactly what I wanted it to do. In this example, I wanted to buy a car. But at the same time, I never broke my compounding interest curve. And during my process of doing this, I came out net profitable by $14,000, doing exactly what I was going to do anyway, but now I have a more effective way to do it because I now become a bank, my own bank. So this is the power of this, right? I just showed you 5 years, but let's say I'm a 30-year-old, and let's say I'm gonna live for 60 more years. So if I take that same $100,000 and compound it for 60 years at 5%, that $100,000 is going to compound to $1.8 million. $1.8 million. So if we go back over to our previous scenario here, the opportunity cost of $100,000 is really $1.8 million. This is what it could have been had I had a better system. Now I have a better system. I can get the $1.8 million and I can buy all the cars I want along the way. So this is now the strategy I want you to consider, because when I first learned this, literally my mind was blown. I could not believe what I was reading in the pages of the book that really opened me up to this. And when I first understood it, I couldn't believe that this system actually worked. Now, I've used my own vaults to do everything under the sun, from buying a house, buying several rental homes, to paying for college for my kids, to funding cars for my son, my daughter, as well as funding vacations, businesses, all kinds of different things. And I've done it all without ever breaking compound interest. So the first goal of an empire builder is this: save 10 to 20% of your money inside of your vault. We talked about this being the standard in the previous chapter. The next goal of an empire builder is this: you need to recapture as much of your money that is currently flowing through your system, through your personal economy, and keep it flowing in your system. This is how it works for most people. You make some money and it comes into your bank account. Now, inside of your bank account, you've got a lot of bills to pay, and so you then take the money that you make and you shift it right back out. The money that you make is then spent. It goes out the door in some form or fashion. And this is why I talked about last time, the average American, they save less than 5%. Because they don't have a system to keep as much of their money inside of their economy as possible. You have to start thinking like a bank. A bank attracts money to come in. They then leverage the money that's in their system to go run their business. Like when I put a deposit in the bank, they don't just say, hey, I'm going to keep it in the vault for you, come back and get it. No, they take my money and they lend it out. right? They then go run their entire business. So your goal, your second goal as an empire builder, is to recapture and recycle as many dollars as possible that are currently flowing through your economic system and convert them to dollars that are flowing inside of your system. Imagine putting $1 into your account, and once it's in your account, you could recycle it over and over and over again for your homes that you're going to buy as part of your passive income machine, for the trips that you want to take, for the cars that you buy, anything under the sun. This now becomes possible for you. So the ability to be able to do this, if we envision this, going back to the idea of Warren Buffett's compound effect, this hockey stick approach, here's how you're going to build your compounding wealth. You're going to start putting money into your vault immediately, right now. Then you're going to take a policy loan from your vault. We're then going to pay back that policy loan over a period of time. But now, rather than ending up back at $0, we never broke compound interest. There's this little teeny delta there in the beginning. It doesn't look like much, and it's not in the beginning. But now, every single time we do this, right, taking policy loans and paying them back, we never break the compound interest curve. And now we have the ability to leverage and use our money all throughout the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of your life and never break compound interest. In the next section, I'm going to show you how to use income from this section. Again, never breaking compound interest. So the objective of all of this is we're going to put money into our vault. We're going to put money into our vault. We're going to leverage our vault as a private line of credit. And step number one, really, for an empire builder on the pursuit of becoming financially free, is to buy a cash flowing asset, a simple single family home. We'll talk a lot more about that in the next video, in the next chapter. But this now starts dual compounding. My money is growing and working in two assets at the same time. And the best part about this, I'm using the profits from the asset to pay back the policy loan, the profits, okay? So let me give you an example, okay? We're gonna do a case study here side by side. Now, I don't want the numbers to confuse you here, so I'm gonna keep the numbers very, very simple. Now, most people aren't buying properties for $100,000. I totally acknowledge that. I just want you to see the numbers, and I'm gonna use a $100,000 purchase price, okay? So let's say we buy a property, and rather than buying this property using leverage, let's just say we're going to buy cash, okay? We're going to use leverage here in just a minute. So if we buy this property for $100,000 in cash, and we just hold it for 30 years, and let's say we can collect $1,000 of rent every single month, and out of that $1,000 of rent, let's say 400 of it, just on average goes to vacancy and repairs and turnovers and things like that. So we collect $600,000 or $600 a month of profit in this property. That's the example I'm going to give you, okay? So we buy this property right here, and it appreciates over the next 5 years, the next 30 years. Its future value is going to go from $100,000 to $242,000. That's going to happen one way or the other. The cash flow that we're going to get, if we take the $400 and we multiply it by 30, not 400, if we take the $600 and multiply it by 30, we're going to have a net positive cash flow of $216,000. But we bought this thing for $100,000 in cash, so our net profit on just appreciation and net cash flow is $358,000. Okay, now, if we add the vault to this equation, same property, same example, but now we have a vault on top of this. So now, the $100,000 that we were going to use in cash, we route it through the vault first, we use the vault to buy the real estate, and then we're going to use the profits from the real estate to pay back the vault loan, okay, of $100,000. So it's still, the same property still going to appreciate to $242,000. Same property, nothing's gonna change there. But now, if I want to pay off this loan over the next 30 years, remember, I'm going to collect $1,000 a month. I'm going to assume in this example that $400 a month on average goes to vacancy and repairs. So that's money that's just going out the door to have the privilege of owning the property. I'm going to have a positive cash flow position of $600. And of that $600, if I want to pay off the vault loan over 30 years, I got to pay $536 a month to the insurance company to pay off that loan. So my net cash flow is actually really, really small. That's $22,000, right? I still bought it for $100,000. So my net profit on just the real estate alone is $165. This is where people would say it's better to not use the vault. Why not just buy the real estate and get the $358? Well, remember, your money is doing two things. So over that same 30-year time frame, your $100,000 never broke compound interest, and your future cash value is now $547,000. $547,000 plus the $165,000 from the previous, or from owning the real estate. Now we end up with $739,000 by doing the same thing we were going to do, just more efficiently. This is the power of the vault. We end up with our wealth position being almost twice as profitable by having a better system, by becoming our own bank. So my friends, the objective of this is to rinse and repeat. It's to inject velocity into your equation. If we have money on our vault, we're going to leverage our vault to buy a single family home. We're going to use the profits of that single family home to pay off our vault line of credit. But once I do it once, why not do it twice? Because the second time I do it, now I have 2 assets paying off my vault line of credit twice as fast. The third time I do it, I have 3 assets. My snowball is accelerating in momentum. This is the power of the vault financial strategy, and this is the power when you combine the vault with cash flowing real estate. So the vault, it's not just about multiplying money. It's about creating tax-free income for life and multiplying your freedom along the way. What you've just seen is how to leverage your vault to accelerate your investing success right now, while also building unstoppable wealth for the future. But here's the real power. The vault isn't only a growth engine. It's a phenomenal way to buy real estate, but I want you to consider this. In the next section of the book, I'm going to be sharing with you how to use the vault as the source of your tax-free income. So if this is true, I want you to consider that your vault isn't just the way that we're going to grow your wealth. It's the way you're going to generate the income that you desire, and your vault necessarily now needs to be a reservoir. You want to try to get as much of your money into this reservoir as you possibly can. I'm going to give you a little bit more depth and detail on how the vault functions as a reservoir in the next section. But I want you to consider this. Once your money is in the vault and you have enough money to fund the lifestyle that you want, using the equity mill strategy that we'll talk about next, you can start taking income out of your equation anytime you want. You don't have to wait until you're 59 and a half. I've used my vault in my 30s, in my 40s to take tax-free income every single year. Now, my friends, this is just the beginning of a multiple phase strategy. We'll talk more about that in the next section, but I want you to have a foresight of where we're going with the vault. Now, my friends, to wrap this up, I want you to consider this. The vault is only as powerful as the strategy behind it. When it's built wrong, it just is expensive insurance. I've seen so many policies that people thought were vaults that were the exact opposite. They were built for commissions for your insurance agent. When a vault is built right with a tactical wealth strategist, it becomes the engine for a game plan. It turns inflation and leverage and cash flow into financial freedom in 10 years or less. That's why having a tactical wealth strategist to build your vault is the key to this equation. A tactical wealth strategist, or a TWS, they're the top 1% of trained agents designed to build vaults with precision and to integrate them into a game plan that actually works. Ordinary agents, they design policies for commissions. In fact, the more death benefit they sell, the more they get paid. A TWS is incentivized to decrease your death benefit so you have more cash value. They design vaults for performance, not for commissions. So I want you to consider this. Don't gamble with your future. Don't gamble with a vault, because the downside of a vault, the one downside, is it is a contract. If you enter the wrong contract, you're stuck. But if you're ready to integrate the vault into your wealth strategy, book a call with our team right now. Somewhere next to this video is an opportunity for you to talk to someone to see how the vault can fit into your financial equation so you can build not just wealth, but tax-free income and freedom as well. Don't settle for insurance, build a vault, build your freedom, and do it now. Okay, so as you can tell from the chapter, real estate is one of the most powerful wealth accelerators in history. It's really the only asset class that nearly every self-made millionaire has in common, and it's what becomes the focus of your growth engine once your money is off of Wall Street. Real estate is the driver of the ownership economy. And really, the only way to achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less, the very promise of the passive income machine, is to have a business system where you can apply leverage. Gear 3, Turnkey Real Estate, opens up that system for you. For someone who's on a fixed income, like maybe a W-2 employee, Turnkey Real Estate is the proven way to start a business passively, a business that will start paying you from day one, and a business that you already have inherent expertise in. You step into the role of a CEO, not another job, but of an income-producing system that unlocks the power of leverage and the tax code on your behalf. Now, if you already own a business, this is your path to a source of independent income, multiple streams of income, in fact, outside of your company. Your diversification, your safety net, and ultimately your exit strategy from your business is having multiple streams of income independent of the business that you currently operate. Whether you're an employee or a business owner, Turnkey Real Estate leads to the same outcome, passive income. And passive income is the key to freedom. I mean, Warren Buffett probably said it the best when he said, if you don't learn to make money while you sleep, you'll work until the day you die. Real estate, when it's done the right way, is the safest, simplest, and most proven way to break that cycle. But here's where things get different. The passive income machine isn't like any other strategy that you've seen, and the type of real estate that we focus on isn't either. Most books, most courses, most high-paid gurus teach you how to do real estate actively. And while that can make you money, no doubt, it's not financial freedom. It just means you've traded one job for another. Gear 3 focuses on the essence of freedom, passive income, owning and controlling your time, not trading time for a different source of income. And in the world of real estate, passive income, well, my friends, that's the anomaly. That's why Robert Allen came out of retirement to write this book with me. For decades, he taught millions of people how to do real estate actively. Now together, we're teaching you how to do it passively. Because here's the funny secret that most people won't admit. You don't actually want to do real estate. I mean, think about it. If you had all of the passive income that you ever needed, would you really wake up excited to go fix and flip a house, unclog toilets, or chase tenants who are 6 weeks late on their rent? Of course not. And that's the point. You need to own real estate, but not do real estate. You need a system where the dirty but necessary work gets done for you, and your role is simply to manage the outcome. That's the only way to be free. And here's the best part. You're already inherently qualified because this strategy, it doesn't rely on hustle or expertise. It's a system. The safest form of real estate investing is the one you already understand. Single family homes, 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. You already know what done right looks like because you've lived in one. You know what good neighborhoods feel like because you've been part of them. With turnkey real estate, that familiarity becomes your edge. So this system, it can be launched immediately with very little extra knowledge or know-how. It gives you the access to unlimited leverage, and it's the boring but beautiful way to build wealth and passive income so you can focus on what really matters, the life, the options, and the adventures that money makes possible. Now, I want to show you exactly how this works in practice. So let's pull up a quick walkthrough so you can see step by step how turnkey real estate turns the wealth forces into tailwinds for you. Now watch closely because once you see the numbers, the process, and how the system runs, it just clicks. You'll finally understand why this is the third gear of the passive income machine, and more importantly, by the end of this video, you'll see how to start evaluating properties right now. And I'm gonna give you the exact tool to do it that I've used hundreds of times and have been used thousands of times inside of our community. Let's go. Okay, so to dive right in, we're gonna walk through a simple example of how real estate can earn multiple returns in the same asset class. I want you to see how those returns stack, and I want you to see how real estate is the accelerator of your wealth portfolio. In addition to this, I want you to understand the type of real estate, how we do turnkey real estate effectively, and last but not least, I'm gonna give you my proprietary method for reviewing real estate using a math-based approach to doing so. So as we learned from the book, real estate is earning multiple returns in the exact same asset at the very same time. When you invest a single dollar into real estate, you're earning money through appreciation, amortization, cash flow, and tax benefits. All of these are amplified with leverage. We're going to put some numbers to that today so you can see and understand that, but ultimately what this is doing is it's actually reducing your risk within real estate. Because your dollar is earning multiple returns within the same asset, your risk goes down. You know, if your cash flow disappears for a couple of months because your tenant skips town, it's okay because you're still making money in 3 other ways. And because your risk goes down, your return on investment goes up at the very same time. So we're going to run a simple case study, and we're going to use a $150,000 purchase price for real estate. Now, I don't want you to get too worried about the purchase price. The math will apply whether it's a $200,000 property, a $250,000, or a $300,000 property. But in 2025, on the low end, people are buying $150,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family homes in Middle America. So today, we're going to use $150,000. We're going to assume that the property is rented for $1,400. We're going to also assume that the increase in the purchase price of this real estate goes up by 5.4% annually. And we're going to look at this over 30 years so you can see the big picture impact. Now, people ask me all the time, why 5.4%? Well, let me tell you why. If we go back to the Federal Reserve and we get their data, ever since 1971 when the rules of money changed, the average increase in the purchase price of 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes has been 5.4%. Now, we had a major spike during COVID and kind of a leveling off, But here's the thing. The reality of it is real estate is going up by 5.4%. In some areas higher, in some areas a little bit lower, but every single year, the purchase price of real estate is going up. So let's look at this. One by one, we're gonna look at each one of these pillars. So let's look at pillar one first. If we look at appreciation, this is gonna be icing on the cake. We can't really control how fast our property increases in value. So if we buy this thing $150,000, 30 years from now, assuming it's going to compound at 5.4%, it's gonna be valued at $726,000. So the gain on this is $576,000. We buy it for $150, it's valued at $726, our gain is $576,000. Our rate of return is 5.4%. But now this is where we get to bring leverage in. Let's look at how leverage, the wealth multiplier, actually accelerates our return with the same property. Because leverage is the most powerful wealth accelerator that we have. Because in this example, we actually got $120,000 to buy this property from the bank. We didn't have to put that money in. And it's going to be amortized, meaning that money is going to be paid off by the rent that we collect over that 30-year period of time. So our real cash out of pocket in this scenario was a 20% down payment or $30,000. The property still goes to $726,000, so our real gain is $696,000. So with one simple stroke, we're able to take a rate of return of 5.4% and double it with leverage at 11.2%. We now have pillar number one, appreciation, and our wealth accelerator of leverage. Okay, so let's now go to pillar two, cash flow. Now, cash flow is the most important. You want to buy a property that gives you the sustainability. The only way you get the asymmetric upside that real estate's going to give you, the long-term compounding value, is you have to be able to stay in the game. And staying in the game is a function of two things, as you learned in this last chapter. It's a function of reserves. You have to have money set aside. In addition to this, you want to have cash flow coming in, so you have positive money coming in to build your portfolio. So cash flow is the most important in this entire game to make sure that the 30-year possibility comes to fruition for you. So let's say that we take a mortgage out at 6% interest rate. Our payment to the bank is $715,000. We're going to automatically assume, and you'll see how we do this in a calculator in just a moment, we're going to assume that we have $334 per month in OPEX. Property cleaning, repairs, vacancy, that kind of stuff. We know that those things are going to come up inevitably over a longer course of time. So we're going to just factor that in from the beginning, that on a monthly basis, on average, even though we're collecting this amount of money, it's not actually ours. Over a period of time, it's going to be chewed up by operating expenses to own the property. Our net positive cash flow position now is $300 a month, which ultimately means we're generating $3,600 a year in cash flow. Now, here's the crazy part. The asset is going to go to $696,000 in total value, but at the same time that it's doing this, it's spitting out $3,600 a month to me, to you, to the owner of the property. So it's like a little ATM that's not only getting more valuable, it's spitting out monthly income every single month at the same time. Now, again, we're going to bring leverage back into this and show how that multiplies over time, because consider this, over the next 30 years, your rent is going to increase. Now, I'm using a 4% rent increase rate. That might be aggressive, that might not be aggressive enough depending on the area that you buy in. Some of the areas that I own property in, it's only been about 2%. Some of them, they've been closer to 5 or 6%. But I'm gonna use 4% as kind of the average, which means, but over a 30-year window, I'm going to raise my rent systematically on average by 4%, which ultimately means that my cash flow is going to go up. Why? Well, because my biggest expense, my mortgage, is a fixed payment. That's gonna stay flat, that's gonna stay level over the next 30 years as my rent is increasing. So what that means is my cash flow 30 years from now is going to be $973 a month, even though today it's $300 a month. So the average cash flow that I collect over this 30-year period of time is about $636 a month. So if we bring this over to our little ATM now because of leverage, do you see how our rate of return jumped yet again? Now we're in a 26% annualized internal rate of return on this property, simply because we've got leverage injected into the 4 pillars. So let's take it one step further. And my favorite is tax benefits. You're going to really see how this comes to fruition in section 3 of the book. But for now, let's just consider that all of this money that's coming to us in the form of cash flow, it's all coming to us 100% tax-free. Now, if I'm in a 30% tax rate, I would have to generate, if I wanted to compare this to my next best alternative, I would have to have an asset class that generated $10,000, almost $11,000 a month, pay my 30% taxes to be left with a net spendable after-tax amount of $7,600. So if we really look at it, I'm generating $3,200 in average tax savings over this 30-year period of time, and that has a real value of almost $100,000. This again jumps our rate of return now up to 36%. I want you to imagine for just a moment having an asset that's going to automatically grow to a future full value of about $1 million that will kick me out on average $7,600 a year in income, and that will allow me to eliminate taxes from the equation. This is why real estate is such a powerful equation. Now, if we really look at this comprehensively on an annualized rate of return, not just an internal rate of return, but an annualized rate of return, here's what that looks like. In year one, our cash flow, a couple, $300. Our principal pay down, $1,300. This is our tenant paying down our rent for us. It's amortizing. Our tax savings on this, we won't use that really because it's a small number here. And our appreciation is $6,600. Our total return on one asset in year one is about 27%. But as we look at this every single year, our return gets better every single year. Why? Well, the wealth forces are now working for us. Every year as inflation is going up, my cash flow position is going up. My pay down of my principal is getting more aggressive as the way these 30-year fixed mortgages works. My tax savings is going up, my appreciation is going up, and my annualized rate of return in that year is getting better every single year. So now this is why Warren Buffett says if he were to go back and do it all over again, he would buy real estate. He says a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is the best investment vehicle that anyone can have. I want you to consider that. We're actually buying real estate, but the best investment tool that we have access to is a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. So even though Warren Buffett's talking about a 3% mortgage, now you can see the math on this. I just gave you the math at a 6% mortgage, meaning that even if the rate's higher, because that's a fixed rate expense and everything else is working with inflation, our mortgage payment is going down because of inflation, the real cost of it, and our appreciation and our cash flow is going up because of inflation. So let's listen to what Warren Buffett says, and then we'll come right back.
If you get a 30-year mortgage, it's the best instrument in the world, because if you're wrong and rates go to 2%, which I don't think they will, but you pay it off. I mean, it's a one-way renegotiation. I mean, it is an incredibly attractive instrument for the homeowner. And you've got a one-way bet. Berkshire can't do that. We cannot issue a 30-year bond and have it so we can call it off tomorrow at par. No way. And yet, you as an individual can do it. It's a great instrument.
So the key to building your wealth is literally hiding in plain sight. Now, I've shared this with you already in the chapter, but the focus of this passive income machine is you want to buy simple single-family homes. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. They are the most boring types of real estate in the world, but that's what we're looking for. I want boring wealth creation so I can go live an adventurous, fun life. So 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes, this is why we're not doing what Grant Cardone talks about. We're not trying to get big apartment buildings. That takes orders of magnitude of scale and expertise, and we're not looking for that. And we're not trying to go to bigger pockets where everyone has an opinion on everything. We're just going to stay steadily focused on the little teeny green assets that put real money in our bank account every single month. Now, the way we want to look at this is, again, you already have inherent expertise. The real estate that we're buying actually has the highest demand and the lowest supply in terms of long-term profitability. It's the easiest way to build and scale, most important, your turnkey system, and it's the easiest property to secure leverage for. Everything lines up that makes single-family homes the one type of real estate that you want to buy. And good news, 41% of the American population, and that is growing, are renters today. There is more and more opportunity for providing great housing to people who need and or want rental properties. And like I said, the demand is high, but the supply is low. If we look back in time from the 1930s all the way to 2010, there had been millions of new houses coming online every single year. 21 million, 20 million, 25 million, 25 million, 26 million, 27 million. every single decade in the 20 plus million, and then it dropped off a cliff after 2008, and it's never really caught back up. And ultimately what this means is there's more and more opportunity, there's more and more demand, but there's limited supply in the marketplace, which means you're putting yourself in a position with massive asymmetric upside opportunity. As these houses come online, as you buy them in good neighborhoods and hold them for a period of time, the value inherently of these properties are going to increase. So the way I like to think about this is I want to use a baseball analogy. A simple single-family home is kind of like hitting a single. And in the movie Moneyball, the Oakland Athletics, they chose to win the game not by trying to hit home runs, but by simply getting on base. That was their entire strategy, and they used statistics to prove it, and they almost won the World Series despite having, I think, the lowest payroll in the MLB. So I want you to think about your single-family home portfolio in a very simple way. We're going to just do simple success swinging singles over and over and over again. We're going to buy one property, and that's going to get us on first base, one single property. That's not exciting. No one shows up to watch someone get a single at a baseball game. But the next batter gets up, and we hit another single. We get another simple single-family home. Now we have two people on the base. The crowd's not really excited. There's no runs scored yet. It's kind of boring. We get our next batter up, and we just hit another simple success swinging single, another single-family home. Now this is when the crowd gets excited. They want to see a home run hitter step up and knock it out of the park, get a grand slam. We're not going to do that because a grand slam hitter strikes out way more times than they hit a grand slam. We're just going to get up to the plate and hit another single. One simple single, and now the runs are just driving in. One run after another run, simple success swinging singles. So the objective of this game isn't to flip. It's not to time the market. We just want to buy right and let the wealth forces work for us. We want to buy and hold. We want to use fixed interest rate mortgages, generally 30. They're starting to talk a little bit about 40-year financing. That's not a real major selling point quite yet, but that's coming down the pipe. And we want to buy it with a turnkey team who has a vested interest in your success. We'll spend a lot more time talking about this in advanced education that we do around real estate, but you want to buy with a team that's tied to not just selling you a property, but the long-term management of the property. We want to let inflation, taxes, and interest rates work for you instead of against you. We want to harvest profits and store them in the vault, and we want to repeat that process over and over and over again. And again, Warren Buffett said if he had to go back and build Berkshire Hathaway all over again, what would he do? I mean, imagine this. This is a guy who's built a multi-billion-dollar company, and if he wanted to build it all over again with half the headache, he would just simply go buy a couple 100,000 single-family homes. Consider that, single-family homes. This is exactly what the wealthy people understand. And Warren, this is just a snippet from this interview where he said he'd buy a couple 100,000 single-family homes. So the game, my friends, is really simple. I've quoted these authors multiple times. We're obviously Robert Kiyosaki. He forwarded the book for us. He's an integral part of everything we do. And Robert Allen obviously is the co-author of the book. And in Robert Allen's book, his pathway to retiring in 10 years was actually pretty simple. Just buy 2 single-family homes a year, 20 single-family homes over 10 years, and you'll be financially free. And this is the path that I started on myself. I read Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then I read I read Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then I read Creating Wealth, and I just went out and started buying properties. Now I'm a quick start. I didn't need a lot of detail, at least I thought. And after my first property, I kind of walked around with my chest puffed out, thinking I'm the coolest guy around. I'm a real estate investor. After the second property, I went out and, I had a little bit more anxiety and a little bit more stress. And after the third property, I had a full-blown panic attack. After 3 properties, I realized I was building my empire on a house of cards. In fact, I bought my third property over Mother's Day weekend. And over Mother's Day weekend, I was literally having a panic attack because I realized I was putting myself further away from financial freedom. I want you to consider, back when I first started real estate, turnkey wasn't really a thing. It was a relatively up-and-coming phenomenon, but I had no idea what it was. I was out there trying to do all of these deals myself. In fact, the very first time I went into real estate, the first coaching program I went into said, you have to make 100 offers to get 1 house under contract. And so that's what I started doing. I started looking for properties, making a ton of offers. Once I had a property under contract, I would then have to go fix the property up and get it rent ready. Then I'd have to qualify tenants. Then I'd have to manage the tenants. And can't do all of that work. And for me, after 3 properties, I found myself in a very precarious position. I was trading all of my time to do real estate. I had a full-time job still, right? I was still running a full-time job. I used to sell medical devices and equipment, and I would, travel all over the place. But now I had a part-time job doing real estate, and this was only 3 properties. And I'll never forget, on my 3rd property, I realized I couldn't go any further. I'd gone as far as I could go. And so in order for me to actually scale, I had to find a better way to do things, a different way to do things. And I became quite aggravated because I thought real estate was the pathway to financial freedom. But now I realized I just had a part-time job. This is when I went back to my mentors. I went back to some of the readings, the learnings, the education, the groups that I was associated with at the time, and I realized I'd learned the lesson that I can't put my money in a 401k. I understood that savers are losers, but the next lesson I needed to learn from Rich Dad Poor Dad, from Kiyosaki, was that the rich don't work for money. Now, this one was hard for me to gather in the beginning because I've always worked really hard for my money. I've never been afraid of work. But now I found myself that I couldn't just trade more hours and scale my way to financial freedom. I had to work differently. This is when I started studying the science, the mechanism of passive income. Passive income, it's not a side hustle. It's not actively investing. It's not trading more time for more money. Passive income is quite simply this. It's building a system where you do the work one time and then you get paid over and over again without ever investing more. This is the real key to your success in the game of real estate. It has to be passive. If it's not passive, don't consider yourself free, even if you're making good money. You could be actively investing in real estate and making great money, but unless you find a way to do it without your time involved, you're just trading more time for more income. So my friends, the DIY approach to real estate is not passive. And this is the biggest thing that I had to learn in the beginning to go from 3 properties to 17 to allow me to walk away from my corporate job. I had to figure out how to go from working harder to working smarter. And just as I quoted earlier, as Warren Buffett says, if you don't figure out how to make money when you sleep, you're going to work until the day you die. So I want you to consider this. You can't ever actually achieve financial freedom trying to do all of the work yourself. That's not possible. And in the world of turnkey real estate, this is how the game works. Turnkey providers whose unique value proposition, whose unique business opportunity, whose unique skill sets and talents are rehabbing and renovating, flipping real estate, and managing real estate. What they'll do is they'll go into an equation and they'll find properties that look kind of like this. Now, if I looked at a property like this, I would run away scared. But for a turnkey real estate provider, they love this. This is how their business works. They would come in and they would realize, and we'll just keep the math really simple. Let's say that they understand that the after repair value of this property is about $100,000. But they also understand it's going to cost them about $25,000 to put, rehab and renovation in, to get this thing cleaned up, to make it a nice living place for the next person that's going to come in. They'll come in and they'll make an offer to acquire this for $65,000. Now you might think to yourself, who on earth would ever sell a property that low below the repair value? Well, there's a ton of people that do it all the time. They're called distressed sellers. The turnkey provider is going to come in, they're going to buy it for $65,000, they're going to put $25,000 into it, and they're going to be all in for $90,000. This will then allow them to turn around and sell the property for the after repair value of $100,000, and they're going to make $10,000. Now, I might look at this as a real estate investor on bigger pockets and say, that's dumb, I should be doing all the work, I should make the $10,000. And you're right if your job is real estate, but you're wrong if you want to be financially free. I want to come in and I want to buy this property for the after repair value and let someone else do all of that work. Okay, so this is one of the last homes that I bought. Now, this is how this looks. This is how this process works. This is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath home. I can rent this thing for $1,100. This one, without financing, it would cash flow for $1,000 a month, but I'm going to buy this thing for $142,000. Now, again, this is a recent property that I bought, beautiful brick home, 3-bedroom, 1-bath in Middle America. Now, if this is true, I ran it through my property analyzer. I'm going to give you access to this tool here in just a moment. I then looked at this property over 10 years to see how it would perform, not just in year 1, but more importantly, over a 10-year period of time. This is how the passive income machine works. Then I secure to buy the property, and they give me all of the pictures of all of the updates and renovations. Look at this property. It's beautiful now, right? It's all cleaned up, new cabinets, new kitchen, new flooring, new paint, new appliances, new furnace, beautiful backyard, wonderful little property. Then they give me a rental management agreement. They're gonna manage my tenants for me so I don't have to do it myself. And then they drop my first payment in my bank account 60 days later. This is how the process of turnkey real estate works. Now, in the end, here's how this worked. I bought it at market value, but my real profit on this thing was time. I did literally zero of the work to get this property in my portfolio. I now own and control it, and it's part of my long-term wealth. And over the next 10, 15, 20 years, this is what I have the opportunity to experience. Multiple returns from multiple profit centers, all stacking to my benefit. But the real payoff for me is this. This is what I actually wanted. I wanted financial freedom. I wanted to own and control my time. This is what you want as well. So I want you to consider this. Financial freedom, everything you're working on, it's measured with cash flow, but it's experienced with time. That's critically important that you understand that. Financial freedom, it's not just cash flow greater than expenses. That's only one side of the equation. If you don't have the other side of the equation, that you own and control your time, you're not free. If your cash flow is dependent on you doing more work, you just have another job. Once I understood this, my friends, for me, everything slowed down. I saw the world of investing completely different. And it's kind of like the world of Instacart real estate investing. In Instacart, how does it work? Well, I get to travel around the world, and when I get to a place that I'm going to be, I get to go pick the grocery store I want to shop at. I get to pick the foods I want to be delivered to my hotel. I get to time when the delivery is going to happen, and I get to watch it happen on my behalf. This is exactly how turnkey real estate works. I get to now pick and choose what I want to buy, where I want to buy it, no matter where I live in the world, watch the process and have the process managed on my behalf. Here's the game, okay? A good turnkey team is going to find the investment property for me. They're going to negotiate the terms and acquire the property. I'm going to fund the acquisition because I want to own the asset. They're going to complete the rehab and make the rent ready. They're going to secure and qualify the tenant. They're going to collect the rent. They're going to respond to and take care of repairs. They're going to deal with late rent and evictions, and I'm going to manage them to the expectations that I have for paying them to do a job. I want them to do a job well. I want them to make money, but I have to be profitable in the process. This is the game of turnkey real estate. And I want you to consider this. The world that we live in today, it's basically flat. Now, why do I say that? Well, technology has flattened everything. You can date online now. You can go to school online. You can get medical, prescriptions online. You can go to therapy online. You can do everything online. You can also use technology to buy real estate no matter where you live in the world. This is how turnkey real estate works. Now I manage my portfolio with emails. Here's one of my property managers sending me an email telling me about the lease expiring and what they're doing. Here's one of my property managers telling me that they're fixing a swamp cooler. This is how I manage my expectations, and it allows me to now own real estate all throughout the world. My very first 3 properties were here in Utah, but the very first turnkey market I got into right after this was in Arizona. Then I went into Texas. Then I went into Tennessee, and now I have properties in multiple states across the country, even though I live in Utah. Now, I want you to consider this. Turnkey real estate is kind of like Instacart for real estate. For real estate, you get to pick the property and they're going to bring it to you. You get to buy where the numbers make sense. You do none of the work. You do not manage the tenant, and you can invest from anywhere. The key is knowing what winning looks like inside of the game. It's knowing what to order to make sure you have the right meal that you're trying to accomplish. Now, going back to my Instacart analogy, this is really the key. So one of my early mentors in the game of real estate, Mark Ford, says, if you've ever lost money in real estate, it's because you did exactly the wrong thing. Real estate, when it's done right, is the easiest way to build wealth. Now, in my very first part of doing real estate, I lost a lot of money because I didn't follow his advice. I didn't do what he taught me how to do, and this prompted me to build a system. Now, the system that I focus on, and we don't have time for this in this entire training, is you have to buy in the right location, you have to buy with the right turnkey provider, you have to buy with the right property manager, and then once you've done all of those things, then you look at the property. I'm going to skip right to the right property and then make sure that you've got it built into the right strategy, just to give you a piece of tool to help you make your real estate investing more effective. Now, we call this the Empire Builder software. And in the beginning, as I started looking at turnkey real estate across the country, I had a hard time determining, well, what was a good investment? What was the right investment to make? Is this one the right one, or is that one the right one? Would this give me a green light, and would this give me a red light, or is it vice versa? Because you actually make money in real estate when you buy. Buying the right property in the right location with the right team sets you up for long-term success. So we built this software to really give us a mathematical analysis to make sure that we could kind of treat this like a funnel. If I had all of these properties coming my way that I could consider, I wanted to use a range of math and metrics that would make sure I would be long-term successful to weed out most of the properties and ensure the only 1 or 2 properties that worked made it to the bottom. The Empire Builder software helps you make better investment decisions. It helps you see the end from the beginning, and it allows you to analyze all of your profit centers, both up front and into the future. In addition to this software is responsible for over 3,000 transactions and millions of dollars in profit inside of our community. And the thing I'm probably most proud of is it's helped our investors not lose money. That's the biggest advantage in real estate investing. If you've done real estate right, remember what my mentor said, Mark Ford, it's the easiest way to make money, which means you don't lose money. This is what this Empire Builder software does. It helps you make the right investment decisions. Now, I'm going to give you an opportunity to download this calculator right here. Downloading this calculator would also come with a training that will talk to you about how to use this calculator, but this will help you start making better investment decisions. For those of you that get more involved with our community in that, you're going to get access to evaluating it over 10 years, a property analysis checklist, and everything else that comes with owning real estate effectively over a 10-year period of time. But I want to help you make better upfront decisions when buying real estate. This also helps you buy real estate from anywhere. Just check it out. Here's a couple of examples from people of our community. Here's Julie sitting poolside, putting property number 5 and 6 under contract. Why? Because the world's flat. She can have the right provider in the right area, run the right software, and say, yeah, I want to buy those properties. Here's Lorraine stuck in traffic after having run her Empire Builder software, negotiating the close of a deal. And here is Elise Hidalgo. They're calling her right here the queen of cash flow, making a property acquisition while sitting there getting a pedicure. This helps you make better decisions and makes better decisions fast. I use this constantly. In fact, I bought a property from a plane one time using this exact system and using this exact software. And we have literally hundreds, thousands of clients who've bought their first, their second, their third, their fifth, their 10th, their 20th, and beyond of real estate investment using this strategy, using this software. Now, to end this training off, I want to help you understand that this is a critical component of real estate investing, but I want you to consider this. You, my friend, are a special snowflake, and I want you to embrace that. The real secret to success isn't actually just having a calculator. It's not knowing that turnkey real estate is the right thing to do. I want you to consider everyone in history who's had massive success. Think about it. Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian of all time, he had a coach by his side for every single step, pushing him, helping him, course correcting him, and ensuring that he could become the champion that he was capable of becoming. Michael Jordan, arguably the greatest basketball player ever, he didn't win a single championship until Phil Jackson showed up. And even me, after my first 3 properties trying to go it alone, man, I hit a wall. I had 2 choices. I could quit and just become another horror story, another statistic of someone who tried real estate and failed at real estate. Or I could hire a coach who had already walked the path and could guide me through it. And I'm grateful that I chose the latter. Because in just 1 year of coaching, I learned 10 years worth of lessons. Lessons born from close calls and failures that I didn't have to repeat myself. That guidance was the key to scaling my small real estate portfolio into a real system and walking away from a 6-figure salary in under 5 years. Nobody wins alone. Not in sports, not in business, and definitely not in real estate. And here's the truth. The right team, the right coach, and the right community don't just save you money, they save you time. And time is what this system is really all about. And here's the proof. While great fortunes have been made in real estate, the truth is there are 3 to 4, even 5 times more horror stories. People who went it alone, flipped the wrong house, picked the wrong market, or became an accidental landlord. They lost time, they lost money, and they lost the peace of mind in the process. Don't be one of those people. Don't be an unnecessary horror story. We've helped investors do this the right way, and we've helped them do thousands of properties over the last decade plus with proven systems and predictable results. And it's not just coaching, it's a community. We do weekly calls, we do accountability, we do live workshops, we do live events, and in our private groups, you'll surround yourself with people who are on the same path as you, who are rising up together. You'll learn from those ahead of you. You'll share wins and struggles with those behind you and find strength knowing that you're not alone in doing this. Because financial freedom, it isn't just about the money, it's about the people you do it with and the life that you create together. That's why our rally cry is rise up, live free. We don't just teach you how to achieve financial freedom from a position of theory, we help you do it because we've done it ourselves and we've helped thousands of investors build their portfolios the right way too. So my friend, I want to invite you to apply to work with our team. We'll meet you exactly where you're at on your path and guide you every step of the way, not only to help you see what's possible, but to help you do what most consider impossible: achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less. Because remember, you don't have to do this alone, and you shouldn't. My friends, if you're ready to apply for Money Mastery to see if we can help you scale your financial portfolio and become financially free in 10 years or less, take a couple of seconds right now and apply. Apply to join us in Money Mastery. We'll meet you one-on-one. We'll have a real legitimate game plan call with you to understand where you are, where you're going, the resources that you're working with, and how we can help you accelerate your process, make your success, your outcome undeniable. My friend, if you choose to join us in Money Mastery, I look forward to seeing you on the other side and helping you build and scale your very own passive income machine to complete financial freedom. I'll see you in Money Mastery. All right, my friend, welcome back. In this training, we're going to revisit the most important principles in money, the wealth forces. We first touched on this back in chapter 3, but now that you understand the passive income machine, you're gonna see how this system aligns your money with the wealth forces. So wealth and financial freedom become nearly automatic. Listen, the wealth forces are always at work. Inflation, taxes, interest rates, and opportunity costs. They never rest. And because of financial ignorance and a system designed to keep you controlled, most people spend their lives fighting against them. That's why it feels harder and harder every year to retire with confidence. But here's the good news. Once you become aware of these wealth forces, you can now align your money you're investing with them. And when you do, you flip them from headwinds into tailwinds. Remember back to our plane analogy. If you're flying a 1,000-mile trip at 200 miles per hour, it should take you 5 hours to get there. But when you hit a 100-mile-per-hour headwind, the trip time doubles, 10 hours instead of 5. Same plane, same effort, half the progress. That's how most people are trying to build wealth today. They're working against the wealth forces. When you flip the wind from being a headwind to a tailwind, same plane, same effort, but with a 100-mile-per-hour tailwind, you're flying 300 miles an hour and arriving in just over 3 hours. Nothing about the pilot, nothing about the plane changed. The only difference was alignment. That's the key. And that's the difference between grinding for decades and building automatic wealth. Because once you align your money with the wealth forces, you don't have to work harder just to keep up. The very forces that once held you back now start propelling you forward automatically. And here's what most people miss. The passive income machine, it's not a random collection of assets. It's intentionally designed to align with the wealth forces. So from here on out, every financial decision should be filtered through one simple question. Does this financial decision align with the wealth forces, making wealth easier, faster, and in some cases inevitable? Or does it fight against them, keeping me stuck? That's how you start to win with money consistently and predictably, not by working harder, not by playing smarter, simply by using the rules of the game to your advantage. Now, with this in mind, let's shift gears just a little bit. You've seen how the wealth forces can feel like headwinds or tailwinds. But here's the real thing to understand. These wealth forces, they're not random. They're engineered, they're designed. They're the tools that the players of the money game use to win. And if you want to win, you have to stop being a victim and start being a player and eventually a winner inside of the game of money. You need a new financial operating system to do this. That starts with knowing who created the game that you've been playing all along. Think of the money system like a giant chessboard. On one side are the real players, the Federal Reserve, the government, the banks, and Wall Street. Each of these groups has its role, its strategy, and its moves. And then on the other side of the chessboard are the pawns, the ordinary people, people who remain financially ignorant to the game that's actually being played. If you stay ignorant to the game, that's where you end up. You just become another pawn to be sacrificed so the key players can advance their position. Pawns get traded, trapped, and taken, and they almost never make it across the board to become financially free. But when you wake up to the rules of the game and start playing strategically, you stop being a pawn and you start being a real player. So let's talk quickly about the players and how they use the game of money, because that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to model their behavior to get the results that they're getting in the rules that they set up. So number one, the most prominent piece on the chessboard, the one that determines whether you're winning or losing, is the king. This is the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, it's not federal, it's not a bank, and it has no real reserves. The name, the Federal Reserve, was literally meant to deceive people. It's a private entity created to issue money and force that money into the economy. It works hand in hand with the US government. Its power is massive. It controls the money supply. It sets the cost of money via interest rates, and it manipulates markets through quantitative easing and quantitative tightening. This is raising and lowering interest rates. It wasn't designed to serve you. It was designed to funnel money to the government, banks, and corporations. When it wins, it privatizes its gains. It makes the wealthy wealthier. When it loses, like it did in 2008, it socializes the losses through things like bailouts, which you and we end up paying for. That's player number one. Player number two is the US government. This is kind of like the queen. The government has an endless appetite for spending. Since the 1980s, taxes, real taxes that you and I get charged, have hovered near 40%. So instead of raising those taxes higher, they've simply taxed indirectly through the Federal Reserve by printing more money. Here's how that cycle works. The government issues bonds, IOUs. The Fed buys those bonds, expanding the money supply. That money enters the economy as debt, owed back with interest, and banks multiply that money again and again through fractional reserve lending. And the simple result of all of this is inflation. Inflation isn't an accident. It's built into the system. Debt must always grow because it takes more debt just to pay the interest on the existing debt. This brings us to player number three, the banks. These are like the knights. Banks move fast, constantly keeping you engaged in the game. They multiply money into the system and profit by financing all of our short-term desires via credit and credit expansion and trapping us in a system of payments. Unlimited credit feels like freedom in the moment, but it's really just a chain. They keep you locked in payments, mortgaging your future for things that you already bought yesterday. This brings us to player number four, Wall Street. Wall Street, they're kind of like the bishops. Wall Street ends up playing the long game. They're running diagonal strategies that you don't see coming until decades later. They partner with the government to sell retirement dreams. Their model, take your money now, promise you more later, and profit on the spread in the interim. This is how Wall Street makes all of their money. They take our money, they manage our money for a fee, they keep those fees hidden from us, and they sell us the elusive promise that one day, after we've given them enough money and traded enough time, we'll have enough money to be able to retire, to be able to buy our lives back. Now, because they've partnered with the government, they encourage us to defer our taxes, which is kicking our taxes into the future, making us pay taxes on all of the gains that we make after Wall Street has taken their profits. What that means for the government is they get taxes on compounded gains, not just your income today. So what the economic forces mean for each one of the players is this. Number one, the Federal Reserve. They just want to create more money. More money created, more demand for debt, more control. For the US government, they get the ability to have unlimited spending without direct taxation. They only raise taxes so high, then they do all of the rest of their spending via deficit spending. This traps people, which then makes them dependent, which gives the politicians more votes, and they get to spend money without any accountability. This brings us to the banks. Banks get to profit off of this entire equation. More loans, more payments, more interest, keeping you chained to debt. And then Wall Street, well, Wall Street, they just keep selling the future. It's like the carrot dangling on the end of the stick. More assets under management, more fees, more decades of control over your dollars, and more unfulfilled dreams down the road when you're too old to do anything about it. This then brings us back to the full loop. You then come back to where the system started, you become a victim of that system, you vote for politicians that will print more money, that will give you more Social Security, and entrap the next generation of people dependent on the system. My friends, this system is a game of chess, and they're playing it with our lives and with our money. So the contrast in all of this is raising awareness. It's raising our financial intelligence and using their system to our advantage. Without financial intelligence, you keep working, you keep paying, and you keep hoping. And in this system, it just means that you remain their pawn in this system forever. But now that you're aware, now that your eyes are open, now that you see the world for what it is, your definition of winning is the exact opposite. It's using this system to build wealth in a way that gets you out of the system, buying back your time, your freedom, and control over your life. Inflation, taxes, interest rates, and opportunity costs, these are all wealth forces. They are there at all times. But now that you're aware of them, you can shift your attention and, most importantly, your money to where these wealth forces work for you rather than against you. Just like they work for the Federal Reserve, for the US government, the big banking system, and Wall Street. And now that you understand the game of money, the forces at play, the players involved, and the system designed to keep you in it, it's now time to make this shift. Here's the reality. You didn't create this system, but it does impact your life every single day, and you can't change it. The Fed will keep printing money, the government will keep spending money, banks and Wall Street will keep doing what they do, using your money to win their game. But you don't have to fight the system to win. You just have to use it, because winning with money means winning with life. More options, options, more freedom, more control, and ultimately what this is all about, more time. So as an empire builder, your job is simple. Flip their rules to your advantage. Convert fake money into real assets and let time do the work for you. If money is fake, and it is, it's just an IOU, and if the supply of money is constantly expanding to keep this system alive, and it is, then your sole objective is to take the dollars that you hold and convert them into assets that align with the wealth forces. That's how you start winning automatically. The hardest part about the money game is that it's counterintuitive to everything that we've been taught. And now once you see the system clearly, you understand why financial ignorance is perpetuated, because the players win when the masses don't know the rules. So now let's walk through the new rule book for winning in the game of money with the wealth forces on your side, propelling you forward rather than holding you back. There are 3 simple rules. Rule number 1 is convert fake money into real assets. In order to fully understand how to do this, we have to go back to the definition of what an asset is. Now, by default, the passive income machine is built with real assets, but let's examine the definition of an asset as perpetuated by the economy. Harvard, widely considered one of the most prestigious schools in the world, says an asset is a resource you own or control that provides future economic benefits. Now, while this might take us a step in a general direction, it has very little to do with winning in the game of money with the economic forces. Robert Kiyosaki takes this definition one step further when he says an asset is something that puts money in your pocket. Again, both are useful, but they are wildly incomplete. In today's economy, an asset is this: anything a bank will lend against that produces income and rises in value over time because it's always in demand and moves with inflation. This is how the passive income machine is built. It's real assets that banks will lend against that produces an income stream to cover the cost of bank lending. It rises in value over time because it's always in demand and it moves with inflation. The reason this matters is because if a bank is willing to lend against it, that means it's real, it's stable and valuable in the system. And that's where the real secret comes in. Let that sink in for just a minute. Debt is the asset. We're simply buying real estate as a way to access more debt. Let's go back to the beginning. Go back to chapter 2 and 3. Money is debt. The way to get access to more money is via debt. And I know that's a hard thing to take in, but if the system runs on ever expanding debt, then the only way to win isn't to avoid it, it's to use it effectively. You can't measure wealth in dollars because they're being diluted. You measure wealth in assets that harness debt, cash flow, and rise with inflation. Now let's see what this looks like with real numbers. Watch this calculator example to see how the wealth forces are actually working for you. Okay, so now let's see what this looks like. The real numbers when you calculate the wealth forces working for you or against you. Take some time in this calculator. I'm gonna go through it really quickly just to give you a visual of how hard it is to get ahead when the forces are working against you and how they amplify and accelerate your wealth when they're working for you. Let's dive in. Okay, what this calculator is meant to do, it's meant to show you 2 worlds. It's meant to show you when the forces are working against you, and then it's also meant to show you down below when they're working for you. Okay, so we're gonna take a few moments and we're going to plug in some numbers here. What you're gonna put in first is you're gonna put in your first real retirement income, how much spending power you want to have. So you're gonna do it in today's dollars, and then we're going to adjust inflation in as the calculator goes. So let's say you wanna spend the equivalent of $250,000 today. Let's also say that you have $500,000 saved up for retirement. And let's say that you believe well, before we get to inflation, we're going to come right down here. And the first thing we're going to look at is we're going to look at in the dot-com age, right, in 2000 and then again in 2008, here's how the market actually performed. So if I had $5,000 in the stock market in a mutual fund, I lost 10% in 2000, I lost 13% in 2001, and I lost 23% in 2002. That means my account balance went from $500,000 all the way down to $299 by the end of 3 years. Then obviously it bounced back in 2023 and it jumped back up to 378. But the real thing that we have to consider is what was our real account value, our spendable amount when we adjust for inflation. So we're going to come back up here and let's put in inflation. Now, you probably know from reading the chapters that inflation is higher than what they tell us, but let's put in 3% just as a starting point, okay? What this means is beginning with $500,000, when the market recovered, my question is, how long does it take me to get back to an original spending power of $500,000 using the deflated account value at the 3% inflation rate? So if we really look at this, if I put in $500,000, it's gonna take me quite some time. I have to scroll all the way down to year 18. It takes me 18 years earning ups and downs in the market to get back to a purchasing power of my original $500,000. Even though on paper, it says I have $900,000, I think I'm richer, but I'm really not. Inflation is slowly destroying my wealth behind the scenes, and it gets worse when we add savings to it. So let's say I'm saving $50,000 a year from my desire to be financially free. And if we go all the way down here now in this objective, at the end of 25 years, if we followed the market from 2000 all the way to today, we would have $4.9 million. And that's what we would think, oh my gosh, if I see it on a chart today and I have $4.9 million in the future, I'm rich. But my spendable power at 3% inflation is only 2.3 million. I've put in $1.7 million to end up with $2.3 million of real account spendable value. And if we get it closer to the real rate of inflation, as we've talked about in the chapters, of 5%, here's the crazy part. We end up with less money than we put in, less spendable money, even though on paper we have $4.9 million. This is the wealth forces working against you. Now, you can play around with this, and you can even adjust the year over here if you want to say, okay, what if the market just repeats itself? We're in 2025, so what if 2025 plays out for the next 25 years? It's just a repeat of the last 25 years. You can kind of project that forward and see how that works. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come down to this next table, and we're going to see how one single family home, just one property, when the wealth forces are aligned with us, what that does for us. Now you can kind of see some graphs over here, and here's what I want you to consider. Let's say we buy a property, and let's say the property is going to cost us $200,000. We're going to take a mortgage of $160,000, and let's say, I know interest rates are around 7% today, but let's say we get one at about 6%. What this is going to share with us is our payment back to the bank is $954,000. This is what we're going to be paying back to the bank, and let's say we could rent this thing out for $1,600, okay? If this is all true, now I want you to consider this. This graph, what it's sharing with us is the real purchasing power of our dollar going back to the bank is going down every single year. Even though we're paying the bank back with $954 today, the value of that dollar is getting less and less valuable. We're paying the bank back with less and less valuable dollars, where on the flip side, our home value, our equity, and our rent are all rising with inflation. You can see this delta right here. And if you go down and kind of run through each one of these tables, it's going to share with you what's actually happening, what your payment will feel like over the course of 10 years. In 10 years, even though you're paying the bank back $954, the spending power of that money is only $585. It's lost 61%, you're paying the bank back with 40% less valuable dollars at the end of 10 years. What our rents will feel like, right? Even though we're renting the property out for $1,600 today, if it rises with inflation, 10 years from now, I'm going to be collecting $2,600 a month in rent. That's a 162% increase. What my mortgage will be, my equity position will be, what the value will be, you can see it all across the board here. The bottom line with this calculator is it's meant to give you a visual of the wealth forces working for you versus working against you. Spend some time in this calculator and see for yourself how now your wealth becomes automatic. This is why leverage is the key. It doesn't just flip one wealth force, it flips all four. So that concludes rule number one. You now understand that converting fake money into real assets is essential in the modern economy. It's essential in a world where the wealth forces are either crushing you or they're amplifying your wealth. This now brings us to rule number two. And rule number two is pretty simple. Let time build your wealth and let tenants pay for your leverage. This is where the magic of leverage shows up. You don't pay off the debt, your tenants do. Every month, rent covers the mortgage, taxes, and insurance. Meanwhile, inflation is quietly eroding the real value of that debt. Remember who created this game and how they're playing it. The government borrows today, then uses inflation tomorrow to pay it back with far cheaper dollars. And you can do the same. So what feels like a heavy payment in year one feels like pocket change in year 10. At the same time, rents are rising, your income is growing, and the property itself, it's appreciating. The price is going up because there's more dollars in circulation. Equity then builds automatically, not because you worked harder, but because time and tenants did the heavy lifting for you. My friends, this equity is how you're going to fund your retirement income in the next section of the book. You're going to learn about the strategy that we call the equity mill, how we harvest equity to generate tax-free income. Now this brings me to rule number 3, which is unlock, protect, and repeat. Once your equity is building, the rookie mistake is selling because selling triggers taxes. Do not sell your asset, control it. Refinance or borrow against the property to pull the equity out tax-free. Then move that cash into your privatized bank. This is your vault, where the value is now fully yours and under your control for the rest of your life. Inside the vault, it compounds tax-free for life while staying liquid for the next opportunity. That's how you protect your wealth and keep it working at the same time. Then repeat that cycle. Access debt, leverage the debt to secure an asset, put a tenant in the asset to pay the debt for you, let time drive up the value of your asset, unlock the equity inside of that asset, then secure it in your vault, and then do it all over again. Until financial freedom isn't a dream, it's a mathematical certainty. The Federal Reserve, the government, banks, and Wall Street will keep you playing their game. They will not change. They'll keep printing money, they'll keep raising taxes, they'll keep selling credit, and locking people into retirement promises that they can rarely even deliver on. But here's the truth. Now that you see the game, you don't have to be their pawn anymore. You don't have to be the victim of their rules. You can flip the board and play by a new set of rules, the empire builder's rules. This is how the game is played. You have to stop being a pawn and you have to start being a player to win for you, a player to win for your family, and a player to win for anyone you have stewardship over and around. This is how you win the money game, not by fighting the system, not by working harder, but by aligning with the wealth forces and using the player's own rules to your advantage. Because in their game, you've been the pawn, but in the empire builder's game, you're not just a player, you're the one making the moves, flipping the board and building inevitable victory. That, my friends, that is how you win. All right, Bob, we are in section 2 of the book. Now, I'll be honest with you, every section of this book is my favorite section, but section 2, it's the solution, right? It's the answer. It's the light at the end of the tunnel. It's crossing the bridge and now what's possible. You know, when we came together and we started putting this together, I think one of the things I appreciated most about working with you was the simplicity that you brought to my thinking about putting this system together. So we have 3 gears that we're talking about in the passive income machine. One's an individual responsibility, one is a staging ground for wealth, and one is the amplification of the wealth. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is the first gear, becoming an empire builder. What does that mean to you? Why does someone have to take charge of their money, of their results, and over their future?
Well, most people don't. They actually delegate it to somebody else who they think is smarter. And that person probably looks smarter. They're using all these fancy names to describe the wealth advisor and all that stuff. You watch ads on TV all the time, and they're just saying, "We're going to take your money, and we're smarter than you are." And what they don't say is, when the market goes up, you win and we win. When the market goes down, you lose and we win. In other words, they win both ways. It doesn't matter really technically, because they want wealth under management. They want $1 billion of all kinds of people's money aggregated, and they get 1 or 2 or 3% of it, and which turns out to be millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And they win whether the market goes up or down. They get their commissions, they get their percentages. And nobody really says that, and nobody talks about it. So anyway, we have to take control of our money. We have to decide, this is my money. I'm going to make sure I watch what's happening with it. And they've made it sound so easy, like it's easy. It's like passive. It's passive equity is what it is. They say, we'll just take the money right out of your 401k. Just put the money in the bank. Your employer will just suck it out of your paycheck. How easy could it be? And just put it in this little pool right there. And then we'll take some of that. We'll take all of that pool and we'll put it wealth under management. And we'll win when you lose. And of course, if it goes up, great. We're happy about that. And they make it sound passive, and it's a lie. Because if it worked, ultimately, what percentage of them actually really do retire with the goal in mind, with the millions that they say it's going to compound to? They talk about compound interest. You could compound your way to wealth. Didn't Einstein say that? The compound is the most interest, the most powerful force on the planet. He never did say that, by the way, but everybody says he does. And the bottom line is, compounding is great, but there's all kinds of problems with compounding. Inflation, taxes, all the wealth forces we talked about earlier. And by the time they get to retire with all this big equity, it's not there. and they thought they wanted to retire at $10,000 a month. I'll be $10,000 a month. I'll be great. But 35 years from now, the $10,000 a month needs to be $40,000 a month to just pay the rent.
Yeah.
And so, sorry, it's a lie. And so you need to take control of it. You need to decide, I want to be financially free. I'm going to do it myself with a team. I'm not going to manage these properties. I'm not even going to find these properties. I'm not going to fix up. I'm no hammers in my hands ever. And this is what I didn't teach in my first books. I said, find the properties yourself, save the commissions, buy them at wholesale, and take charge of your finances. But most people didn't. So.
I think one of the interviews that I've had the most fun doing in preparation for this book was interviewing Ed Milet. And when I interviewed Ed Milet, he told me at a very young age, 19, 20, he went to one of your seminars. Right? He went to one of your seminars, and he never actually told this story. And he told the story on the Retire in 10 Year Summit. And what he said is, after your seminar, when you were teaching the concept of real estate, it sounded so practical, so intuitive, so why wouldn't everyone do it? And he came up as a young man and asked you a question. He said, Bob, why doesn't everyone do this? And your response literally changed his life. Your response was, because most people don't believe that they can. And I think this is really the first gear. It's about building a belief in someone. Why does someone have to believe that they deserve more, that they're capable of more, and that with the right mindset, the right community around them, that they can actually do more and achieve more with their life than they can handing their money over blindly to Wall Street? Why don't people have that belief in themselves?
Well, it's fear. Fear is the biggie. It's doubt and fear and worry, and therefore they stay inside their comfort zone. And it's easy to have the money pulled out of their checking, out of their salary, put it into a 401k, give it to somebody else, let them manage it. It's because they feel they're not good enough, they're not smart enough, they're not, and to make it in the market, what percentage of the best financial managers can't even beat the S&P?
I heard it's 91%.
It's like an enormous percent. Yeah. So going that way, you are not smart enough to put it into the market and make it.
But here's the reality. They're not smart enough either. The ones who are managing your money.
Exactly.
They can't beat the markets.
That's right. So, but what's powerful about real estate is that everybody understands it because they live in it.
Yeah.
They wake up in the morning, this is my house, my apartment, my condo. They understand it, and therefore it's just an easy step to go, well, what if I had two of them instead of one?
Yeah.
And making that step is hard for people to realize that if I had two, well, what if I had 20? What if I had 20? What if I had 30? It's not that big a number. I can count them on my fingers and toes. It's not that big a number. So what the secret for you when you read Creating Wealth was, I can do this. I made it simple. I can do this. How hard can this be? I can figure this out. And when I write a book, that's the greatest compliment that anybody can tell me. Now, when you finish reading The Passive Income Machine, you will know you can do this. You are built for this. And because the way we laid it out, we made it sure that anybody who could read this book could just follow the system and can do this. So the first gear, there's 3 gears that we're going to be teaching you. The first gear is you have to decide that you want this. You have to decide that you deserve this. You have to decide that the system is simple enough that you can follow this system, even though you're going to be bombarded with all kinds of temptations to spend your money, that you have made the decision that financial freedom is so important to you that you are going to do the hard things, like you're going to save money. You're going to save it. You're not going to spend it. You're going to save 10, 15, 20% of your salaries, which is hard to do until you start seeing that money that you've saved go toward a property that you buy that starts generating little cash flows flowing back to you without you having to lift a single finger. And the money flow passively. It flows back in and you go, well, that was worth me not buying that expensive watch. Just now is worth nothing. That's worth me buying those suit of clothes that made me look good for about a week, and then I grew out of them because I got fatter. That made me, all the things that we spend money on our credit cards are worthless the day we buy them. And yet we are tempted. We have so many temptations, and the smartest advertisers in the world spend billions of dollars to get you to part with your money.
Yeah.
And all we're asking you to do is, they're trying to cause you to fail your life. They're trying to invest your money in something that's immediately worthless. We want you to invest your money in something that not only generates cash flow, but increases in equity, where inflation actually makes it grow instead of shrink. Oh,
I love it, Bob. I mean, because that is step number one, is becoming this identity, this person that is the CEO of your money, realizing that you're already trading your time for money. Now we have to use that money to buy our time and our life back. And then in gear number 2, this was probably one of my funnest things to collaborate with you on. It was the vaults, right? And I think so much of what we're trying to do in this book is help people increase their mindset, invest in their mindset, and understand that the game of money that the wealthy are playing isn't what Wall Street is doing better. It's the exact opposite. And when you get your money off of Wall Street, you start to learn new vocabulary. You start to have new tools. And one of those tools that the wealthy are and have used for decades,
centuries, actually.
Centuries, yeah, is overfunded high cash value life insurance. Now we call it the vault, but when I first told you about that and when we first started talking about that, what was your immediate reaction to that?
BS.
Yeah.
BS. I said, haven't I been told that you should get term insurance and invest the difference?
Yeah.
Well, they get in term, but they never invest the difference, right? And that was a lie. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. It made sense to me. I want to buy a less expensive something. Well, I'm 77 now. Guess how hard it is for me to get insurance?
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. And because I bought that lie, I bought into term insurance. And what percentage of term insurance actually expires?
It's less than 2% of policies ever pay out.
Ever pay out.
Yeah.
And what happens is that you get to the point where the prices go up in the term insurance, and you go, that's more money. That's twice as much as I used to pay. I can't afford that anymore. And so you drop your insurance, which is stupid. And yet, when you told me about insurance and you said it's overfunded, well, I'd never heard that before. I was stunned. I said, first of all, it can't be whole life insurance. That's just not smart. Yeah, but what if I could use it as a way to get money inside a vault, a protected, tax-free, interest, bearing place where my money could be protected, and I get the life insurance too.
Yeah.
And I can use that vault so that I can pull the money out and put it into a property. I can borrow it out of my unit, and I can still make money in the vault. And so I get my compounded twice. I get 2 times compounded interest. And then I can put it into a piece of real estate. I can pay back that loan. And, I got a line of credit here, a couple years ago. And it was a pain in the butt to get that line of credit. I had to jump through hoops. I'm multi-millionaire. To get a line of
Bob
credit
Allen.
on a free and clear house, to get a little line of credit.
Yeah.
And this employee that earns not 1/100th of what I earn is telling me whether I qualify for a line of credit. Talk about being mad again. And it was hard to get. I had to get him appraisals and all other kind of stuff. If that same money had been in my vault, how long would it have taken me to get a line of credit on my own vault?
It's already there.
Whenever I just write a check on it.
Yeah, it's instantaneous.
Instantaneous. And so if I had shifted all of the stupid things I did in my life and just focused in on the vault and do what we teach you about, the very special kind of insurance, it's not sold by 90% of the real estate or the insurance agents out there. They don't even know about it.
Yeah.
And therefore, this is a very special, totally designed way for you to create wealth in the vault. You need one, absolutely. If I had one when I was 30 years old,
I tell you what.
But I bet they didn't exist back then the way we're teaching it.
Yeah, I tell you what, it is a revolutionary concept when you understand it. And when we do it the way that you just talked about, we actually get to become a version of our own bank. And I think This is kind of the key of this bridge, this metaphor that we've outlined for people. Crossing over the bridge, you're now going to be able to have an opportunity to use leverage. And you kind of pulled it out right there to where when your money's in the vault, you can leverage a line of credit and now make your money do two jobs at the same time. But now we're going to take our money, and you've alluded to this as we've built up to this. Now we're going to take our money and we're going to put it in gear 3. Gear 3 is real estate. Gear 3 allows us to now tap into bank money. So essentially, when we use leverage, we leverage money, we put money in a vault, we leverage it out, now $1 turned into 2. When we take that second dollar and we go put it as a down payment on real estate, the bank brings another $4 to the table. They bring another set of leverage to the table. And what blows my mind is you can turn $1 into 5. $1 into 5 in this scenario.
It works 5 times harder.
5 times harder. So let's talk now about real estate, because you've built your career and your wealth in real estate.
Yeah.
But we're doing it a little bit different in the passive income machine. What are we doing different in real estate that didn't exist for sure when creating wealth was coming out? But what are we doing with real estate that surprised you in the passive income machine?
It's always been my, I've always taught it, and I've taught it 10,000 times in 10,000 audiences. Never invest in a property outside a 50-mile radius for your own home. If something goes wrong with it, you need to be able to go check it, get in the car, go look at it. Never buy a property with where you have to put a down payment. I'm the nothing down guy.
Yeah.
So always use creative financing. Don't use bank financing if you can possibly get away from it. Putting 25% down was like fingers on a chalkboard to me. When you told me I'm going to put down 20%, 25% down, I'm thinking, what? I mean, I'm the king. I'm the OG of that entire industry. So why would I ever want to go and put a down payment? And then I would go, well, you're going to manage it. You're going to manage it yourself because you need to save the money. And you're telling me that somebody else is going to manage it for you, and you're going to buy the property maybe 2,000 miles away from your house, and you're going to put 25% down, and you get a regular mortgage on a long-term 30-year mortgage. It went against everything I've taught, and therefore what you've been doing right with the passive income machine is you're teaching people how to do real estate the exact opposite of the way I taught it. And yet, sometimes you can't get in the game when you don't have a lot of money. Sometimes you're not making enough money. Sometimes you're cash strapped. Well, yeah, you can use creative financing if that's the way to get in the game.
Totally.
But really, the people that we're talking, most of the people we're talking, we're looking for somebody who's in the game. They're doing what they do. They love their job. They're making good money. And yet they put it all into the markets, and they assume that that's going to get them there, and they're going to work for another 40, 30, 40, 50 years doing this, and then they're going to end up not having enough money to retire. Now, this is criminal.
Yeah, it is.
It's criminal. And so we're saying, rather than doing it that way, first step of the first gear is to get your money off Wall Street immediately. No matter where you are in the game, pay your penalties and get it off Wall Street now. Put it into the vault at an overfunded life insurance policy. So now it's safe inside the vault. Doesn't go up or down. We don't care what happens to the marketplace because you're going to earn a very reasonable, steady rate of interest rate, protected, tax-free.
Yes.
And then you pull out money out of the vault into the right kind of real estate, which is wherever the prices are, so that you can generate a cash flow when you buy it with a down payment, get the best 30-year long-term mortgage you can, pay that mortgage off over 30 years. So by the time you're paying it off in 30 years from now, the money is deflated in value, so it's almost nothing, but it's stable. And then you get 1 or 2 in the first year. If you have a lot, you might get 4 or 5. You might spread it out over 2 or 3 years, but eventually you're in a pattern. Couple of properties a year, 10 years from now, cash flows are flowing in because you're buying the properties with down payments, so you got cash flows. Cash flows are increasing because of inflation, by the time the 10 years goes up, your rent will be double.
Yeah.
But the payment will be fixed.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. That's leverage at its best right there.
Right. And you did it with 80% of the bank's money. And they love to lend on this.
Yeah.
Whereas they don't like to lend on the stock market. You can get margin, but they'll only lend you 50% on margin, and then it's dangerous. You never want to do leverage on something that's an unstable thing like the stock market. You want to use leverage only on the right kind of assets in the right locations with the right strategy and the right team.
Yeah.
You do that, you're financially free.
You know what, Bob? I mean, it's so much power, and I love seeing all three gears come together. There was one thing in real estate that you helped me see when I read your book, Creating Wealth, and I didn't understand this in the beginning, but when you invest, you can actually make money in multiple ways. And this is one of the ways you accelerate your returns and actually decrease your risk. So in real estate, we talk about 4 pillars, 4 ways that your money is making money on top of itself in real estate, all of them amplified by leverage. We talk about appreciation, we talk about cash flow, we talk about tax advantages, and then we talk about amortization. Talk about why those 4 pillars are magnifying and amplifying your wealth when we do real estate right.
Yeah, well, let's compare it to the stock market. Mostly it's equity. If it goes up or down and increases in value, then that's your one way of making money. Sometimes you'll have little cash flow from dividends, but in real estate, cash flow, we start off, we've said cash flow is it. You gotta be, cash flow is king. Cash flow is flowing out of every property. It's increasing with inflation, so that's number one. Now, if the bank lends me 80% of the money, that means I've only put 20% down. Now, if the property goes up by 5%, just, equity rise, well, what's 5% on, let's say, a $500,000 property? Well, we don't want to buy a $500,000 property. We want to buy a property that's like $250,000.
Yeah.
We're going to go to some state where those properties still exist. We're going to buy them there, having professionally managed. So I'm going to buy a $250,000 property. It goes up 5%. What's that? 6,000.
Yeah,
6,000 something. But I only put 20% down to buy that property. So my rate of return is much higher than the stock market immediately, and that's just the one rate of return. Now, as I pay the mortgage off, and who pays the mortgage?
The renter.
The renter pays the mortgage.
Yeah.
So as the renter pays my mortgage off, the equity builds in there. That means I have a rate of return based on my down payment. I got a little rate of return, maybe it's 3 or 4 or 5%. But I add that to the 10 or 15% on my other rate of return. And then if I have the equity grow, that means the equity grows, the cash flow grows, the equity buildup goes down, I get more equity there. I'm making multiple rates of return. I missed one. What was the other one?
Taxes.
Taxes. Oh, because the government loves to give you tax. How'd I miss that one? So I get a tax deduction. Now my property actually increases in value, but the government pretends that it wears out.
Yeah.
And therefore, they give me a tax deduction to take against my income from the real estate. And therefore, instead of paying a higher rate of return, higher taxes, it lowers my tax rate. So when I add all those 4 together, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. And most people, they kind of know it. They kind of know, well, real estate's really kind of they're living in the house and they're saying, this is cool, my property value is going up in value, this is kind of I got mortgage going down, but they're afraid to get into the game.
Yeah.
Because they go, can I get 2 of these? Can I get 3 of these? Could I have to buy them in Iowa? No, and it's beyond them. It's beyond their fear factor. It's outside their comfort zone. Well, everything that's outside your comfort zone is where all the money's at. And if you want to be inside your comfort zone, then do the Wall Street way, and end up with nothing, 0.
Yeah.
In your comfort zone, 0. Want to get outside my comfort zone? We're going to actually cause them to do a few things that'll stretch them. They'll be doing things that they are uncomfortable with learning. Have you had some of your students who've gotten into 3 or 4 or 5 properties and are a little nervous about it, still having a hard time figuring out? That they're a landlord, right?
But they can choose their heart, right? They can choose their heart. And one of the heart is they can choose to retire broke, the Wall Street way.
Choose your hard.
Or they can choose to raise their financial IQ, understand how the game of real estate is played, understand how to use those 4 pillars, and then build a system, right? It's really just managing outcomes and expectations. And that's hard in the beginning, but again, choose your heart.
Yeah.
You know, in the last chapter of this section, I think the thing I enjoyed most about putting this all together was, you know, in the section number 1, we punch them in the guts. We tell them how everything's working against them, the economic forces. Then we give them a little window of opportunity, the strike number.
Yeah.
The strike number shows them what's possible when we can have income coming in without taxes. Then in section 2, we walk them through the entire system of how to build that system. But then at the end of this, we show them how those same economic forces, inflation,
Tailwind.
talk us through that. Walk us through that.
Most people in the stock market have headwinds.
Yeah.
And they're fighting it constantly. And it's invisible, and they're not calculating it. The advisor shows them their numbers, but doesn't show them all the secret headwinds.
Yeah.
And yet, when it comes to real estate, tailwinds means inflation, no matter how bad it is, horrible it is, it's terrible, but at least make you win, because whenever they build another house, the concrete's going to cost more. The lumber is going to cost more. Everything is going to cost more. It's going to make a brand new home compared to an existing home. It's going to show them that this existing home is going up in value whenever these new ones get built. And therefore, the headwind of inflation is the biggest one of all. Taxes. What if your taxes were lower? It's a tailwind. It takes away a lot of the pressure when it comes to taxes. We have the economy. Everything when it comes to real estate is a tailwind, not a headwind.
Yeah.
And it's magical.
It makes you wealthy, I mean, almost by default.
Yeah.
You know, I think when I came to you and I showed you what I did using your system that I found on creating wealth, you know, your system was so simple that it gave me the confidence I could do it.
Yeah.
So I went out and did it, and then time made me wealthy. And when I say time, inflation made me wealthy. I owned an asset, I had someone else managing it, and over time, they paid down my mortgage for me. The property went up in value, it delivered constant income into my bank account. Time made me wealthy because inflation was working for me. And that was my biggest aha. After 10 years, I'll never forget, I woke up after 10 years and my wealth surprised me. What didn't look like it was going to be a banger or a big, you know, wealth creator in the beginning 10 years ago, just holding it and letting time do the work for me made me wealthy. And that's the secret. Simple single-family homes in a good area, let the wealth forces work for you rather than against you. That's the secret of the system.
Yeah. It's automatic.
It's automatic.
It creates wealth for you while you're sleeping. And that's not only passive income is while you're sleeping, but equity is growing while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
And it's a no-brainer for most people, and yet they have a hard time getting in the game.
Yeah.
And we want to get you in the game.
Well, I think that's what we're going to show them in Section 3. In Section 3, we're going to show them how the game works. We're going to walk them through an actual case study, and then we're going to give them the four categories of getting in the game, launching your spaceship, letting orbit work letting gravity work for you, and then getting into orbit. So let's go to Section 3, and let's dive in and pick up the content there.
Great. See you there.
Imagine launching a rocket. It's not just one person pressing a button. It takes engineers, mission control, astronauts, fuel crews, an entire team working together. That's exactly how financial freedom works. You can't do it in isolation. You need a crew, a community, because the launch is hard, the gravity is heavy, and sometimes you doubt if you'll ever make it by yourself. So as you've been following along in the book and the Launchpad course through the calculators, running your numbers and mapping out your strike number, you've already started your pre-launch phase. I want you to think about it like a rocket. The launch might only last a couple of minutes at best, but the preparation, it takes years. Systems checked, equipment tested, crew trained. That's where you are right now. You've been realigning your money, repositioning assets, strengthening your mindset. All of this matters because without it, the rocket never leaves the pad. And the reality of it is, with a rocket launch, 90% of a rocket's fuel is spent in the first few minutes of liftoff. It takes that much energy to launch a rocket, and it takes that much energy to shift your mindset, pull your money off of Wall Street, and start building the passive income machine. Rearranging your finances, committing to savings, setting up your vault, buying your first property, it's all work. but it's work in the pursuit of real financial freedom that you control. But once you push through that initial resistance, everything starts to change. Momentum then takes over. That's why we've built the passive income machine as a sequence with 4 clear phases. There's pre-launch. This is the phase that you're in right now. This is where you increase your financial IQ, understand the game of money, the rules of money, and you start to begin to realign your assets. You get clear on your strike number. You understand what winning actually means. Once you've repositioned everything and set up your foundation, you then move into the launch phase. This is where you deploy your initial capital and you set your passive income machine in motion. You're going to learn about the Fosters in the very next chapter and how they not only reposition their capital, but they launch their passive income machine. On a personal note, when I first launched my passive income machine, I went way too fast. I skipped the basics. It was hard to go back. The system that you're now learning was born from those mistakes and the structure I'd wish I had the very first time I started putting money in a vault and buying real estate. We've literally built a system that's step by step, check by check, to ensure that you're building a system that can stand the test of time. This brings us to the escape velocity phase. This is when your cash flow compounds. Your assets start pulling you forward through refinances, 1031 exchanges, tax strategy, and lifestyle assets. This then brings you to the orbit phase. This is when we convert everything that you've built to a machine and a system that starts producing 6 figures or more of tax-free income for life. This is equivalent to a rocket being able to stay in orbit using very little of their own fuel to do so. Gravity does most of the work at this point. Inside of this book, we have built a program that you can apply for. It's called Money Mastery, and it's designed to help you do exactly everything we've talked about inside of this book. Achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less. Now, Money Mastery, it's not for everyone. It's for ambitious, action-oriented people who are done playing by the rules of a broken system. If you're a high income earner, business owner, or professional who's mastered the income game, but you still feel stuck in the personal finance game, in the investment game, this program's for you. If you're frustrated with the traditional retirement path and you want to go from Wall Street to Main Street, from the dependency economy to the ownership economy, this program is for you. If you're ready to take full control, to fuel your passive income machine, to build it on a solid foundation, and to ultimately achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less, we've built Money Mastery for an action-oriented person like yourself. Now, inside of this Launchpad course, you have an opportunity to apply to see if you're a good fit for Money Mastery and ultimately if we're a good fit for you. Obviously, when you're achieving financial freedom over 10 years or less, we get a unique opportunity to work with you for years and years and years. And we want to make sure that we're a good fit together. So take a moment and submit your application. Get on the phone with one of our trained strategists to help you see what's possible inside of your life. And here's the key, no matter what pathway you choose, you're never walking this pathway alone. You're walking it with a crew who's done it before, who is doing it right now, and who will do it alongside of you. We actually have 2 communities. If you're not quite ready for Money Mastery yet, that's why we've created the companion course in our Facebook group. It's a perfect fit for you if you want encouragement, live trainings, and ongoing support as you go. Money Mastery is for those ready to run with us. Here we do everything together: tax strategy, turnkey real estate, weekly calls, workshops, vetted resources. So pre-launch, launch, and escape velocity, they're not guesswork, they're literally guided. We bring all of the assets, the strategy, and the implementation of that strategy to the table. So if you're a purpose-driven, investment-minded individual who knows the power of association, Money Mastery, it was built for you. Now, ultimately, during this course of pre-launch to launch to escape velocity all the way to orbit, you're going to make the 3 best investments that you'll ever make. These investments do more to change your life than any financial investment ever could. They are mindset, skill set, and network. Think about it like this. Everything that you want begins with a thought. You now have a brand new thought implanted in your mind that you, no matter where you're starting from, can become financially free in 10 years or less. If money truly is a tool, we have to increase your financial IQ, your mindset, to start using that tool to see and seize the opportunities that are all around. This brings us to skill set. It's knowing how to take the mindset, the increased financial IQ, and apply it in the real world. How to deal with changing economies, how to understand the tax code, and how to truly invest in a way that amplifies and accelerates your success. And more than anything, it's network. You are only one connection away from having a radically different lifestyle. For me, over the years, I've hired coaches, mentors, and guides that have opened up massive possibilities for me. In fact, the very writing of this book is teaming up with my first mentor, Robert Allen. He's the one that I read the book and I associated with him through the book, and then I found out a way to get connected with him in person. Your network, when you surround yourself with people proving that it's possible, you'll start to believe for yourself that if they can do it, you can as well. Get engaged in the community. Introduce yourself in the Facebook group. Share your wins, share your losses, share your questions. And if you're the right type of person, apply and join us in Money Mastery. When you invest in those three things, your results become inevitable. Mindset, skill set, and network. Most people think of money like retirement planning, a finish line, a grind for 40 years, save and hope, and one day maybe it's enough. But that's why the number one fear of retirees is running out of money before they run out of time. Financial freedom flips the script completely. Freedom isn't a destination, it is a lifestyle. It's a game of cash flow. Increase cash flow and you can increase your lifestyle. Simplify expenses and you simplify freedom. That means you can be free anytime your passive income machine exceeds your expenses. No decades of waiting, you scale freedom up or down to fit your lifestyle. In the next section of the Launchpad course, I'm going to show you how to take the passive income machine that you've just learned about and convert all of that into a strategy that we call the equity mill, to show you how to harvest the profits, the multiple sources of profits in your passive income machine to legitimately create 6 figures of tax-free income. This will take you from the pre-launch phase to the launch phase to the financial escape velocity phase all the way to orbit. So the next step for you is to download the Money Mastery Journey Map. This is going to show you where you're currently at, what is still left to be done, and how you can take massive action to build your massive passive income. My friends, financial freedom isn't a wish. It is truly your destiny if you're willing to make a single decision. Now that you are here in the ownership economy, everything hinges on one thing: your focus and your focused action moving forward on a path to achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less. Join us in Money Mastery, apply today, and I'll see you on the inside, helping you build, launch, and scale your very own passive income machine to complete and comprehensive financial freedom. Okay, my friends, welcome to chapter 11. I am so excited for this chapter because this is when we get to see the whole system come together. And in order to help give you a different view than the chapter gave you in this video, I'm going to do a deep dive into the steps and the process of building, launching, and scaling your passive income machine. So let's dive in and let's see what the Freedom Fosters are up to in this chapter. Now, up to this point, you've gone through several steps, right? We've understood the broken system of Wall Street. We've discussed the bridge of leverage. And now we've discussed the aspects, the tools, the assets inside of the passive income machine. You have in section 1 understood what a strike number is, how when we can focus on income from the very beginning, we can build a system that will deliver tax-free income, first and foremost, hitting a strike number target. Second, hitting a financial independence target. And third, establishing a way of life where financial freedom, where the game of cash flow greater than expenses is something that you can play consistently and continuously. When you understand how to convert assets, dollars, into cash flow, you can constantly raise your expenses as you see necessary, as long as you're increasing your cash flow to go along with it. So to now jump into this, really what you've discovered up to this point is a principle-based approach to achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less. And the best part about a principle, it's a universal truth. That universal truth applies to you the same as it applies to me. And once you understand a principle, we can then build a strategy on that principle. And that strategy is unique to you. It's unique to your goals. It's unique to your time frames, the resources that you're starting with. But this is really where you're going to get to see the strategy come to fruition. The strategy then defines the rules of engagement of how your tactics are going to be played out. As you take action, you're going to get real world results, real world outcomes. Those outcomes are going to train you, they're going to educate you, they're going to give you real practical feedback, which raises your financial IQ. This allows you to go back to your strategy, adjust and course correct, and then tactically apply it yet again. This is the process. This is the pathway of the financial freedom formula and ultimately the passive income machine. So strategically, the objective is to apply financial principles to your resources and goals, and then tactically, we're going to course correct and adjust as you get real feedback and results. Now let's come to the Freedom Fosters. We've introduced you to the Freedom Fosters in the chapter because the Freedom Fosters represent real clients, real people inside of the Money Mastery community that have done exactly what I'm about to lay out for you. Now, the Freedom Fosters have an objective. Their objective was to achieve $120,000 of spendable income. And the fascinating part about this $120,000 of spendable income, this represents $200,000 of gross income once you back out taxes and savings. They're so much closer closer to their objective once they understand that the goal of all long-term savings is future spending. It's cash flow. And ultimately what this means for the Freedom Fosters is it gives Sarah more permission. It gives her the ability to have a better work-life balance, and it takes some of the pressure and stress off of Frank as he's working to constantly climb the corporate ladder. Now, as we look at the resources, the starting point of the Fosters, these are the resources that they're working with. They have about $150,000 of assets ready to reposition and redeploy inside of the passive income machine. They have the ability to save about $30,000 a year in after-tax savings. This represents 20% of their after-tax income. So this is a pretty healthy savings rate, but again, as an empire builder, your objective is to be very conscientious and concise with every dollar that's coming into your economy and then allocate it appropriately to buy your time and freedom back. Now, I introduced to you in the chapter the 3 requirements, the 3 targets that your passive income machine has to hit. Your vault reservoir, you're going to see and learn a lot more about this towards the end of this video and especially in the next chapter. Your required asset base, how big your real estate portfolio needs to be from a value standpoint, and then based on the type of properties that you're going to buy, the number of properties required to hit your desired asset base. So if we take the Fosters having $120,000 of desired income, we would multiply that by 5, and we know they need to end up, before they can convert into income, they need to have about $600,000 of cash value inside of their vaults. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, we're going to see it throughout the chapter and especially inside of this video series. The next thing is we understand that in order for the Fosters to generate $120,000 of tax-free net spendable income, they need a real estate portfolio valued at about $2.4 million. $120,000 divided by 5% is how we get that equation. And then the Fosters have decided, along with their tactical wealth strategist, the one who's helping them build and execute and launch their game plan, and these tactical wealth strategists work with people inside of the money mastery community. This person helped them decide that they're going to allocate their resources to properties valued at about $175,000. Knowing that they need to have an asset base of $2.4 million, and they're going to begin buying properties at about $175,000 in value, they now know they need to have 14 properties inside of their portfolio. This now becomes their North Star. They know exactly what success looks like. They know exactly what they're building, and this allows the tactical wealth strategist to literally build a step-by-step roadmap, a tactical game plan that shows what they're doing in year 1, what they're doing in year 2, how their system is progressing and advancing over time, the difference between traditional Wall Street advice, outcomes, and the passive income machine, and how they can be 379% better, have better outcomes by using the passive income machine in the same 10-year window of time. Now, these game plans, again, are built by tactical wealth strategists, but now we have an opportunity, okay? Now that you have all the frameworks that you need to know, now we want to consider, how does this system, how does the passive income machine apply? And for me, one of the easiest ways and best ways to think about the game of money is just like in any game, there are rules of the game. All throughout this book, we've been explaining what those rules are. In section 1, we talked about the broken rules of Wall Street, how the rules changed, and most people haven't updated their rules. In section 2, we talked about the rules that govern the vault, that being an empire builder, turnkey real estate. Now we're going to put all of these together in a course of action. Now, in order to give you a little bit more insight and understanding, I'm going to expand the concepts that I discussed inside of the chapter to really break down for you 7 rules to build and scale your passive income machine. And if I had to sum everything up that really this book is meant to help you accomplish, it's meant to help you do one thing. It's meant to help you understand that money that we have today is fake. We talked all about that in section 1. And if that's true, the entire objective of this book is to help you understand how to convert fake money into real assets. These are the rules of the game. This is how the game is played. This is the simplest way to understand the game of money in our modern economy. So let's go into the 7 steps to actually do this. Step number 1, gain access to debt. Step number 2, acquire an asset. Step number 3, amortize the debt by renting out the asset. Step number 4, let time and inflation do the heavy lifting. Step number 5, convert the equity into cash without selling. And step number 6, protect the cash in your privatized bank. And then step 7, repeat the process over and over and over again. So let's go through each one of these steps with the Freedom Fosters in mind. Step number 1 is understanding that today, Our money is debt. This is such a hard one for people to understand, but it quite literally is debt, which means money should never be the reason why you're not moving forward. There's plenty of opportunities to understand how to use debt as leverage. And when you use leverage, you're never restricted. There's always an opportunity to move your game plan forward. Now, the most dynamic financial tool available to you, the thing that sits at the foundation of your game plan, is quite literally the vault. The vault is the tool that helps you gain your first step in access to the debt. And the vault is your privatized banking system. It's cash that you own and control, growing uninterrupted while giving you unrestricted access to leverage on your terms. This is really what the vault is meant to help you do. But in addition to that, the vault does so much more. In the next chapter, you're going to see how the vault is actually the source of your tax-free income, but all the while, you have a place to put your capital, hard-earned capital, where it's tax-protected, inflation-adjusted, volatility protection, and it's asset protection. It's protecting you as well as the cash that you've stored inside of it. All the while, your money is safe, liquid, and productive. In the same time with this, there is quite literally zero volatility. That's why your vault sits at the foundation. It gives you a place to make money and then next keep the money that you make. It's guaranteed principal, guaranteed return. You only earn dividends and you never lose them. The second $1 is dropped into your account, it becomes locked in and part of your contract. You profit with the most mathematically successful companies in the history of the world. And you are the owner. We work with very specific insurance companies that are called mutual insurance companies that allow you to become a part owner of the company, and they're basing their entire profit model off of something called actuarial science. Now, it's a little outside of the scope of this presentation, but just know you have a place to protect your money. In addition to that, because it's your privatized banking system, there is no red tape. There's no permission or approval required to access your private line of credit, no mandatory repayment schedules, no contribution limits, no time frame or age restrictions, and no forced distributions. This is again why it sits at the foundation of your game plan, of your passive income machine. But here's step one of leverage. We are going to take $1. This represents something that I've traded my time, my effort, my energy for. It's a symbol of my future dreams, and we're going to store it in the vault. This is where we're going to direct our savings. In the case of the Fosters, they're taking 20% of their after-tax income and allocating this to the vault. Now, immediately upon doing this, we know that our dollars are continuously compounding and growing, but at the very same time, we have the ability to partner up with a privatized mutual insurance company. They give us an access to a private line of credit, and what that ultimately means is even though our money is growing and compounding inside of our vault, we now get to borrow the insurance company's money up to whatever sum of cash value that we have in our policy, and immediately what happens, you just access the game of leverage. So this private line of credit that you now have access to allows you to turn $1 into $2. $1 is now doing the work of $2 simultaneously. Now, the greatest cost that you face, we talked all about this in the Wealth Forces, it's not actually taxes. Taxes are massively a major cost, but the greatest cost that you actually face is the game of opportunity cost. Now, everything in life, including dollars, has an opportunity cost. What's the next best alternative that you could have chosen? But when the wealth force of opportunity cost is working against you, you put your money in a 401k or an IRA or some account, and it just has to sit there. The only thing it can do is sit there. That is the opportunity cost. But now with the game of leverage, with the vault sitting at the foundation, now I can take the dollar that was suffering because of opportunity cost, and I can accomplish my long-term goal of having my money continuously compounding and whatever my short-term goals are. This opens up the entire game for you. And the game of compound interest is really a game of time. If we really look at this and we look at both sides of this equation, which side of the compound interest curve do I actually want to be on? I want to be on this side. I want the exciting upside of compound interest. But in order to get this side, I have to ensure that my compound interest curve is never broken. Now I have the ability to continuously compound my money, which is critically important, as you'll see in the next chapter. My vault has to always be compounding, but I can accomplish all of my short-term goals along the way without breaking the curve. The vault gives you the ability to harness the power of long-term compounding and the capital to accomplish your short-term goals. Now, we understand inside of the passive income machine, our short-term goal is to achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less, and we're going to do that by buying assets, by buying real estate. Okay, so let's go back to the Fosters. The Fosters have $150,000 ready to deploy. They're capable of saving $30,000 per year. Now, if they don't route their money through their vault, now the Fosters are young, right? The Fosters in this example, in this chapter, they're in their 40s, which means they have 50, maybe 60 years to live. When ultimately what this means is if they don't have this money compounding over the next 50, 60 years, the opportunity cost is $12 million. That's massive. That's what the money will compound to inside of the vault with continuous compounding. But now, because they have the vault, they have the ability to have the $12 million and all their short-term goals. This now accomplishes step number one. We've gained access to debt and we've done it one time. We're going to come back to step number one, but now we need to talk about an asset. This is, again, remember the secret of this is converting fake money into real assets. So the question is, what is an asset? Now, this should be a relatively easy question to answer, but it's not. And here's why. The world of words is confusing today, right? If we go to one of the smartest places on earth, at least we're told, this is what Harvard says an asset is. It's a resource that an individual owns or controls with the expectation that it will provide a future economic benefit. Now, is this an asset? Yeah, kind of. Does this understanding help us become financially free in 10 years or less? No. And when we look at the world through vague definitions like this, it's really hard to govern the game of investing, to win in the game of money, because we're not given definitive rules. So if we go a little bit deeper on this, in Robert Kiyosaki's book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, he said an asset is something that puts money in your pocket. And this is very, very close to the definition. But now that we understand the economy the way we understand it, we need to take it one step further. And I'm going to give you a little bit more of a complex definition, but once you understand it, it simplifies the game of money altogether. Here's the definition. An asset is anything. I'm going to underline that right there, that a bank will lend against. Okay, remember the game is leverage. When my money is stuck in Wall Street, I have no bank leverage. It's just dollar in, that's all I get. So anything that a bank will lend against that produces income, cash flow, we want the income so it can pay off the debt, the loan that I'm taking from the bank, and the income that I'm generating, both the value of the asset and the income, increases in value over time because it's in continuous demand. I want to buy something that is always in demand. And again, last but not least, it's aligned with inflation in both cash flow and prices. Now, my friends, this is the definition of an asset. So this definition of an asset is going to help you focus, because once you understand it, you'll realize that the world of investing is actually pretty simple. Let's go one step deeper on this. Okay, so in our modern economy, if debt is money, then this statement, if this is really true, then the key to accessing more debt using leverage to accessing the bank's money is this. It's acquiring real assets that unlock the ability to gain access to more money via leverage. Now, if we use this definition that we just went through, right? What investments qualify as assets under this definition? I want to give you just a moment to think about this, because I challenge you to really, really think about anywhere you could put your money, whether it's, a mutual fund, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's real estate, whether it's the vault. Think about all of the places that you can put your money. What places actually meet the criteria of an asset in our modern economy? The reality of it is there's only three. Let me walk you through what each one of these are. The reality of it is there's only three. The first one is real estate. Obviously, with real estate, I get to go to the bank and I get to buy an asset using their money. We're going to talk more about that here in just a minute. But the other one is less obvious, but this is how a lot of wealth is created. It's through a business, right? A business allows you to use leverage, both bank leverage, and it's an asset that increases in value and price if the business is run appropriately. Now, the problem with most businesses is it's time dependent, right? And so I need something that has the ability to give me passive income, which real estate does. And last but not least is whole life insurance. Now, again, it's outside of the scope of this video, but there are banks that will actually lend against very specific types of whole life. This is your vault. They won't use universal life. They will use whole life only because of the collateral that it provides, which again gives us the ability to access more leverage. Now, in addition to banks using life insurance as leverage, you don't even need that. With a whole life policy built as a vault, maximizing cash value, I can now leverage my money out of the vault using the bank, using the insurance company line of credit. Now, financial Financial freedom is a function of understanding what we're trying to accomplish. It's time. And there are many business owners that should stay focused on their business as their best investment because they can make a lot of money in their business. But generally with a business, it's active income. It requires specialized knowledge and there's generally high levels of risk. This is why most businesses fail. Now, if you're a business owner or an entrepreneur, I truly do agree that your business is your best investment. But you still need a source of passive income, an exit strategy from your business. This is where the game of turnkey real estate comes in. Real estate, when it's done turnkey, it is passive. It's not another source of active hustle. And you already have inherent knowledge to understand the type of real estate that we're doing. And when we're buying assets and letting time do the work, the risk is almost negligible whatsoever. So here's the game. Rental real estate is kind of like buying a business in a box. So if you're a W-2 employee, if you don't have the ability to scale your income through a business, this is how you do it, my friends. You do it with the turnkey real estate. So the game is really pretty simple, right? We're going to allocate our monthly savings inside of our vault. We're going to leverage the private line of credit inside of the vault to buy a cash flowing asset, turnkey real estate, and then we're going to use the profits of that turnkey real estate to pay back our vault line of credit. We're going to do this over and over and over again, but here's the first step, right? Exactly what is happening now. I've just had my dollar working in two assets at the very same time. This is literally dual compounding. We talked about this back when I introduced the vault, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Now, you just understood what an asset is. And again, if I could sum up the entire book into one statement, it is that convert fake money into real assets. Now, my friends, we're going to go back and actually do round 2 of accessing debt. Now that we understand how the vault works, let's go understand how we can now turn every invested dollar that we have into 5 working dollars. Now, the 20% that is going to represent the down payment, that came from the vault. We're going to bring the 20% down payment from our vault. Previously to this, we've turned $1 into 2. We're going to put that down as a down payment in a single family home. That then gives us the ability to go access bank leverage. A bank will now bring 4 additional dollars to the one that we're bringing. So this allows us to now turn one single invested dollar. This is a dollar that I've traded my time, my effort, and my energy for. It's the dollar that represents my future dreams and ambitions. And now I can turn that single dollar into 5 invested, 5 working dollars. 4 from the bank and 1 from the vault line of credit. 4 from the bank, 1 from the vault line of credit. 5 working dollars. This is how the game starts to go. And when I buy real estate, now I've taken the wealth forces. I've taken the forces of taxes, inflation, opportunity costs, and interest rates, and I've shifted them from being headwinds into tailwinds. They're now going to propel me forward. These are now working for me. Now, here's a little example of this, okay? I've given you the example of how much money has entered the economy over the last 20 years. And if we look back from 1980 all the way to 2023, this red line represents the amount of new money coming into the economy, right? The broad money supply. You can see it's going through the roof, but what is tracking it almost systematically? It is the blue line. It is the value of real estate. The value of real estate and the printed money, they work hand in hand. So as more money, as the money supply increases, inflation is automatically making you wealthy. This again is a graph that you've already seen. But again, if we just look at owning a simple single family home over the last 50 years, the compound annual growth rate has been 5.4%. I mean, look what happened if you owned property back during COVID times when they were printing money massively. Your wealth was doubling and tripling and quadrupling. This is again why the wealthy are getting wealthier. They own real assets that rise with inflation. Now, here's the crazy part. Once you've entered this game of leverage, everything starts to change. When you use leverage to buy a home, you're not just earning 5.4%, the compound annual growth rate on your money, you're also earning 5.4% on the bank's money too. And when we bring this back to the equation of leverage, right, from 1965 to 2024, with a 5.4% compound annual growth rate, if all I do is put a 20% down payment on a single property and I still get all the upside of owning the assets, I'm earning a 27% rate of return using leverage and appreciation together. All we're trying to do, my friends, in this example is buy right and then hold. Let time work for us. In year 1, if I buy a property that's valued at $200,000, I have a mortgage of $160,000, and I have equity of $52,000. In year 1, just from letting it appreciate and having it amortize, I earn a 31% return. On the original $40,000 down payment, if all I do is let it sit there, by year 5, I'm earning 166% return on the original $40,000 down payment. And every single year I hold the property, my return on my original down payment compounds, it multiplies, right? At the end of 10 years, my property's valued at $325. I have a mortgage now that's been paid off by my tenants down to $133, and I have $191,000 of equity. This is the game. The longer you hold the right assets, the more leverage works in your favor. It's not about timing the market, it's about getting time in the market. Let the market, let time work for you inside of this game. So now if we come back to the Fosters, step number 1 is direct everything, every single dollar that they have into their vault. Everything that they don't direct into the vault, remember, the greatest cost that they're facing is opportunity cost. So we're putting all of their money in their vaults. Now they have a dashboard of what they've accomplished up to this point, okay? So in year 1, their combined vault reservoir between their 2 vaults, they have about $167,000 now available to go out and start buying real estate. Now, again, in Sarah's vault, she'll have about $84,000 of cash value. In Frank's vault, he'll have about $83,000 of cash value, and they'll have a combined death benefit of $4.3 million. So on the money that they're putting in, the $150,000 plus the $30,000 of savings, this is what they end up with in year 1 to start using as leverage. Now, step number 2, they're going to take this $167,000 that they have available in their vault, and they're going to go out and buy 3 properties at an average purchase price of about $175,000. They're going to leverage their vaults to acquire turnkey real estate, right? Putting a 20% down payment and then bringing the bank in for the rest of the money. This then is how the real estate's going to work. With a $175,000 purchase price, they're going to put about $35,000 down plus closing costs on a bank mortgage. Let's assume they're renting out the properties for about $1,400 a month. Let's assume that their mortgage interest rate is about 6%, and they're slightly cash flow positive in the environment that we're in today. Okay, now the cash flow, the cash on cash returns, those change over time depending on market factors, but this is where the Fosters are starting. So after making these moves, after buying their first 3 properties and funding their vault, here's where they're at. They have current cash value of about $166,000. They have a minimum cash value required, which is 3 years of their desired spend. That would be $360,000. They're already 50% towards their goal just with one critical move. Now, objectively, we want to get them closer to 5 years of their desired spend inside of their vault, and you'll see that in the next video. But this means they need to have $600,000 in their vault. They're 28% of the way there. We know they need to have a real estate asset base valued at $2.4 million, and after buying 3 properties, they have $525,000 of real estate value. Now again, remember the power of leverage, right? They didn't have to put $525,000 in, but this is how much their real estate portfolio is worth after 3 properties. They're 22% of the way to their goal, and they know they need about 11 more properties to get there. Now, the process, this is a little bit of a complicated graph, but I want you to understand how many different ways your money is working. If this were the Fosters, they'd have a $40,000 down payment to include closing costs. This is what they put into their single family homes, right? They'd have a $175,000 turnkey real estate asset. They'd use the profits from that asset to start paying back their line of credit. This now means their dollars are dual compounding. They're working in 2 assets at the same time, right? Their $167,000 never actually came out of the vault. They leveraged the vault line of credit, which means they're still earning a tax-free continuous compounding return on that money. Now, the investment-focused bank, they allowed us to get $140,000, 80% of the purchase price, fixed at a 30-year rate mortgage, and they're using that money to buy these properties. They're then going to use the collected rent to pay back the bank, and this is what allows their money to work in such a dynamic fashion. This is the process that they've now set up. Now, we're just going to let the tenants pay off the mortgage over time. So we're on step number 3, amortizing the debt by renting the asset, okay? Here's how the game works. Good debt is leverage, using other people's money to acquire real assets that other people pay back for you while generating profit. The way we do this is we use bank loans and leverage, other people's money, acquiring an asset, something that puts money in your pocket rather than putting in the big definition that I gave you earlier, that other people pay back for you in the form of rents or payments while generating a profit. This is surplus cash flow after debt has been serviced. This is the power of good leverage. So the way the game works is, let's assume you are Superman, or I should have put Wonder Woman in there. You're this individual. You're the hero of your story, and your game is as follows. You're directing all of your capital to the vault, right? All of the capital to the vault, and then you're partnering up with one of the turnkey providers that have been vetted and trusted inside of Money Mastery. Then that turnkey provider is going to go out and secure a wonderful tenant, a wonderful family for you for this property. You're going to put 20% of your down payment from your vault and 80% from a bank 30-year fixed mortgage. Then we're going to collect rent from the tenants. The rent associated with the mortgage is going to go directly back to the bank, and our profits are going to go back to our vault, repaying the mortgage slowly over time. Now, I want you to consider this for just a moment. People ask me all the time, well, what if my property goes vacant? And there will be vacancies. I don't want to dissuade you from that. That's part of the game of owning real estate. But I want you to consider this. If we look at our economy and our world today, who do you believe might actually be the fastest growing renter demographic in the United States right now? Think for a minute just who that might be, okay? And let me give you the answer. It's 55 plus retirees and empty nesters. Now, most people, when I tell that to, they have no context. They think it's got to be the younger generation. They can't afford properties, and that's true. But the fastest growing demographic of renter population are people that are moving there either by desire into rental properties or by necessity. Let me tell you why this is. Most of these 55-year-old plus baby boomer demographic, they followed the rules. They went to school, they got a job, they put their money in a 401k, and they were hoping for one day they'd have enough money to retire. And in retirement, they have a 401k that's too small, right? Using the 4% rule, they don't have enough money, and they have a primary residence that's gone up in value, but they have to now start using the value of that home to supplement their retirement income. So what they do is they move into these rental properties. So the objective is really pretty simple. You're just gonna buy simple, always in demand assets and rent them out and let time make you wealthy. 41% of the American population today, by default or by design, are renters. And your objective inside of buying turnkey real estate is to remember why we started. The goal here is we want to measure our success with the income that our assets give us, but we want someone else to do the work. We want to be the CEO of our portfolio, not the doer of our portfolio. Financial freedom is measured with cash flow, but it's experienced with time. You now have step number 1, 2, and 3. Now we're on step number 4. Let time and inflation do the heavy lifting. Now, here, my friends, all you're going to keep doing is just converting fake dollars into real assets. That's the whole process. One home turns into 3, or one home turns into 2, 2 homes turn into 3, and every time you run this system, the profits from your little portfolio generate more profits, and you can now start to run the system faster and faster and faster. And if we look at how this works, this was shared with you back in a previous chapter. Over time, what's actually happening is the wealth forces are raising your rent, they're raising your equity, they're raising your home value, when the real cost of your mortgage is going down. The wealth forces are working for you, not against you. If we look at the Foster's home, $175,000, they'd have a mortgage of about $140,000 at a 6% interest rate over 30 years. Their payment on the mortgage would be $835 a month, and their rent is $1,400 a month. Here's what's happening. Okay, over the first couple of years, their rents are actually going to go up in value. Now, their rents every single year aren't going to go up at the rate of inflation, and this calculator only showing you being able to raise your rents over time. So in 10 years, what was the rent that you collected, it's going to go up every single year, a decade over decade, because ultimately what's happening is you're raising your rents over time. But over time, the same thing, what it feels like to pay your fixed mortgage back is going down. It only feels like $493 after 10 years. It only feels like $291 after 20 years and beyond. This is the benefit of inflation working for you. What the value is the value of your home started off at $175, but after 10 years, it's valued at $296, then $501, then $847. Your mortgage goes from $140,000 down to $118, down to $77, and down to $0, all paid back by tenants, and the equity that you have goes from not very much to $178,000 to $423 to $847. All of these economic forces are working for you, not against you. And by the end of year 5, here's where the Fosters are at. In year 1, when they repositioned their wealth, they were at 28% of their vault capacity, and they were at 22% of their real estate objective. All they did is they continued to save, they continued to leverage their savings and bank lending to go from 3 properties all the way up to 7. At the end of 5 years, they've acquired 7 total properties. Now, with their savings and their continuous compounding in their vault, they're at 50% of their target of being at $600,000 inside of their vault reservoir. Their real estate portfolio has grown to $1.4 million, which means they're at 61% of their target of the $2.4 million. This is the progress that's been made when the economic forces are working for you year over year. Now here's where it gets exciting. And in the chapter I talked about sitting down, the Fosters had an opportunity to sit down with Dan, their tactical wealth strategist, and constantly evaluate their options inside of their game plan. Here's the option that unlocked for the Fosters, and it will for you as well. In year 1, when the Fosters bought their first property, they had $35,000 of equity in year 1. This represented their down payment. And they had $140,000 in debt. This represented their mortgage. But after just 5 years of the economic forces working for them, they were sitting at about $99,000 in equity. Their debt had been paid down from $140,000 down to $130,000, but more importantly, their real estate value had gone from $175,000 to $230,000. Now, the question that I have for you is, what should the Fosters do with that equity? This is now where we're going to get into step number 5, converting the equity into cash without selling the property. This is critically important. Okay, so again, I think I already gave it away. What should the Fosters do now? Well, of course I gave it away. They should harvest their equity. They should go tap into their real estate and pull that equity out. And let me walk you through how this would work, okay? A bank's business is lending. That's what they want to do. And if they lent you money 5 years ago, but your asset is appreciated in value, they will redo your mortgage all over again at the current value of the property today. So banks typically, and these numbers change over time, but somewhere between 70 and 80% generally banks will lend against on an asset. So in this example, if the property is valued at $230,000 and the bank will lend me 80% of the appraised value of the home, then I've got quite an opportunity. If the appraised value of the home is $230,000, the bank will actually give me a mortgage valued at $184,000, which means today my current mortgage in this example is $130,000, which means the bank would re-amortize my mortgage, they would redo everything, they would kick it all the way up to $184,000, and they would kick me, or in this example, the Fosters out, $54,000 in cash. Now I want to stop right here for just a moment, and I want to tell you the first time I experienced my very first cash out refi. I literally felt like I was printing money. The bank sent me money, 100% tax-free. I could do whatever I wanted with it. And for me in that very first moment, that allowed me to start doubling and tripling the size of my portfolio. Now no longer did I have to put in all of the dollars in my portfolio. Now I could see the cash flow from my real estate, and more importantly, the equity from my real estate, helping me achieve my financial goals. This is how the game works. The Fosters now have $54,000 inside of this real estate portfolio. And remember, they had 3 properties just like this. So if this is true, the Fosters just harvested $160,000 of technically printed money, a cash out refinance. Now again, let's come back to the Fosters really quick. The Fosters, working full careers, working full time, they made about $200,000 a year. After taxes of about $50,000 a year, they were left with about $150,000. In just one move, the Fosters were able to take out over a year's worth of income, and they still owned all 3 of the assets, which meant they have the possibility of doing it all over again 5 years from now. This is a prelude to where we're going in the next chapter, but this now completes step number 5, converting the equity into cash without selling the property. Now we're on step number 6, protecting the cash in your privatized bank. Now again, let's come back to the beginning. What should the Fosters do with this cash? Remember, the cost, the biggest cost that you face is opportunity cost. By not putting that $160,000 into a vault and putting it anywhere else, even if it was in real estate, they're giving up what could have happened. After 10 years, that $163,000 will compound to $273. After 20, it'll compound to $466. And after 50, it'll compound to $2.3 million. Now, I'm going to put in just a little seed in your mind here for just a moment. After 100 years, it'll compound to $33.8 million. And you might be thinking to yourself, I'm not going to live for 100 years. That's okay. The Fosters aren't going to live for 100 years either. But here's the power of whole life insurance. in addition to the cash value, there is a death benefit, which ultimately means the death benefit is going to pay out and further perpetuate wealth multi-generationally. That means the foster's kids have an estate coming to them completely tax-free that will continuously compound from generation 1 to generation 2 to generation 3 and beyond. This is the power of long-term compounding. This is how dynasties, family dynasties, are made. Now, I'm going to come back to why we call the vault a reservoir. You're going to see this functioning in the next chapter, but I want to give you the context, the vision of what's coming. I live here in Utah, and in Utah, we've had a small population 100 years ago and a much larger population in 2025, but at the same level of precipitation. Every single year, Utah gets a decent amount of snow. It's in the mountains, and that snow melts off. Now, without something like this called a reservoir, what happens to all the water, right? Well, the snow melts off the mountains, it hits into the rivers, and it would flow directly into the ocean. And the people would lose access to the water unless it was stored. Now, here's how a reservoir works. A reservoir in Utah stores the water, it then slowly disseminates the water over the course of time. And if I had a little picture of boats on here, it also gives us the ability to play and enjoy the water while it's being stored and being then perpetuated into the economy over the next 6 to 12 months until we get the next snowstorm. So a reservoir's primary function is to store water so it can be released in a controlled, staggered way, delivering water where it's needed rather than letting it flow away all at once. Now you might be thinking to yourself, what the heck does this have to do with my financial plan? Well, let me tell you how your vault is actually kind of like a reservoir. A vault is your reservoir of capital. It is built to capture, protect, and grow your wealth while delivering steady income in retirement. In the very next chapter, I'm going to show you how the vault as a reservoir allows you to both enjoy the capital and use the capital at a future time. Like a reservoir that stores and releases water, the vault serves two vital purposes. During your accumulation years, as you're building your passive income machine, you can borrow against your vault to accelerate wealth building. But its primary mission, its primary purpose, is to supply dependable income as the cornerstone of your equity mill retirement strategy. Now, your equity mill, I'm going to introduce this concept to you in the next chapter, but remember in the beginning, we said the Fosters needed a reservoir. They needed a reservoir of 5 years of their desired spending inside of their vault in cash value. This is how we're playing the game. We're building up a reservoir, we're building up cash, we're then using that cash, we're borrowing against it to buy real estate, but we're gonna come back to that 5 years of stored up capital in retirement and use it as a continuous stream of income. So what this ultimately means for you is you're building your personal economy. I want you to consider this. How much money has flown into your personal economy from bonuses, tax refunds, side hustles, and then because you didn't have a place to store it, has flowed directly out of your economy. Maybe you've spent it. Maybe you've used it to pay down your mortgage. Maybe you used it to invest in an asset. All of those things are good things. But remember, the largest cost that you're facing inside of your life is opportunity cost. Every dollar that flows out of your economy, the opportunity cost is what it could have been, what it could have done for you. So the objective of the Vault Reservoir is to give you a place to store your money. It gives you the ability to have a place to store equity harvest, like we're doing with the Fosters, bonuses, tax refunds, side hustles, annual reoccurring expenses, syndication profits, distribution, whatever you have, you need a place to store your capital. When you do this, now your capital has the ability to both grow, right, your long-term goal, and to use it today for whatever your short-term goals are. This is how a reservoir works. So the objective here is we're going to take the equity out of our real estate portfolio. We're going to go back to the bank, refinance our mortgage, and we're going to take that equity that was sitting on the bank's balance sheet. I want you to consider this for just a moment. That equity was controlled by the bank. It's on their balance sheet. Once I do the cash out refi, they're going to give me the money, and now I can transfer that equity into my balance sheet, my own privatized banking system. Here's the benefit of doing this, right? With a bank, I have to ask for permission. I have to qualify for it, and it's not fully in my control. A bank could always say, no, I'm not going to refinance the mortgage, and they've done it. So the objective is I want to get the money off of the bank's balance sheet and as much as possible into my balance sheet, in my complete control. This is the ownership economy, right? Because once it's in my vault, there's no permission, right? It's my money. It's contractually guaranteed, and I'm 100% in control. So it's critically important that as often as possible, I transfer wealth from the banking system into my personal banking system. The goal of your vault is to recapture and recycle, right? Money that was otherwise going to flow through your economy, we're going to recapture it, and then we're just going to recycle it, just like a reservoir, as many dollars as possible that are currently flowing through your economic system, and convert them to flow in your system. This is the power of the vault and why it sits at the foundation of your game plan. You just expanded your vault reservoir and you put opportunity cost on your side for the rest of your life. So in the case of the Fosters, they took $160,000 out, one-time savings transfer. They funded a one-time vault on both of them, and this then gave them the ability to have no future obligation of putting ongoing money in, but they still had the capacity now to put in up to $24,000 a year, and they had the ability to then start leveraging $150,000 immediately to then go out and convert their game plan from 7 to now go to the 14 properties that they need. So this is the objective. Now, at the end of year 10, they now know with their vaults that they originally set up and this equity harvest that they did, the Fosters are now on track to have $650,000 of vault reservoir capacity. This is the power of using the equity mill. This is the power of having multiple profit centers inside of your game plan. It didn't just require the Fosters to work more so that they could save more. Now their assets are actually building their wealth on their behalf. So the objective here is they're going to use their cash out refi plus their ongoing savings in between year 5 and the rest of their game plan to scale from 7 properties to their needed 14 by the end of year 7. This is now how they're going to build their game plan and get to this point. So if we really look at this kind of from a big picture, a macro standpoint, the objective of your game plan is really pretty simple. You're going to take some time and you're going to build your passive income machine. You're going to put money in a vault. You're going to buy real estate. You're going to then let time work for you. And in the beginning, you might just be capturing cash flow. But as time now starts to work for you, you're going to realize that your equity goes up and your debt goes down, right? Your tenants are paying off your mortgage. And now maybe you're capturing not just cash flow, but you're also capturing equity. We want to recapture this. We want to build and recapture. We want to constantly refortify our minimum foundation. We want to make money and we want to keep it. We want to build our vault reservoir so we have more wealth in our control. And every single time we do this, just goes into a way of life, right? We just live when now our assets are just growing, and over time we're thriving because the economic forces are working for us. But we're building and recapturing, constantly raising our floor of wealth abundance. Now, all the Fosters are going to do is repeat the process until they're ready to start converting their game from growing into converting their asset base into perpetual tax-free income. This is what we're going to cover in the next chapter and in the next video. I'm going to show you how we take everything, the passive income machine, and we convert it into what we call the equity mill. So join me in the next chapter. Read the chapter first, and then join me on the video, and we'll talk about how you, no matter where you're starting from, can retire in 10 years or less. As of 2025, Americans hold over $43 trillion in retirement accounts. On the surface, it looks like success. But underneath it, it reveals the biggest financial crisis of our time. Because the problem, it's not savings, it's math. And math, well, math doesn't lie. Run the numbers on Wall Street's plan, and the truth, it's undeniable. Their so-called solution, the 4% rule, it says you need $3 million saved up just to create $10,000 a month of income. Now, here's the problem. Less than 1% of Americans ever get there, which ultimately means 99% will never retire comfortably under the Wall Street system. And Wall Street, they know it. That's why they distract you with glossy charts, average returns, and the illusion of compounding wealth. But when you see the math, you realize their game is fundamentally broken. And even though we introduced the 4% rule back in section 1, here's the main reason why it's broken. Retirement income has to withstand 4 threats: markets, taxes, inflation, and depletion, running out of money before you run out of time. But the problem is markets don't move in straight lines. Taxes take their cut, prices rise over time. So your income has to rise just to keep up. And if you're selling assets to create income, you're slowly depleting your portfolio. It's kind of like flipping an hourglass on day 1 of retirement. Every withdrawal is a grain of sand, and when the sand is gone, your retirement is over. This is the scarcity script that most Americans are handed. That's why the 4% rule exists. It's a throttle to slow the sand. But you didn't work for decades and you didn't pick up this book just to ration your retirement. You're not here to survive, my friends. You're here to live, to thrive. So the simple question is this: how do we design an income that doesn't rely on selling asset, keeps pace with inflation, minimizes or even eliminates taxes, and never runs out? And here's where the breakthrough comes in. Different questions get different answers. Starting around 2010, Dr. Wade Pfau and his team of researchers, they asked a better question. How can retirees safely create more spendable income from their savings? You see, they saw the cracks in 2000. They saw again in 2008 people being rocked by the system, and they set out to answer the retirement question. The answer that they came up with, it shocked the retirement world. It wasn't actually chasing higher returns. It wasn't building the biggest account balance. The breakthrough was counterintuitive, but undeniable. It was mathematically sound. Their breakthrough was liquidity, not returns, is the key to more retirement income. Pfau's research revealed that the bottleneck wasn't growth. It was sequence risk. We talked a little bit about this in section 1. When markets fall early in retirement, every withdrawal that you take out of your account, it's a double negative impact, a double hit. Your balance shrinks while your lifestyle continues to draw it down. That's the true math problem. And the solution Wall Street gave you was 4%. But the solution that Pfau came up with was to pair two accounts. A growth account, your portfolio built for return, and a protection account, a liquid safe buffer that you can draw from when markets are down. They called this the volatility buffer strategy, and the results, they were stunning. With just 3 to 5 years of liquidity set aside, retirees could significantly increase, even double their safe withdrawal rate from 4% to 8%, while dramatically lowering the odds of running out of money. That was the power of having liquidity, a buffer against the risk that the market and really fundamentally any growth account comes with. And the best protection asset, the best way to buffer risk, Pfau pointed to high cash value whole life insurance. It's what we call the vault. It sits at the foundation of your passive income machine. It's private, it's accessible, it's tax-free to use, and it's always compounding in the background. So this is the pivot point. Wall Street, obviously, they say save more, risk more, chase more, and just hope for one day. Pfau's math says the opposite. With the right liquidity, you can spend more safely with far less stress. And that's exactly what we've built into the passive income machine. By applying Pfau's science in a bigger, bolder way, we've designed a system that doesn't just preserve retirement income, it multiplies it. And this is the pinnacle of the strategy. Everything you've been reading about up to this point leads right here, right now. It's the breakthrough that converts your passive income machine into 6 figures or more of tax-free, inflation-adjusted income for life. My friends, this is the Equity Mill. Let's dive in. Okay, so here we are. At the pinnacle of this entire strategy is the concept, the idea that you, no matter where you're starting from, can legitimately retire in 10 years or less. And you can unlock your passive income machine to create 6 figures or more of tax-free income for life. Now, at this point inside of your game plan, this would be after you've reorganized your assets in the pre-launch phase, after you've launched your passive income machine and now have turnkey real estate along with your vault, after you've multiplied your portfolio. This is everything I walked you through with the Fosters in the very last chapter. Now you're going to arrive at what we call the orbit lifestyle. This is when you're harnessing the power of gravity, and gravity is perpetuating you. It's keeping you in motion. It gives you the ability to start to harvest income from your portfolio and keep your portfolio growing at the same time. This is the game of income. So let's go back to the Fosters. The Fosters ended their 10-year cycle with this in place. They had about $650,000 of gross cash value. They still had about $360,000 of policy loans, which we accommodate for by doing a cash out refi to replenish those policy loans. They have $3.4 million in real estate portfolio value, with $1.9 million in debt and $1.5 million in property equity. And now, well, the Fosters have what financial freedom is really all about, options. They have more options inside of their life. This gives Sarah the ability to work from home, to be an active participant as her kids grow up. This gives Frank the opportunity to quit and walk away, and then to go back into the workforce as a consultant, not necessarily having to work 9 to 5. At the end of the day, it's not about stopping, it's about choosing what the best use of your time is. That's really what options are. Your goal isn't to just sell off into the sunset. There might be far more travel, far more, leisure time, but at the end of the day, you have a purpose. We're going to talk a lot more about that in the final chapter of this book, but as you live your purpose, you will find more meaning and fulfillment, and this is what financial freedom does for you. So, money's greatest intrinsic value is its ability to give you more options in your life and more control over your time. So, in order to understand how to do that, let me ask you this. Inside of your passive income machine, we've talked a lot about the profit centers, the way you actually make money in the passive income machine. But most of our concept around money is all around the growth phase of capital, right? We talk about the rates of return. We talk about the way our money is compounding and growing. And I want you to consider this is very, very important. It's critical important that your money is growing profitably, but this isn't really what we're going to use to generate income in retirement. Let's talk about the vault first. How are you making money in the vault? Well, number one, you're making money in the vault via a guaranteed return. Number two, a dividend. This is the surplus profit above your guaranteed return. Depending on the insurance company that we work with, this has been paid out for almost 200 years straight. Your money is also growing and compounding tax-free, which is a fundamental return that is adding to your value of your portfolio. But I want you to consider this. What is the real value? In fact, the total value of your contract. You might think to yourself, well, it's the sum total of all of my cash value. And that, again, that's what we've been trained to think, and I've led you to that point up to this moment. But let me invite you to consider this. The value of your contract is actually your death benefits. And even though in the beginning our objective is to lower your death benefit on your life insurance policy as low as we can get it, because ultimately this is what lowers your cost, and we want to maximize the cash value in your policy because this is what's giving you the ability to borrow and have a line of credit. At the end of the day, it's your death benefit that defines the total comprehensive value of your policy. The death benefit in your policy is the value, and your cash value is the equity. Think about it just like a home, right? Your home might be valued at $400,000. You might have a mortgage of $200,000. The value of your home is $400,000. The equity is the $200,000 of remaining value that you have above and beyond your mortgage. Your cash value is the equity inside of your policy. And what this ultimately means is your cash value is going to grow until it equals your death benefits, okay? Until it equals your death benefit. And here's how it works. In the beginning with the Fosters, right, they put money into their account and they had, roughly $150,000 of cash value. This represents the equity inside of their policy, and let's say they had a death benefit of $1.5 million. That's the value. And what this means is we know that over a long enough period of time, the cash value is going to equal the value of the policy. It is guaranteed inside of your policy, your cash value will equal your death benefit. This is where the guaranteed return comes in and the dividend. Now in year 2, when they put a little bit more money in, their value, their equity inside of their policy grows. By year 5, they have $300,000 of cash value inside of their policy. But here's another little fun caveat that we add onto these vaults. We also have your death benefit over time slowly go up. So it's increasing the size, the capacity of your vault, and how much equity you can actually build. But this is really what I want you to understand with your vault, is your vault, the cash value is the equity, the value of the death benefit, that is the value of the policy. Let's go and look at the same thing with real estate. How are we making money in real estate? Well, we're making money through appreciation. This is the rise in the value of the property. We're making money through amortization. This is our tenants paying down our mortgage for us on our behalf, forcing equity into the equation. We're also making money in real estate via tax benefits, and then we have cash flow as well. Now, this is important to understand. Most real estate investors believe that their cash flow is the pathway to retirement, and this can be an avenue, but I'm going to show you something far more powerful when we really understand how real estate works. Let's go back to the Fosters example. In this example, we've shown them buying $175,000 homes. They've been putting a rough down payment of about 20%. They've been getting a fixed interest rate mortgage of 6%. And let's assume for the sake of this this discussion that 40% of all the income that they collect over time is going to go just to maintain the property. Now, I want you to consider this. There are vacancies, there are make-readies, there are expenses that go into owning your real estate, and to be ultra conservative, let's say that 40% of every dollar they collect over all of their time owning a piece of property goes to these costs. If this is true, then I want you to consider how the return actually works. Because at the end of 10 years, once we understand this math, this is where the pundits against real estate say real estate doesn't work. So let's look how this plays out when we own real estate over 10 years. If we believe that the cash flow is the thing that's going to make us free, let's look at this. This is where the real estate pundits say real estate isn't worth it, right? So the net collected cash over a 10-year period of time in this example is they're going to collect about $20,000 after all expenses, including their mortgage, make-readies, and vacancies, of real net profit. This is net profit on the property producing net cash flow month after month for 10 years straight. That's an average of about $2,000 per year of total cash flow, which ultimately means their annualized return on investment on the down payment that they put in to buy this property, which we assumed was $40,000 plus closing costs, is about 5%. Ultimately, what that means is after 10 years, they haven't even got back their full down payment. Their internal rate of return on buying this property is negative 10%. Now, this is where you're going to look at this and say, Ryan, what have you sold me? What the heck is going on? This book isn't going to work. I'm never going to be free. This is where most investors miss the point of how powerful real estate actually is. On the flip side of this equation, you have equity. My friends, this is actually where your return comes from. The value of holding the real estate over the last 10 years, it went from $175,000 at a purchase price to almost $300,000 in value. The amortization, the pay down of the principal of their mortgage was about $20,000. So their mortgage started off at $160,000. It's now down to about $140,000. This gives you just as much cash flow, or this gives you just as much profit as the cash flow on the real estate does. The equity in this property is $182,000, and their annualized return on investment, look at that, 40%. Their internal rate of return, their return every single year, factoring everything in, is 19.3%. So when we look at these two together, we need to now have a way to figure out how do we tap into this as a source of income and not just rely on the cash flow. The reality of it is the net collected cash accounted for 12% of the profit. The equity from appreciation, amortization, this is what accounted for 88% of the profits. Most investors, they obsess, and they rightfully do. This is where I started as well. They obsess over net cash flow. Yet 88% of the profit is an equity buildup from appreciation and amortization. Leveraged ownership, not rent checks, is how you create financial freedom. It's where the bulk of your net return actually comes from. So the objective of this chapter, of this case study, is to show you how do we convert those assets and those profit centers into income without actually selling the assets. So this is where I'm going to introduce you to the concept of the equity mill. The equity mill is how we're going to transform the passive income machine into an income producing asset. Now, first off, why do we call it the equity mill? I want you to think about this. What does a mill do? Well, it takes raw input and it turns it into steady, usable output over and over without destroying the source. That's the equity mill. Instead of selling assets and slowly depleting your portfolio or trying to live off rent checks alone, we mill the biggest profit centers in real estate, which are equity from appreciation and amortization. We pair this milling process with the vault, and this equity is converted into tax-free, spendable income again and again. And we're going to do this in a 5-year income and milling cycle. Now, here's the problem with the traditional view of how most people look at real estate investments and how they look at retiring using real estate as part or all of their portfolio. Most people think it's all about cash flow. This is what I thought as well when I first got going. Own enough doors, add up the rent, and retire. Sounds simple until you actually run the numbers. Let's do the math just so you understand. If a single family rental nets $300 a month after all expenses, you'd need 34 properties to hit $10,000 a month. But if we want to tell the truth and factor in a realistic 20% vacancy across the portfolio, then the real number balloons to 42 properties, meaning we would need 42 properties to account for vacancy to net $10,000 a month of rent cash flow if all we're doing is factoring in cash flow as the profit center. Even with leverage, that means $1.7 million in down payments just to reach that target. That's the same broken math that we saw back in chapter 2. Now, if we compare this to the Fosters from the last chapter, their strike number to generate $10,000 a month only required 14 turnkey rentals, not 42. At $40,000 of down payment per property, they needed about $560,000 total all in to buy these properties. That's 1/3 of the capital and 1/3 of the portfolio size. So what's the difference? Well, it's the equity mill. By using the equity, not just rent, as the primary income source, you need fewer doors, less capital, and you create income in a more tax-efficient way. Here are 2 big advantages of using the equity mill as opposed to trying to build up enough doors and generate enough cash flow. Number 1, you need fewer properties for the same income, roughly 1/3 the portfolio size to hit $10,000 a month. Number 2, as you're going to see in just a minute, you get tax-efficient income because you're borrowing against the value of your portfolio via policy loans from the vault and cash-out refinances from the properties, not selling. And the best part about this, loans aren't taxable income. No sell, no tax. Assets keep compounding, and you can mill the profits over and over and over again. This is the key. Debt is money. It's the concept that Robert Kiyosaki made famous. And to understand it, all you need is one simple switch. Debt can behave just like income without being taxed as income. Think about it this way. If Visa gave you a card with a $50,000 limit and you spent all of it, you wouldn't owe any taxes on that $50,000. You used it like income, but it wasn't taxed because it was a loan. The wealthy understand this and they do the exact same thing, only smarter. In fact, let's let Senator Elizabeth Warren tell us exactly how Jeff Bezos generates his income. This is a key understanding to see how the wealthy play the income game to keep their taxes low and their income high.
Can I answer some of these questions?
Sure, please.
All right, thank you. So I'll start with the first one, and that was the question about the wealth tax. Remember, let's look at someone like Jeff Bezos, who is worth $1 bazillion. He has not paid taxes on all of that wealth. Don't describe it that way. In fact, Jeff Bezos, many years, has either paid nothing in taxes or has paid about 1%. Why? Because his income is very, very small, but he continues to grow his wealth through all of his Amazon stock. And how does he then fund a lifestyle like he does? Not by cashing in Amazon stock, but by borrowing against it. Right now, we have a tax system, because it focuses principally on wealth, that actually doesn't capture the folks at the very top. It makes middle class folks pay, it makes working class folks pay, but it doesn't make those at the top pay.
Now, the good news is you don't need to own Amazon. The passive income machine, by pairing the vault with a handful of turnkey real estate, it lets you play the exact same game as Jeff Bezos. And here's the key. Your passive income machine has 4 profit centers that allow you to use debt like income without being taxed. We call this phantom income because you spend it like income, but it's not taxable because it's debt. Let's break it down one by one. Since we're pairing growth assets with protection assets, on the growth side, your real estate, you have appreciation. Your property values rise, and you borrow against the increased equity. Number 2, you have depreciation. This creates tax write-offs that offset income taxes. And number 3, you have amortization. Tenants pay down your loans, automatically building equity over time. On the protection side, the vault, you have policy loans. Your policy loans give you access to a private line of credit that allows you to borrow tax-free while your cash value keeps compounding in the background. Together, these 4 profit centers create the engine of the equity mill, producing spendable, tax-free income over and over and over again. All right, now that you understand that, let's cut back to the Fosters now and see how they converted their passive income machine into a perpetual stream of tax-free income in 5 simple steps. So step number 1, we're going to secure a 5-year spending reservoir. We're going to hold at least 5 years of our desired spending in liquid, unleveraged cash value within your vault. This is capital that's ready to distribute as income through policy loans. This is step number 1 for the equity mill. Now remember Dr. Wade Pfau's research. He discovered that increasing your liquidity is the key to increasing your income. We're going to use the exact same strategy with the vault paired with real estate as opposed to paired with the market. But the key is non-correlated liquidity is the key to increasing your income. So the 2 buckets that you now have, the 2 buckets that the Fosters have, they have their growth account. This is wealth positioned to grow with market forces while maintaining accessible equity. This is where all of their real estate sits. In the Foster's example, they have 14 properties in their growth account. Now, these growth accounts, they're going to be up and they're going to be down. They're going to have vacancies, they're going to have maintenance, they're going to have repairs, but really their cash flow that each one of these properties are generating are just really meant to keep them in the game of owning real estate. Where on the flip side, they have a protection account, a liquid account. This is their vault. This is capital reserve to cover approximately 5 years of their retirement income. So if we see how this all works together, as we talked about in the last chapter, the reason we want to have as much cash value inside of our vault, at least 5 years of our desired spending, is this gives us the confidence to allow us to ride out the volatility in our growth account and still spend freely over 5 years in our protection account. This is actually how you're going to feel entering retirement with a protection account, with the vault at the foundation. You're going to walk through retirement with your chest puffed out, all confident, just like Conor McGregor here. The more liquidity you have, the more you can withstand, the more you buy yourself time and presence. So let's look at this over a 10-year cycle with just one property. Okay, in year one, the Fosters bought 3 properties, but each property was $175,000. They had a mortgage of $140,000 and they had equity of $40,000. After 10 years, their property value had ballooned to $296, their mortgage was down to $117, and they had about $178,000 of equity. This now gives them the opportunity to switch from growth mode to income mode. Now here's the best part. We're going to start taking income from our vault. Over the next 5 years, our cash flow, our income is going to come from our vault via policy loans, which I'll show you here in just a minute. But what this allows us to do is it allows us to ride out any volatility inherent in the growth of real estate. Now, this doesn't happen often, but let's think back to 2008. What if the Fosters experienced a 30% drop in their real estate value? Well, this would be a major issue, right? Their real estate value the next year would go from $296 down to $207. They'd still have the same mortgage, and they'd now lose almost $100,000 in equity. Their equity would go from $178 to $190. But again, because we're not using real estate for 5 years, we're spending from our vault for 5 straight years, by year 15, it gave us enough time to allow our property value to increase in value again. Over the next 5 years, as the property again appreciates, it's going to go from $207 to $269, and our tenants are just going to keep paying down our mortgage, meaning it's going to go from $117 to now under $100,000. We're right back up to $170,000 in equity. This is how the volatility buffer works. We're using the benefit of our protection account, the vault, to offset the ambiguity inherent in growth accounts, whether it's the market or real estate. When your money is in a growth account, there is some risk, there is some volatility that comes with that. This brings us now to step number 2. We're going to take policy loans for retirement income. With our 5-year reservoir in place, fully funded, we're going to begin taking policy loans from the vault as retirement income for the next 5 years. A vault loan is the perfect vehicle for retirement income. I want you to consider this for just a moment. If the only source of income that you had for a year was a vault policy loan, you wouldn't even have to file your taxes. It's a private loan between you, a private individual, and a private insurance company. Your loans are completely private, which means they're completely non-reportable. They don't affect your debt to income ratio. You control the repayment schedule. You can pay it back however and whenever you want, and your death benefit is ultimately used as the collateral. Remember, the death benefit is the value of your policy, the cash value is the equity within your policy. So let's go through the Foster cycle to see how this works in real life. The Fosters now arrive in retirement. They're ready to start taking income. They have $650,000 of total cash value inside of their protection asset, the vault. They have a real estate portfolio valued at $3.4 million. They have $2.1 million in total debt, and they have $1.3 million in equity. This is their 2 assets that they're going to use to generate $120,000 of income. Remember, the objective for the Fosters was to have $10,000 of net spendable income. So $650,000, if we divide that by 5, they have easily 5 years of policy loans that they can take out to generate this amount of income. So in year 1, what do? They take a $120,000 policy loan and spend it as retirement income. Now, whether they take out $10,000 a month, whether they take out $30,000 a quarter, whether they take out $120,000 all at once, they're drawing against the value of their policy, taking a loan directly from the insurance company, and ultimately what this means is their $650,000 still continues to compound. The loan is obviously tax-free. non-reportable income, and it's via the private loan provision of a policy. Now, another benefit about this is their death benefit. It's actually covering all of their outstanding portfolio debt. Their death benefit could pay off all of the mortgages if they needed to on their real estate portfolio. They've protected themselves in both categories, in their real estate and inside of their protection account as well. So this is year one. The Fosters have fully funded their income. Now we move on to year two. In year two, here's what happens. The compounded value of their vaults, cash value, went from $650,000 all the way up to $682,000. Remember, they're earning a guaranteed rate of return and a dividend on the full cash value, even though they have policy loans outstanding. The Fosters take another $120,000 out as income to fund year two of retirement, and cumulatively, they've taken out $240,000 in policy loans. What this ultimately means is they have $246,000 in outstanding policy loans. Now remember, the insurance company is charging an interest rate on the policy loans that we have. We discussed that back in chapter 7 when we outlined how policy loans actually work. But here's the Fosters example. At the end of year two, they still have $436,000 of available cash value that they can use for policy loans. They have $682,000 of compounding, but here's what's going on the real estate side. Remember, their portfolio the previous year had $1.3 million in equity. At the end of year two now, they have $2.1 million in total mortgages, total debt. Their portfolio has gone up in value to $3.6 million, and now they're at $1.5 million in total equity. All the Fosters are going to do in this example is repeat this cycle year after year after year for 5 straight years. So let's look at this. In year 3, here's all of the tables that we're looking at. They have cumulative cash value of $716,000 because their vault continues to compound. They take $120,000 out on policy loans. They're now up to $378,000 in total policy loans, and they still have $338,000 of available cash value for additional and future loans. Their real estate portfolio now has ballooned to $3.8 million in value, and now their debt has been amortized from $2.1 million down to $2 million, which means ultimately they have $1.8 million in equity. That's year 3. By year 4, it's just the same game all over again. They have $2 million in real estate equity now, and they have $234,000 in remaining cash value for policy loans. By year 5, they've finished the 5-year cycle. They've taken out $600,000 in policy loans. They have a total policy loan balance of $663, including interest, but they've taken out $120,000 every single year for 5 years straight. Their cash value has grown all the way from $650,000 to $788,000, and now their real estate equity is $2.3 million. This brings us to the end of the first 5-year cycle, which brings us now to step number 3. After 5 years of withdrawals, the Fosters are going to re-amortize their real estate leverage with a cash-out refinance to harvest equity from their portfolio. This now is going to allow them to go back to the bank and to repeat the process. Remember, in year 1, they had a property valued at $175,000. By year 10, that same property was valued at $296,000. They have equity of $178,000, and bank's business is lending. Banks will typically lend anywhere between 75 to 80% of the value of a home, which means if we go back to the same banker, they're going to be eager and excited to re-amortize, to redo the mortgage because they make money and now they give you the ability to tap into that equity. So here's how that works. We go to the bank and the bank will appraise the home at $296,000. Because they'll lend up to 75 to 80%, we now know that at the value of $296,000, our potential mortgage could actually be $222,000. Our current mortgage is only $117,000, and so the bank will literally cut us a check of $105,000. The exact same thing that the Fosters did in year 5 of their portfolio to build their portfolio. Now we're just using this as a way to take equity out of our portfolio to refill our vault reservoir. Remember, a reservoir's primary function is to store water, so it can be released in a controlled, staggered way, delivering water where it's needed rather than letting it flow away all at once. For the last 5 years, our vault has been slowly releasing the cash value, using it as income for the last 5 years as tax-free spendable income in retirement. Now it's time to refill. It's time to take all the precipitation and it's time to refill our vault reservoir so we can do it all over again. I'll never forget when I learned this myself for the first time. We had been building our portfolio for nearly a decade. Every dollar that had ever come into our system, we just rolled it back into the system. We turned one vault into two vaults into three, and we turned one property into multiple properties. And we just rolled it over and over and over again. And I'll never forget the day that my beautiful wife, Bethany, came to me and she said, Ryan, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of us and everything we've built and accomplished together. And it's been so fun to watch you build the passive income machine and to watch you help so many hundreds, thousands of people build their own passive income machine. I've supported you in the ups and the downs of running a business to help people do that. And my question to you is, Ryan, will you support me in my dreams? And like any good husband, I said, of course I will support you in your dreams. And then I thought for a minute. As a negligent, naive, not very well-intentioned husband, I didn't know exactly what her dream was. Now, she had told me this a couple of times, and I just didn't sink into my brain that this was her dream because it wasn't my dream. My wife's dream was to build a house. You see, my wife is a great beautifier. She beautifies everywhere she goes, and every home we've lived in up to this point, she had made it beautiful, wonderful. And she wanted to build a home from the ground up. And so I said, of course I will support you in your dream. And then when we went and sat down to figure out how much her dream cost, I realized her dreams cost a little bit of money. Now, I'm so grateful for my wife because she opened up a possibility to use our portfolio for the very first time in creating the equity mill. And as we sat down, I became immensely grateful for this 30-year-old man right here. This is me when I quit funding my 401k, when I took money out of the market and I started building life insurance and real estate instead. Now, I'll be honest with you, that guy had no idea what he was doing. That guy had a hope and a faith. He had read Robert Allen's original book saying, if you buy 20 single-family homes, you can be financially free, and he did it. This man made a possibility available for this man that I'm grateful for. Now, so I went back to the very first property that I bought. I bought this property in 2010. At the time I bought it was for $159,000. My monthly rent at the time was about $1,250. I've always been generally monthly cash flow positive, and it required me to put about $17,000, $18,000 out of pocket to buy this property originally. Now, this property right here, does this look like the key to generating 6 figures or more of tax-free income, or the key to building a wonderful, beautiful, multi-million-dollar home? Absolutely not. That looks like a simple single-family home in middle America somewhere. But that property has built wealth for me over the last decade plus. I did a cash out refi in 2015 on that property, pulled about $35,000 out, and what did I do with it? Well, I bought more real estate. I increased the size of my portfolio. In 2021, though, the value of that property was $533,000. We did a cash out refi in 2021, pulling $167,000 out of this property. I'll never forget the day I signed the documents on this paper. The gentleman who came to my house to have me sign the documents was older. I could tell that he had been the person that had been abused by the Wall Street system. He was working well into his late 60s, probably because he had to. And he said, I've never seen a check that big before. How did you do it? And when I told him that this was the property that did it, he could not believe his eyes. This was equivalent to about 40 years of cash flow at the time. Now, I pulled this capital out. You can see right here, it's hitting my bank account, $167,000. Then I went back to another portfolio of real estate that I had in Arizona, and I refinanced the entire portfolio all at once, and I pulled $772,000 out. Now, what did I do with it? I routed everything back to my vault. I increased the size of my vault, and you can see here, I have equity, I have value in my vault of 5.1 million, but I have equity in my vault of 1.7 million. Everything went back to the very source that we have. And this allowed us to build this wonderful, amazing home, 100% tax-free. We pulled out over 7 figures out of our portfolio, 100% tax-free, to build this home. Now, here's the crazy part. We didn't sell any of the assets. The same assets that helped me build this home will now help me build a future home or buy a cabin or fund my retirement. This is how the game works. So step number 4, we're going to refill our vault reservoir. We're going to use the cash out refinance proceeds to replenish our vault, paying off policy loans that we drew from in retirement to restore the reservoir for future use. The reservoir is exactly that. It is a reservoir. It's meant to capture snowmelt, perennial spring runoff, and other precipitation. It stores it all right here in the reservoir, and it slowly releases it as drinking water, irrigation, and industrial uses. This is exactly how our vault works. We want it to catch appreciation, cash flow, and amortization. We want to store all of that in the vault, and then it's going to release out to fund our lifestyle, to give us the liquidity that we need, and to ultimately build a legacy. This is the power of the system. So we go back, the Fosters in this example, go back to their portfolio, and now their portfolio after year 5 is valued at $4.2 million. They have debt on their portfolio of $1.9 million, and so they do a $700,000 cash out refi. That $700,000 cash out refi comes over and it completely pays off all of their policy loans. It's more than enough to pay off their policy loans, and they could take that extra $70,000 and just add a little bit more cash value to their policy. Now, this increases their debt from $1.9 million to $2.6 million, but now what they've done is they've taken their $125,000 of remaining cash value that they had in their policy loan, and they bumped it back up by paying off all the policy loans, and now having $788,000 of completely available vault reservoir capital to repeat the entire cycle. This brings us now to step number 5. Now we have the ability to adjust our income and repeat. As your vault has continued compounding during the 5-year distribution phase, you now hold a larger reservoir of capital. You can increase your retirement income, or you can extend your next distribution phase and then repeat the cycle. What do I mean by that? Let's go into step number 5. Now, with everything added to their vault, the Fosters chose to take that extra $70,000 that was above and beyond paying off their policy loans, and they just added it to their vault cash value. This means now that they have $825,000 of total cash value inside of their vault reservoir. If they wanted to continue to fund their same 5-year life cycle, if they take that $825,000 and they divide it by 5, that means they could start pulling out $165,000 a year. That's a 37% raise, taking their income from $120,000 to $165,000. That can be sustained for 5 straight years. Now, ultimately, remember, this is tax-free income. $165,000 of spendable income would be equivalent to $200,000 plus elsewhere after you've paid the taxes to net you $165,000. Now, in addition to this, their policy death benefit is still big enough to cover all of their outstanding debt, all of their outstanding liability on the real estate side. They increased their debt now to $2.6 million, but they didn't sell the real estate. They still own the real estate. They have $4.2 million in portfolio value and $1.6 million in equity. Now they're just going to repeat the same 5-year cycle, taking out $165,000 a year. My friends, this is the equity mill. It's converting the best of a growth vehicle and a protection vehicle into sustainable, tax-free income for the rest of your life. The benefit of this model is the fact that you're not selling the assets. With the equity mill, you're not selling off assets and draining your account balance. You're harvesting equity without ever selling. This allows you to overcome the number one fear that people have in retirement of running out of money. And to solve this problem, we just simply own assets that generate reliable income without ever having to sell them. The 4 threats that we began this video with, Wall Street's solution is to deal with all of this. The most you can take out of your portfolio is 4%. And you just hope that you don't deplete it before you run out of time. But to deal with market volatility, to deal with inflation, and to deal with taxes, the most you can afford to take out is 4%. We just flipped the script with the passive income machine. With the passive income machine converted into the equity mill, here's how we solve the problem. We never pay taxes on our income. Inflation actually balloons our income. Remember, inflation made our real estate portfolio more and more valuable. We're not dealing with market volatility because we're pulling money directly from our vault for 5 straight years. That allows us to accommodate any volatility that happens in the real estate world. And because we're never selling our asset, we're not depleting our assets. We're just having our assets grow while generating income at the same time. This is the secret. This is the path. This is how you generate 6 figures or more in lifestyle income. It's how you become financially free in a decade or less, and how you retire from a life of constraint to a life of absolute abundance. My friends, this is the passive income machine. This is the equity mill, and this is your opportunity to do something with this information. So Bob, we're in section 3 now. Section 3 of the book is really where we take the mindsets and the tactics that we've built up, and we show the readers how to apply it. We show them a case study that goes through all 4 sections of the passive income machine and launching this. One of the first things I read in your book was this metaphor that you had. Your metaphor in the book, Creating Wealth, walked through a spaceship analogy, launching a rocket, getting it off the ground, getting it into, harnessing gravity, and then getting it into orbit. I really love that concept because it gave me an understanding of how to organize my thoughts and my actions based on where I was in the journey. So walk us through that original metaphor and how that applies to someone that wants to become financially free in 10 years or less.
It actually was Stephen Covey I'd read somewhere. He said that in the first, seconds off the launching pad, most of the energy is used just to get that rocket up until it falls into orbit. And I thought I applied that to my real estate. I said, you know, when you get started, it's harder to gather everything together and to figure out how to learn how to do it and everything. And so it takes an enormous amount of energy to get off the ground, just to get started, right? And most people never get off the ground. But then when it gets up into the orbit, the way Covey said it, he says a breath of a baby can propel that rocket. And for me, I thought that's a good way to talk about real estate investing. Let's use that as a metaphor in the 4 stages of getting up into orbit. Because when I'm in orbit, I'm in positive passive cash flow. I mean, the money is flowing to me without me having to go get it. And most people have to go get the money, even as a job. Every day you get up, you got to go get the money. Take your briefcase, get out of here, you know. And then you got to come home at night. Did you bring home the money? I brought home the money today. And every day they got to go get it. Well, I one of these days I want to get to my strike number where I don't need to go get the money anymore. Yeah. The money comes to me, right? So that's the orbit stage. When the money's flowing in, it was hard to get up there, you know, those stages. So this is my favorite part of the book. It's applying a metaphor I have used before, but specifically, how do we really get to serious cash flow? How do you make tax-free cash flow so you never pay taxes again? Like the rich people right now are doing exactly this.
That's exactly. That's what makes them rich.
It makes them rich because they're spending money without having to pay any taxes, and everybody's also upset. You know, these wealthy people are paying 2% taxes. The secretary is spending more money, paying more in taxes than the rich person is rich because they do certain things. We're going to set you up so that you're rich, so that you're like a billionaire. Yeah. This is the way the billionaires do it, and it's legal and it's ethical and it's fantastic. Right?
It's how the tax code is written.
Exactly.
It's written to incentivize this behavior. I love how engaged you get with this concept because that's really what it takes, is it takes some motivation to do things different. Now, before we get into the case studies of what we cover in there, you know, you've been now exposed to our Money Mastery community for about 4 years.
Yeah.
I remember in 2021, you know, I invited you to an event, and I'd never actually met you before. I talked to you on the phone one time, way back in the day, when you helped me create my vivid vision statements. But we brought you to the events, and we stood you on stage to say, Bob, thank you. Thank you for opening a doorway of opportunity for me that I could see, because then I could turn around and open a doorway of possibility for so many other people. You've now seen people in all walks of life. Many of them, I would say, are not the wealthy. They're not the people that everyone points to and says billionaires are doing. And these are just average, everyday people. Yeah. What results, what success have you seen inside of this community that would give the reader, the viewer of this video, belief that they can do it too?
When you get together with your community and you talk to them one-on-one, and what's it like? And they said, it just took all the pressure, all the worry. Will I have enough money to retire? Will my money last until I die? Yeah. Will I be able to stretch it out? That's not what you wanted when you retired. You didn't want to retire on half your income and worry about whether it's going to last until you die. What if you go 10 years beyond the money when it's gone? Well, people are doing that right now. They're way beyond the time they thought they would be passed away, and the money's gone. Yeah. And then they spent 40 years investing in a system, assuming that it would take them to freedom and hope and let's play with the grandkids. Let's take them to Hawaii, and now the grandkids are having to take them to Hawaii, right? Yeah. So it doesn't work that way. The plan is for you to set up a system where eventually you play like the rich people do. And I talk to them one-on-one. You've created a community where they get together with each other, and they got a way to interact with each other. They're all various different professionals from all kinds of walks of life, from all over the United States. They come together a lot of times at your home, and they go, we now know something that's working. And we know it's going to work. We don't have to bet, hope, guess, that it's going to work. We know it's working because it's working for us right now. And most people don't have a community. They're all by themselves, trying to buy property all by themselves. Only people who are ever helping other people are making money from them. And, like commission salespeople and things like that. And yet when they have a community of people and they can ask them without any money, just tell me what's working for you. I'm a little nervous. How did you get through it? And so it gets them into the game. It gets them beyond the launch phase, which is the hardest. Just get them into orbit. That's really hard to do.
It really is. And man, it's so awesome when you come to these communities, these meetups, because just like you said, these are average everyday people living ordinary lives, but now empowered with money. And I love seeing their transformations, because those transformations are now bringing people into your world. They're wanting to write books. They're wanting to figure out what's after the tactics of the passive income machine. But before we get there, we go through a case study, and we really slow down in this case study. We give it 2 chapters. We walk people through using the passive income machine to build their wealth, and then we walk the people through using their passive income machine to create tax-free income. One of the biggest revelations that I think you've had, even myself included, is we've gone through this now and helped people over a decade plus doing this, is the life insurance policy and their real estate, how they work to build your wealth, but then how they work to generate tax-free income. Walk us through a little bit of your understanding and your perspective of the equity mill strategy, how we're taking equity out of life insurance and then using the real estate values to replenish it.
Rich people use vaults. I've never heard them use that word before, but they put their money into life insurance exactly the way you teach it. Banks use vaults. Banks protect their money that way. And so we want to we want to play that same game. We want to play the same rules. What happens is that wealthy people don't take their cash flow and make it taxable. They use it in a vault. And so when the property increases in value, as almost all properties do over a period of time, that equity grows. So let's, like a crop. What if every single house was like a crop? And I'm going to harvest that crop because that's what I am. I'm a real estate farmer. I'm going to harvest this crop because this crop has grown. It's ready now it's ripened. It's ready to be harvested. So how do I harvest that equity? Well, the equity's grown, and so the bank says, hey, let us lend you 80% of the money, right? Hello, we like this, right? Let us lend you money for 30 years. How stupid is this for a bank to really do this? Well, anyway, so they'll lend you the money, and therefore your mortgage has gone down. When you harvest it, the equity's increased, so you're going to pull out, let's say you have a $250,000 house and it's gone up to $400,000. So there's, a couple $100,000 in equity in there, and you're going to borrow out some of it, and you're going to put that money into your pocket. Does the government tax that? Does it tax the money that you've borrowed out of your property? You've harvested that money, but that money is tax-free. And the tenants are paying the mortgage out, even the larger mortgage that you put on the house to harvest the crop, they're still making the mortgage payment with higher rents, and the mortgage rate's fixed, so it's still going down. And that is tax-free. Now you say, well, how could that be tax-free? You mean I can spend that money and the government doesn't even need to know that I've harvested the money? I can use it to travel to Hawaii and the government they don't even have to know it. This is the way rich people do it. They borrow against their stock, against the ownership of their businesses, against their real estate. They are borrowers, which is just the exact opposite of what most people counsel ordinary people to do. They say, never get into debt. Never. And yet we're telling them, go into debt because you never pay your taxes with it. And you only borrow. What's safe? You're going to still have cash flows. You still have a property that's increasing in value. You still have equity buildup. You still have all the advantages, inflation protection. And yet the money you harvest is tax-free. Well, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you've got properties that got equities. Let's harvest some of them to pay for what? Well, to pay for our monthly expenses, our monthly living expenses. Maybe our budgets have gone up a little bit since then. And it's tax-free. I know that sounds crazy for most people to even understand that.
Yeah.
Because they are so mad at these 1%ers that are billionaires are paying lower taxes. And they go, this is not fair. But it's obvious that this is a brilliant strategy. Don't sell your stock and pay the taxes on it and then live on that money. Borrow against your stock. That's the way they would use the stock market way. Same thing with real estate. I'm going to borrow against it. And that's the strategy. When you read the case study, you're going to see clearly that this family has done exactly what we teach them how to do, and now they've gotten to the tax-free stage of their life, and they're harvesting the crop tax-free. And then 5 years later, guess what happens?
You're going to do it again.
Some of those smaller properties that you didn't refinance have now grown in value. I'm going to harvest them again. And guess what? We'll have some mortgages against it, but a lot of the loans that are in the vault, when we eventually do pass away, they get wiped out from the insurance.
Yeah, insurance takes care
So
of it.
I never pay back the loan. Hello, borrow all the money and never pay it back.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. I mean, that is the crazy part. Like, and it's so hard because you have to look at the world of money completely opposite, which means you have to unlearn everything you thought you knew about money in order to make space for the brand new way to do it. But once you understand it, it is the way the wealthy are wealthy. I mean, I don't believe the wealthy are doing anything nefarious other than using the tax code as it was written to incentivize the behavior.
Yeah.
And when you do that, when you can go from taxable income to tax-free income, the entire world changes. Now, I think one of the last parts of this section is we introduce the concept of a game plan. And you've mentioned this in several of our interviews, that you have to have the right people around you. You have to have the right teams, the right mentors. And I'll tell you what, this is why I brought you back into my world, is when I read your book, I remember you did an exercise that if someone completed their vivid vision statement, they got to have a call with you.
Yeah.
That little call with you meant the world to me back in the day. And it was having you as a mentor in my life. And then from that time on, I've always had mentors in real estate, in taxes, everything to show me the way. In the last chapter, we talk about this idea of a game plan. Inviting someone into their life that's done the path, that's walked the path, and saying, what would you do if you were me? How would you organize my finances? What would be my first step, my second step, and so on and so forth? Why is a game plan so critically important on your path to financial freedom?
Because they can look at your finances and see things you can't see.
Yeah.
Because they've done it so many times. And as they look at your financial picture, you lay it out for them, they go, this is how we can transform these assets you've accumulated so far. Congratulations. How we can transfer those assets into the 3 stages that we've talked about here. How do we change your mindset, become part of a community where you're thinking differently? Most people, when they do the stock market, you know who their community is? People at the water cooler, and they're all doing the exact same thing. And when the stock market goes up, they're high-fiving each other. When the stock markets go down, they're going and getting drunk with each other. And they go, and they're not helping each other at all.
No.
But when we're in a community and a person who guides you into this world and looks at your finances and can say, do this, don't do that. This is how you transform your way. This is how you get across the bridge. You're going to have to leave that world behind and never go back to it. This is how we set up the vault. This is how we have an overfunded. That means we're going to buy the least expensive whole life insurance policy we can get. It means we're going to the less, the better, so we can have more cash flow.
Yeah.
And what happens is after just a short period of time, whatever dollar you put into your vault is you can borrow right back out again.
Yep.
And you still have the insurance, which is like mind-boggling to me. To
Printing money.
And so we teach you exactly how to get into the game and walk you through the step-by-step process so you can get across the bridge safely into our world, or the world of passive income machine.
I think it's the greatest form of leverage. You know, the bridge really is leverage. That's what it is. To go from wealth on Wall Street to wealth off of Wall Street. You have to understand that the wealthy, they just use leverage. They use it more often, more frequently, and more successfully than almost everyone else.
Right.
And the greatest form of leverage is having someone like Bob Allen in your life. You coach in the Money Mastery community, having these tactical wealth strategists come into your life to say, look, if I were in your shoes, knowing what I know, here's exactly how I would do it. And just laying out a roadmap for you. And those aha moments that come from reading a chapter to talking to someone who can lay out a path for you, it's transformational. So Bob, this concludes section number 3. We've now walked someone through the problem, the solution to that problem, and then a practical real-life case study. What should a reader or a viewer be feeling at this moment?
They should be feeling hope. They should be feeling, finally, a simple way that I can become financially free. Everybody talks about it, but they know they don't have a strike number. They have never even thought that far. Like, how much could I really survive on? They don't have a strike number. They don't have a vault. They don't have any way to do it. And if they're doing real estate, they're doing it the wrong way.
Yeah.
And you did it the wrong way yourself,
I
because you
started
read
that
my
way,
book,
yeah.
and I led you in the wrong way, which is, Ryan, as a side hustle, just go buy your own real estate all by yourself, manage it, and it almost killed you.
I tell you what, it was one of the greatest lessons I ever learned. But I knew real estate was the way, just as you knew real estate was the way, and it opened the opportunity to figure out turnkey real estate didn't exist back in the day. It didn't, right? That was not what was there. I mean, I think I was one of the first people to find it back when I was going through it. So they should be feeling hope right now. And we started this book with a challenge, really, right? It was before the chapter even began. We started with a mantra of inviting someone to rise up. Rise up so that they can live free.
Yeah.
We're now going to invite them into section 4 of this book, and we're going to talk about what living free actually means. But at this point, nothing is possible unless they're willing to rise up. What would you say to that person who's on the edge, who wants to rise up, but maybe it's that fear, maybe it's that, that groupthink, everyone else is doing it, everyone says insurance is bad, real estate's hard. What do you say to that person?
Well, you're going to bet your life. You're going to bet your life on what you choose to do. If you choose to stay the path that everybody seems to be on, the vast majority of everyone you look at every single day are going the exact wrong way. And you are going to have the courage to go the opposite direction. And they're going to laugh at you at the water cooler. They're going to say, you did what? You cashed out? What is the matter with you? And you have to have the courage to bet your life, your financial future, on this new path. And that is difficult. That is scary. That is frightening for a lot of people. They say, well, it's too much for me. I'm just going to continue to do what I've always done. And then you're going to get, by betting your life, you're going to get where you don't want to be. This new way is the right bet. And it's an obvious bet. Look at BlackRock. They're out buying 100,000 single-family homes all across the United States. The smartest people on the planet. They're finally getting their money off of Wall Street too.
Yeah.
So if the smartest people on the planet are doing it, and even Warren Buffett said, if I were to do it all over again, I'd buy 200,000 single-family homes. If the smartest people on the planet are telling you to do it, this is the way you need to do.
This is what you need to do. Well, Bob, that closes out section 3 then. We're now going to invite you, the viewer, to rise up, to do something with the knowledge that you've been given. It is transformational if you allow your life to be transformed by putting the knowledge into action, by taking a step into reality and doing what we've talked about. I know, Bob knows, hundreds of people, thousands of people in our community know that your best life, that the freedom, everything you've been wanting is waiting on the other side of you rising up so that you can live free. Now, we're going to invite you into section 4. This happens to be my favorite section. I'm pretty sure I've said that about every section. But it really is. This is the purpose behind money. And I'll never forget when I read your book. You opened me up to the purpose behind money. So join us in section 4, where we'll talk to you about what that purpose is. And then he hears it, the roar. A man walking through the forest in the twilight of morning, snow crunching beneath his feet, breath sharp in the frozen air. He hears the rumble. A growl, low, guttural, close enough to know he is not alone. He is being hunted. It echoes through the trees, deep, primal, terrifying. It shakes the air. It rattles his bones. For a moment, he freezes. His pulse surges. His throat tightens. His mind screams, "Run." And in that instant, he stands at a crossroads. He can turn. He can flee. He can live safely for another day. He can tell the story of the lion he almost faced. The story of what might have been, but never actually was. Or he can turn. He can face the roar. He can stare into the jaws of death itself and step into the greatest adventure of his life. Not knowing why, a surge of adrenaline floods his body. Not for flight, but for fight. His muscles tighten, his heart pounds, and against all reason, his body shifts. The odds are stacked against him, but somewhere deep inside, he hears the whisper, "Now is the time. Turn, fight, defy the odds." Two burning eyes, glowing in the darkness, fixed, fierce, alive. For one eternal heartbeat, man and beast lock eyes. The lion hunts for food, the man hunts for destiny. One fights for survival, the other fights for purpose. And then they charge. Snow explodes, claws tear, fists strike, teeth flash. They tumble, roll, and plunge into the pit. The forest erupts with growls and cries, man and beast locked in epic battle. The sound shakes the earth, and then silence. The forest holds its breath. Moments later, he climbs out, bloodied, bruised, but alive. He draws a breath so deep, so fierce, the kind you take only after you've put your life on the line and answered the call within. The call that proves you are stronger physically, mentally, emotionally than you ever believed possible. Victorious, no longer just a man, now a conqueror, a lion chaser. That story, recorded in scripture, retold as the epic account of Benaiah, the man who chased a lion into a pit on a snowy day and walked out into a destiny forever changed. This story was retold in Mark Batterson's book, Chase the Lion. And this story, it's not about the past, it's about you and the future still possible for you right now. Because every one of us, we hear the roar. Every one of us, we stand at a proverbial crossroads. Your lion probably isn't a beast in the snow. Your lion is your future self, the man or the woman that you were born to become. Here's what you need to know. Most people, when they hear the roar, they run. That's what our primitive brain says to do. Play it safe, shrink back, avoid risk, and bury your dreams under the proverbial blanket of someday. It's comfortable there. That's what your primal brain wants you to experience. But lion chasers, empire builders are different. They run toward the roar. Because when you face what others fear, when you stop living as if the purpose of life is to simply arrive safely at death, that's when you unlock your destiny. Benaiah chased the lion, and it changed his story forever. He didn't just walk out of the pit as a survivor. The story told in the Old Testament was he walked out into his calling. He became King David's bodyguard and eventually the commander of the entire Israeli army. And that's the metaphor for your life. Your lion isn't just fear. Your lion is your future self, the one you were born to become. The question is simple. Will you run or will you face the roar? Because everything you want, everything you're capable of, lives on the other side of the fear that you face. Because the end of that battle is really just the beginning of a new life, a life of courage, a life of calling, a life where money is no longer the master, but the tool. So this, my friends, is your invitation. Chase your lion, conquer regret, rise up, live free. Become the empire builder that you were born to be. Let me show you how. So let me ask you, what is money? You've just finished this book and you've learned how to use money to achieve financial freedom. But we never really stopped and asked, what is money anyway? I mean, really, what is it? Today, money takes many forms. Dollars, numbers on a screen, crypto, things we trade, barter, or swipe. But those are all just symbols, manifestations of a deeper concept. At its core, money is time. Think about it. You trade your time for a paycheck. You trade your time to build a business. You trade your time to earn more money. That's how life works. And here's the unfortunate catch. Most of the money that you've traded your time for at the present moment is gone. It's been spent. It's been consumed. So you go back to work, you trade more time for more money to fund today. And if you're disciplined, maybe to save a little bit for tomorrow. That's the idea of retirement. The dream of someday when money no longer controls your choices and you control your money and therefore your life. But here's the uncomfortable truth. If you never learn how to master money, you'll trade your entire life away for too little money and too little freedom. And that means your deepest desires, they go unfulfilled, your dreams unlived, your potential completely unrealized. Because if it's true that money is time, well, here's the other side of that coin. Time is life. So when you spend your time chasing money, you are really just trading away your very life. And when your time runs out, no amount of money can buy you one more breath. And the reality of it is, when we face the truth, you get one shot at this thing called life. I get one shot at this thing called life. One chance to live, to feel, to experience, to love deeply, to make it all count. If you spend your whole life chasing money without mastering it, you're not just trading time, you're trading your life. And this is why the pursuit of financial freedom in 10 years or less matters so much. Because financial freedom, it's not just a finish line. It's not just a number you grind toward until someday. Treat it like that, and yeah, you might wake up with money in the bank, but you'll have regret in your soul. The truth behind money is financial freedom is simply a pathway. It's a way of life. And here's the paradox. The sooner you start investing in the life you love now, the faster you actually reach financial freedom. Let me explain. Happiness isn't the prize waiting at the end of success. It's the fuel that makes success possible. And this is where the concept of the life balance sheet comes in. Because the reality of it is, you don't really want more money. You want what money can be traded for. Back in chapter 6, I asked you to answer two powerful questions. What do I want, and why does it matter? If you were honest, your answers had almost nothing to do with money itself, but they had everything to do with what money could unlock. More choices, better options, meaning, purpose, adventure, connection, calling. That's the point of the life balance sheet. To remind you that what money really is a tool to build and live a life that matters for you. And real wealth is the life you choose to build with it. So after asking literally thousands of people those same two questions, what do I want and why does it matter? I've noticed that their deepest desires generally fall into one of four areas. These are the categories that make up the life balance sheet. First and foremost, they want maximum health and abundance mentally. This is mental wealth. This would be things like your clarity, creativity, and growth. The next area that they want maximum abundance and wealth in is physical wealth, health, energy, vitality. The next is emotional wealth, joy, connection, resilience. And the final category on the life balance sheet is spiritual wealth, purpose, peace, and presence. This is what people really want. So let me ask you, if I handed you a check with as many zeros on it as you wanted, but the price of that check and all of those zeros was to give up one of these four areas of your life forever, which of the four areas would you trade? Of course not. None of these areas on the life balance sheet you would trade for money. No amount of money is worth your health. No check can ever replace your peace, and no deposit can buy back your family. And yet, if we're honest, this is the trade that most people make almost every single day. Not all at once, but little by little by little. Here's the unfortunate tragedy. We sacrifice health for hustle. We trade presence for productivity. We exchange relationships for revenue, and we surrender purpose for more paychecks. At first, these trade-offs are small. A couple of late nights, a few skipped dinners, one quadrant on your life balance sheet pushed aside just for a season. Now that first trade-off, maybe it makes a little bit of sense. I get it. Everything in life is about trade-offs. But once you make a trade-off once, it's easier and easier to make more and expanding trade-offs every single time after that. Believe me, I've lived in this cycle. Once you've made the first trade-off and then another and before you know it, money has taken over your entire life. Now, money isn't just sitting above your life balance sheet, it's crushing it, it's smothering it. It becomes the pursuit, the priority, crowding out the very things that, if we're honest with ourselves, matter the most. We tell ourselves it's temporary, we'll fix it later once we have enough money, but later rarely comes. And when it does, well, money can't buy back what was lost. This is how regret is born. This is how regret expands, and most people live a life where they look back on the best years of their life, not with happiness and joy, but with regret of everything that they traded in the pursuit of just another dollar. But there is another way. Imagine with me for a moment. What if you began investing right now, not just in your passive income machine, but actively in your life balance sheet? Because investing at its core is always an exchange, money for an outcome. And when you're deeply connected to the real outcome, a life of health, vitality, adventure, connection, aligned with your highest values, you don't just become a wiser steward over money, you become a far better investor. Listen, return on investment, this is important. It measures how your money grows, but there is a far more important return that you need to start considering inside of your life as it relates to money. It's a return on attention. A return on attention measures how your money lives. That's the return that matters most. When your dollars are directed into what matters most, money stops being a number on a screen and it becomes a reflection of your inner core values, a symbol of a life well lived. Proof your money isn't just growing, it's giving you more life, more creativity, and more vitality in the world as a producer. I'll never forget the first time I discovered this truth hiding in plain sight. You see, I had been working on my investments. I had taken all of my money off of Wall Street and I began building my passive income machine. But I carried the same mentality about retirement, about one day, as I had in Wall Street to my passive income machine. Every penny, every dollar, every opportunity I had to take money and put it into my system, that was an opportunity I maximized. Everything that didn't go into my passive income machine in my mind had a collateral damage. It had a real expense to it. It was $1 that wasn't working for me in a system where I could become financially free one day. And I'll never forget, my wife and I decided to take a vacation. It was our first vacation together. Now, up to this point, I didn't believe we needed a vacation. I didn't believe I wanted a vacation. I kept telling myself, one day, when we have enough money, enough cash flow, we'll take all the vacations we want. But until then, scrimp, save, sacrifice. And I'll never forget, leading up to this vacation, I was scrimping. I was saving every hotel that she wanted to book, every excursion that she wanted to do. I was saying, no, we're not going to do that, right? That's going to cost too much. We'll do that one day later. And without knowing what was going on, in hindsight, I was ruining the vacation before it ever started. But we planned, we saved, and we had enough money to afford the vacation comfortably and easily. But I'll never forget the day we decided to go on the vacation. I made a couple of quick changes. The hotel that we were staying in I thought was too much money, and so I downgraded it from the Hampton Inn into something that had good pictures online, but its price was a third of the price tag. I'll never forget the day that we arrived at the hotel. It couldn't have been better or worse. Right? We walked into the hotel and my wife immediately saw this isn't the Hampton Inn. Now, when we finally got into our room, there were dead cockroaches. It was disgusting. And Bethany sat down on the bed and she said, I just want to go home. Now, my friends, at this moment, I realized that I was missing the entire point. Here I am with my beautiful, amazing wife. We planned a vacation. We had the money to invest in a life that we wanted to live right then and there. And I was choosing to sacrifice today, the present moment, for one day, when I had this proverbial idea of enough money. At that moment, I said, Beth, you know what? I've messed up. I am so sorry. Let me make it up to you. We immediately got out of that hotel and we went back to the Hampton Inn. Fortunately, they still took us and we had a wonderful vacation. I let go for the first time in a long time, and we didn't spend beyond our means, but we spent well within our means. We had a wonderful time. We did excursions, adventures, and more than anything, I connected, or should I say, I reconnected with my wife. And when we got home from that vacation, something interesting happened. For the first time in my entire life, I finally understood the meaning and the purpose of money. I had experienced to some small degree what real wealth actually meant. And I found a new drive, a new motivation, a new commitment to building a system that could not just fund all of these things tomorrow or 10 years down the road, but how could I start becoming more intentional with my system and my money today to do it again? That single experience reshaped how I have thought about money for the rest of my life. Money is a tool to build and live a life that matters, not one day, but right now. That experience, it didn't set me back, it actually energized me. It made me a better husband, it made me a better leader, and it made me a better producer. That's the happiness advantage in real life. So the way out is actually pretty simple. Flip the script. The passive income machine makes financial freedom nearly inevitable. Not overnight, but easily within 10 years or less. Build your game plan, set up your system, come work with us inside of Money Mastery and we'll help you launch it and scale it, and the outcome becomes virtually guaranteed. And when you know the outcome is certain, you don't have to postpone living and waiting until someday. You can start investing in freedom and fulfillment right now. In fact, my friends, this is actually the secret. Financial freedom, it's not a destination decades away. It's a lifestyle that you begin to choose today. With every dollar, it's a vote of will I rise up, will I be intentional, and will I allocate this dollar that represents time I've traded to a life that matters right now. So what does it mean to invest in your life balance sheet? Well, it means you direct money with the same focus and discipline you'd use in any investment. But instead of chasing possessions, you're funding a life of purpose. You invest in your values, your goals, your deepest priorities. You allocate money to adventure, to experiences, to live a life worth remembering while you still have breath in your lungs and fire in your heart. You live, you laugh, you love. And money slowly but surely becomes the tool that creates the space, the experiences, and the opportunities to make it all possible. Because in reality, my friends, money never was the goal. It has always been the tool. So as a tool, you direct it into your mental, your physical, your emotional, and your spiritual well-being. You live rich now with the promise that you finish wealthy tomorrow. This is what it means to live free today. Not by waiting for retirement, but by investing in a life worth living right now. Your life balance sheet is the key to doing this. That's how you become the kind of person who doesn't just reach financial freedom, but actually is ready to thrive within it. You start living as if you are financially free, spending with intention, directing with integrity, and living the life that matters right now. And that brings us right here, right now, to the real journey of money, the infinite game of money and life. We call it the prosperity pathway, where we go from scarcity to abundance, ultimately to prosperity. But let me show you how it's possible and why it's the greatest adventure of your life. Scarcity is survival, the endless churn. We earn, we spend, we repeat. There's never quite enough, always someday. Most people want out of scarcity, so they chase a little bit more. More hours, more hustle, more money. And at first, it works. There's a taste of abundance, saving, investing, breathing easier. But here's the trap. In the pursuit of more, usually they trade away what matters most. Health, presence, relationships, purpose. They tell themselves, I'll circle back to those things which are important but not urgent today, and I'll take care of those things when I have enough money, time, and margin. Meanwhile, the financial system, the one that's constantly persuading you, whispers, spend more, borrow more, finance today, upgrade, mortgage the future for a fleeting present. And the taste of abundance slowly starts to fade under the pressure, the weight of consumer debt. It creeps in. This creeping in debt and pressure starts to mount, and it starts to form cracks in the system, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and ultimately physically. That weight is heavy: scarcity, survival, and stress. But now, these money problems are compounding into life problems. But abundance, real abundance, it's completely different. It isn't fleeting or borrowed from the future. It's built on a foundation that you can trust. The doorway to abundance begins with 3 questions. What do I want? Why does it matter? And who must I become to ultimately create it? These questions pull you out of survival. They focus your attention, they align your money with meaning, and they open the doorway to real abundance. Abundance is when your financial system is in motion. Your empire is built one brick, one step at a time. The passive income machine is working for you, making your future inevitable. It's protecting your money, it's growing it automatically, and it's aligned with the wealth forces instead of working against them. You eliminate taxes from your future. You take back control over your money from Wall Street, and you create a system where cash flow, compounding, and leverage are no longer risks, they're literally allies. And in that place, freedom becomes inevitable. The fear starts to quiet down. The stress, it lifts. You can finally breathe again because for the first time, your future is now secure. And abundance stabilizes the moment you add intention. Money no longer flows in and out of your personal economy, untethered from your values, your goals, or your priorities. On the contrary, it aligns with your life balance sheet. Every dollar has a purpose, not just to fund the future, but to build a meaningful life today. This, my friends, is the science of achievement, the passive income machine, and the lifestyle vaults. Now, we briefly discussed how the vault can be used to fund lifestyle, and going on that first vacation, I learned how to build a system where I could make my money work for the long term, but also live fruitfully, abundantly in the present, and I do it all with a lifestyle vault. And once you've built your financial plan on a solid foundation, you arrive at a threshold, because abundance was never the destination. It was always your birthright to begin with. It's really the foundation, the doorway to the real hero's journey, which is answering a much higher call. purpose. Because the greatest adventure that life offers is a purpose-driven life. When your money, your time, and your energy all align with the gifts that God has placed inside of you. On the contrary, they were given to you to use, not just use for any old reason, but to use in the service of others. When you aim what's uniquely yours, your God-given gifts, skills, talents, and abilities at solving real problems, you unlock the rarest currency of all, fulfillment. Now listen, fulfillment, it can never be bought, but money can open the doorway. It can create the space where stress fades, options expand, and purpose takes the stage. To step from abundance into prosperity, we ask 3 different questions. These questions are much, much deeper. Question number 1 is, who am I? This really reveals your identity. Once you understand who you are, you realize that your potential is limitless. The second question is, why am I? Once you understand where you came from, you can now start to get clear on your purpose here. Why are you here? The third question is the question that most people want to ask first. It's the tactical question. This is, how do I? Once you understand your unique identity and your God-given purpose, you can now start to ask the how do I question, being able to lean forward, being able to take steps forward in faith and action. And here's the secret. These aren't one-time answers. They deepen and evolve with every step you take forward on a purpose-driven path, rooting you into something that's greater than success and much more lasting than freedom. This is the infinite game of money. You see, the purpose of an infinite game is to keep playing the game at ever higher levels, expanding your ability, your capacity to play the game at higher levels of purpose, fulfillment, and ultimately satisfaction. The equation for the infinite game, it's really pretty simple. When our time plus our money is multiplied by purpose, this is how we find the currency of life, fulfillment. In the infinite game, you don't play to win, you play to become, to grow, to give, and ultimately to live. The prosperity pathway doesn't end at a finish line. It begins in becoming who you were divinely created to be, rising to the challenge, and living full out, playing all in every single day. This is the pathway. Financial freedom isn't a destination, it is a lifestyle. And when your purpose drives your money, you don't just build wealth, you build a life, not someday, but right now. So my simple invitation to you at the end of this book and at the end of this course is to choose the pathway, to step out of scarcity, to make abundance inevitable. Then chase your lion. Chase that lion all the way into prosperity, because the greatest currency you'll ever earn is fulfillment. Rise up, live free, and build a life that multiplies far beyond money. The picture is now complete. Now the only step left is to turn. Turn and face your lion. Look at your lion directly in your eyes and see it for the opportunity that it is, and then roar back. All right, my friends, welcome into section 4. This is the pinnacle. This is the reason why you picked up this book in the first place. It's the thing that most people don't look for in the beginning, but it's the thing that everyone wants. Bob, you've inspired millions of people, including myself. And I'll never forget when I read Creating Wealth, the book. You gave me the tactical framework. You gave me the confidence that I could do real estate, as hard as it might seem. You gave me that confidence. But it wasn't until I got to the end of the book that I understood what it was really all about. You talked about what wealth really is. Yeah. And wealth very rarely can be measured on a balance sheet. Wealth very rarely is measured in numbers in your bank account or in your vault. Yeah. Wealth is about the life that you live. Bob, you've been around for 77 years. How has your vision, how has your mission, how has your concept of wealth evolved over the years, and what is wealth for you?
When I went to San Francisco, we talked about earlier, and they dropped me in the city and they took away what they thought was wealth. They took away my cash, credit, cash flow, collateral, the 4 C's. And they took away everything that the world thinks is wealth, and yet they didn't take away the source of wealth. They didn't take away the internal stuff. And the internal C's are creativity and character and commitment and chutzpah, which is a C word. They didn't take that away from me. I went there with it because I build my wealth. And they always say you can't take your wealth with you. Well, wealth with a capital W is your internal wealth. Wealth with a small w you cannot take with you. That's material wealth. And that's cash flow and all the other things the world thinks is wealthy. But when you are wealthy inside, you create wealth from nothing, from what's inside you. There's no numbers attached to it. And yet your dreams, your hopes, your desires, your passions, they bubble out of who you are. And that was where all wealth comes from. And so in a sense, we're asking you to go buy some real estate, but that's not wealth. Never was. It's material stuff, and it generates cash flows to give you time to do what you came to this earth to do. Now, I'm going to speak spiritually for a moment. It may not be your spiritual understanding, but I believe before we came here, we saw the earth. We knew we were coming here, and we knew it would be hard. And we knew that we would have to learn lessons, and we'd have to discover our talents, our gifts. We have to discover our passions. That would be, as a little babies, we didn't have any of that. It was all part of our spirit when we came. But we had to discover it by going through a hard life until we finally, you discovered who you are and inviting all people to join with you as you're taking people to financial freedom. I discovered that I was good at writing. I didn't know that. English was my worst class. Sister Lockjaw, we call her Sister Lockjaw, she would teach us poems and all kinds of baloney, and I wanted nothing to do with it. And yet I started writing, and it just flowed out of my fingers, and I didn't even know how magical that was. It's a talent. We all have gifts, things that we come with. We want to magnify those gifts. And therefore, the money gives us the freedom to do what we're born to do. So why am I sitting at this chair talking to you 75 years into my life? Because this is my song. This is what I do. This is why I came here. This is when you asked me to come and be part of this team and to talk to you. I was excited because I know that some of you are going to be like Ryan. When he read that book, it changed his life. And because of that, thousands of people have been to his events. I didn't even know he existed until he invited me to come speak to his event. That the book I wrote and put it out into the world, I didn't realize that it was being picked up by people. And then they were actually doing what I told them to do, and then teaching other people how to do it. And you've taught them in a better way than I taught them in my book. So I'm happy to be associated with you. This is why I breathe. You know, I want you to discover, why do you breathe? Why do you get up in the morning? And therefore, when you have the freedom from the cash flows that are flowing in, for you to make that decision. And don't make too hard of a decision like, what is my purpose in life? I haven't discovered my purpose yet, you know. No, just, first of all, just enjoy it for a while. And then ask yourself the question, what am I good at? What have my friends told me I'm good at? What am I really passionate about? Go do some of that. And the freedom from cash flow, passive income, gives you the freedom. You want to golf? Go golf at St. Andrews in Scotland. It's a lot of fun. I took my two boys. Whoa, what an experience. If you want to fly a plane, I flew an airplane until I realized I was going to get killed flying that plane because I'm not very detail oriented. And anyway, so I had the plane for a while. I checked it off my list, right? My wife and I, we traveled to Italy. When I go speak, we traveled to Italy to one of my students who came to my home and rang my doorbell in 2006 and said, I want to be like you. 10 years later, he invites me to be on the board of directors of his company. And when I go to Italy, I speak to 4,000 people in a room, speaking to them, teaching them how they can. So I've discovered what I do. I like to write. I like to transform lives. That may not be your dream. Ryan, what is your passion? Why are you here? Why are you here?
I'll tell you what, I never anticipated ever being here. Probably a lot like you. When I read your book and I started applying your system, I got stuck on 3 properties, but I found a way to scale my portfolio from 3 properties to 17 properties. And I did this from 2008 to 2012. During that time frame, I was building this system. I had those little streams of income coming in, and I started feeling less and less and less pressure. And it was phenomenal, right? I stopped saying no to the promotions and climbing the corporate ladder because I knew what those trade-offs were. And I'll never forget Rob, my boss, walked into my office in 2012. Now, Rob never showed up because I did my work and I did it well. I showed up to my job, I did enough because my job now had meaning. It was the fuel to fund my passive income machine. And in 2012, companies were still kind of tightening their belts, right? They were still kind of tightening their belts after 2008. Layoffs were still a thing, right? And my boss came in and told me that I was going to get a promotion. Now, this should have been an exciting day for me.
Yeah.
Right?
Make more money.
Make more money, right? But every time you get a promotion, there's always strings attached. And I had said no after my son's heart surgery that I would not go out and travel anymore. I wasn't going to go on the road anymore because it was just costing me too much. The opportunity cost was too great. And so I was managing a territory, a pretty decent territory in Denver, Colorado at the time. And Rob came in. And I knew there was a problem. Rob only showed up when there was a problem. He walked me back into my office. He sat in my chair, and he told me about the promotion that I was going to get. And I'll never forget, it was kind of like Charlie Brown, because as Rob was talking about making $10,000 extra and the geography now that I was going to manage, I was going to go manage Wyoming, South Dakota, all of Colorado, not just Denver anymore. And I knew I was going to go back on the road. And as he was talking, it was like Charlie Brown in the back of my head. It was just a wah, 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 wah. I wasn't even listening to him because in the back of my head, I was adding up those numbers. I was adding up the cash flow that was coming in. And over and over and over again, I was adding it up to make sure.
Your strike number, weren't you?
It was there. And I landed at the number and I realized I had enough money to pay my expenses. And so I added it up again. I had enough money to pay my expenses. And so I added it up. Did I actually have enough money? And as Rob sat in his chair and said, Ryan, are you ready to take this opportunity, this challenge? And I said, I quit. I didn't mean to quit that day. I mean, I didn't mean, like, as soon as I said it, I wanted to pull the words back in my mouth. But as soon as I said it and the shock factor wore off, it was like a weight had fallen off my shoulders. And I'll never forget this because I walked out of the office and I didn't intend to quit that day. So I had to call my wife and tell her now her husband just quit his job. And so I call her up, and this is how you know you're married to an amazing, amazing woman. I call her up and I told her what I just done. And she said, and I will swear this time because this is quoting Bethany, she said, it's about damn time. And that was when my life started, my second life, really.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what I was going to do. I had no idea. But when I walked away, most of the people said, he's crazy. But there were a few people that said, how did you do it?
How did you do that?
And can you show me too?
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, I sat down with Dr. Wes Brown. I worked in the medical device industry back in the day. And he was a doctor that I sold a lot of equipment to. And he said, how did you do it, Ryan? And I invited him over to my kitchen table. And I mapped out and said, hey, this is how I did it. You're a little bit older than me, but this is how I would do it if I were you. And I watched him over the next couple of months change everything about his savings, about where his money was at, about what he was doing. And Dr. Wes Brown walked away from a medical career after just a couple of years. And when Wes did it, he told me about other people. And when they did it, they told him about other. And before I knew it, I had all these people coming to me, asking me how to do it. And I thought, man, I better figure this out. And that's ultimately what turned into what is today, this book, and Wealth Outside of Wall Street and the movement that is.
Yeah.
But I found that I really loved unlocking what you did for me. I loved unlocking a possibility in people's lives. I believe, just like you said, that we all have unique talents inside of our lives. And when we find those talents and live those talents naturally solve a problem that exists in the world. You know, we look around and the world's full of problems. It's full of them, right? We can turn on the news and it's just overwhelming. Most people have outsourced their money and therefore they've outsourced their life to someone else. And they think someone else is going to solve those problems.
Yeah.
I think those problems are meant to wake you and I up, wake people up. And when you use your talents to solve a problem, I'm not going to say it comes easy, but it does come a little bit more natural to you, right? You find yourself in the flow. You enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
And when you enjoy doing it, then I found that you find the greatest currency of all. Financial freedom is measured with cash flow for sure, and that's a form of a currency. But when you can use your talents in the service of other people, you find the currency of fulfillment. And for me, that's what financial freedom is, right? Financial freedom is waking up every single day saying, how do I use my God-given talents in the service of other people? And when you do that, that for me is the ultimate fulfillment of financial freedom. It's living a purpose-driven life.
Absolutely. So you like to do this?
Oh man, I love to do this, and I love doing this with you because you bring the emotion, you bring the energy, you bring the wisdom. But yeah, I love doing this. I love tagging up with you and helping hundreds, thousands of people. I truly believe that people are so stuck right now. They've been so misled. They've been so lied to. And they need a kick in the butt, first and foremost, so they can rise up.
Yeah, so let's create 1 million people who are financially free.
Let's do it.
Let's make 1 million people flow, and then multiply that out 50 years. You know, a lot of people will have a new future. A new future. I want you to have a new future. Not the current future you think you're going towards, but a future where, imagine when there's no more debt in your life, when there's no more job, when there's streams of income that flow into your life automatically. And then you say to yourself, what do I want to do? How do I want to, what's my instrument I want to play in the symphony of life? What is my instrument? My instrument, I like to teach. You like to teach. Maybe you'll go teach, whatever. Maybe you'll start a nonprofit. It doesn't matter. It's a spiritual thing. It's very spiritual, even though you might not believe in in the spiritual concept. But it's for me, it's like, I believe this is the song I was born to sing. These are the words. These are the lyrics that I was born to say. I'm going to say them until there is no more breath. And then my books are going to go on long after me. And therefore, the streams of income we help create, you create, are going to actually be transferred to your children and your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. They're going to get the vault. They're going to actually learn how you did it, and you're going to take that on and on and on for generations. Because when you change one life, you change generations of lives. It's just magical. And I didn't understand it at the very beginning when I was just 32 and I wrote, Creating Wealth. And I thought, I knew nothing about life, to tell you the truth. And yet, I thought, well, I'll just write a book and we'll see what happens. And then about a year or two later, somebody comes up to me at one of my seminars and said, Robert, I read your book. It changed my life. And I was stunned by that. I never even thought of it that way. I thought, well, I just tell them how to buy real estate. And I've had people, thousands of people, come up to me, Robert, your book changed my life. And I'm so grateful. For the opportunity to sing my song.
Yeah.
And I want them to have the same opportunity for generations of their lives. That's my hope. That's my dream. That's my prayer. That's the reason I live. And of course, my family and my spiritual values are much, much more important. But this is my song.
This is your song. Well, my friends, this was really meant to open up a doorway of opportunity for you, to help you see, to help you feel, to help you understand that money truly has a purpose. It has a purpose in your life. It has a purpose in our life. Money's greatest intrinsic value is to give you more freedom, to give you more options, and to give you more control over this one life that you get an opportunity to live, so you can sing your song, just like Bob talked about. Now, we're going to close this section out with a powerful invitation. Bob, you hold something in your hands there. What is it that you hold?
It's a document that you're going to find in the last few pages of the Passive Income Machine. It's your personal Declaration of Independence. It's joining a community that people think, like-minded thinkers about wealth and what wealth can do for the planet, how you can take control of your financials, the money that flows in and out of your life, how you hit your strike number, and how you end up being financially free with passive income flowing into your life. I'm not going to read it here for you. I'm actually going to challenge you to go and actually sign this. And when you sign this, I want you to remember that the people who signed the Declaration of Independence here in America were risking their lives to sign their name to that. It was a death warrant they were signing. It was a very terrible time in America, and there were 50,000 troops on the ships in New York Harbor waiting to get off those ships and come and kill every American. And they had to do something hard. Washington led a very ragtag group of people who were not professionally trained, and they did everything they could to win. And they declared their independence. I'm going to not make it quite as dramatic as that. And we're not risking your life per se, but you're changing your life. You're risking the life you've lived to have a better life and to take your foot off first base and go to second. So when you sign your Declaration of Independence, you're saying to yourself, to your family, to everybody around you, on your social media, you are declaring that you are going to be financially free, that you're going to have passive income, that you're going to be able to live your dreams by challenging yourself to do it. That's what the financial independence really is. And that you're going to change your life. You're going to change your world. You're going to change the world, people's world all around you. You're going to change the world starting with your world. You're the proof of it. You're the evidence of it. You're the poster boy. You're the poster girl. So that all of your family can say, look what our parents did for us. And they set us up. You got to teach them. You got to teach them the lessons you learn here so they don't go off and squander all their inheritances. You got to teach them exactly how to run it. But you're going to change your world starting with you. Congratulations, my friend. See you at the top.